One winter day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the brown-red tiled roof of the old villa, the gray sky and dense clouds casting a cold, romantic scene. Suddenly a voice rose. "Have you heard the rumor?" Two men were talking. The brown-haired man spoke. "There's been a madman wandering battlefields lately." The blonde man across asked back, "A madman?" The brown-haired man tossed up his beer and continued, "They say he has the hollow eyes of a mercenary. Whenever one battle ends, he vanishes and seeks another." A mercenary tired of living, strange. The two resumed their talk. "But that madman always says, 'I survived again.' They say he shows up at battles related to the Empire. It seems driven by personal grudge more than money." The blonde, leisurely sipping his beer, commented, "Just hearing it gives me goosebumps. What kind of madman is he?" The other immediately answered, "There's another rumor. Apparently he's a prince from some fallen kingdom and he's looking for a place to die." The frame cut to the snow-white ground, stained with splotches of red syrup spreading across the snow, soaking the earth. A man sat slumped, breathing hard. In front of him, a figure in armor was watching him. The armored man slowly lifted his helmet and sneered, "Suicide is the best answer you could come up with." The armored man spoke to the hollow-faced young man before him. "Third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." Yuri Brial, a contemptible name, the one who destroyed his kingdom with his own hands. 10 years ago at Casino XX. Everyone was reveling. Come on, the name of the culprit and also the sole survivor of that fallen kingdom. A young man, his face flushed from drinking, beat the table laughing loudly. "I'm feeling lucky today." He was the third prince of the kingdom of Brial, Yuri Brial, 18 years old. The man beside him fiddling with a chip asked in astonishment, "Unbelievable. How do you keep winning like this?" He pushed a betting chip forward. That man was Royal Mage Hernando. The other gamblers rose to leave. Yuri chatted cheerfully, "It's just luck, I have nothing." Seeing them preparing to go, he called out, "Oh, leaving already? One more round." Yuri was dead drunk and exuberant. This time he doubled the stakes. Hernando, worried for him, hushed, "We should go, my lord. If we stay any longer, we'll be late for our appointment." Suddenly they angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Why don't you leave while we're still being nice about it?" The brown-haired man snapped irritably, "Do you think we don't see you're cheating?" The blonde chimed in, "Playing dirty tricks, what nonsense." Yuri slammed the table and stood up, furious, shouting, "What dirty tricks? Who do you think I am?" Another man cut in with, "How you behave, you can't be nobility. What king are you from?" The blonde sneered, "A king? If he were royal, I wouldn't let him walk away so easily." Yuri glared at them, his anger simmering at their taunts. They continued to insult him, pressing in more and more until his rage made him tremble. That's why tensions with the Empire only escalate. Princes are all the same, useless like their fathers. What use is a noble family that only knows how to swing swords? Those words were the last straw. Yuri reached out and overturned the table, roaring at the top of his lungs. The brown-haired man's eyes widened at the scene. What? The expressions of the two beside him were no better. He stamped his foot on the broken wine jug on the floor. Yuri's voice rose, "Listen up, you three idiots." He lifted his face and began cracking his knuckles. "I am the third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." His words made them recoil in fear. Yuri's tone was cold. "Allow me to see you off." He smiled brightly at them. "Go ahead and reincarnate." They panicked, faces draining pale as they all shouted in unison, sweating coldly. Then, as predicted, syrup splattered everywhere. Outside, the night sky stretched like a length of velvet, studded with countless stars that flickered in and out in the gentle darkness. Beneath the canopy of the tree in front, shadows were cast against the sky by the cool night breeze. An explanation rang out. "I'm telling the truth, I was late because father called an urgent meeting. I already notified you through the messenger." The woman remained silent, watching his explanation without speaking. Following that useless explanation came a pleading voice, "So can you forgive me this time?" The woman still stood motionless. She was the Empire's princess, Catherine Ivarna Granzian. Seeing Yuri fall silent, she snapped in irritation, "Do you think only you are busy? Do you know how long I had to travel, how many eyes I had to avoid to get here?" Seeing her anger, Yuri tried to explain, "I know, but I have my own circumstances." He scratched his head, "My father is away, so I must be careful now. I really shouldn't be telling others this." Catherine kept a stern look on Yuri. She gave a bleak smile. "Ah, so I'm just someone else, am I?" Yuri realized he'd cornered himself and forced a smile, immediately protesting, That's not it at all." Catherine wasn't appeased. She hurled the necklace with the blue gem, their betrothal token, at him, yelling, "If you don't trust me, why give me this? Why not give it to some woman you do trust?" Yuri could only watch in silence as the necklace flew away. She turned and walked away, leaving Yuri with one command, "Don't call me unless I call first." He panicked and shouted, "Wait." He called her name in desperation, "Catherine." She decisively left without even glancing back. Yuri looked down at the necklace he had picked up and worried, asking himself what to do. He muttered to himself, apologizing, winning her forgiveness would be difficult. Meanwhile, someone had been waiting behind a nearby wall for a long time. He had heard the conversation. A sinister smile began to spread across his face. And from that day on, the already fragile relationship between Brial and the Empire reached its limit. the balance wavered, and the empire's actions, originally basic provocations, began to cross clear boundaries. While tensions boiled over, clashes between the two nations gradually spun out of control. A sudden shout of intrusion echoed, Yuri's pupils dilated to the maximum, sweat starting to run from his temples. Before him now stood the castle engulfed in a sea of flames, accompanied by cries. The empire had poured into Brial. "Everyone, evacuate now." The voice grew more urgent. Some who couldn't escape lay strewn on the ground. Yuri ran through the inferno, running through the announcements, urging all those near the castle to get out. Yuri stood before the castle, once towering, now only a towering blaze. The outcome: war with the empire had officially begun. He could only stand silently, watching the castle burn away before his eyes, unable to do anything after countless people had fallen. The sky was gloomy and cold, carrying a biting wind. In that seemingly endless war, his royal brother fell in battle, departing without rest, Prince Joshua. Others urged him, "Your Highness, please retreat," but he refused, still trying to hold the line. "Reinforcements, aren't they here yet?" The strongest force of Brial, famed as the mightiest on the continent, Fleur Brial. Because one person was absent, the empire gradually gained the upper hand. At first I treated it as coincidence and let it pass. Perhaps I denied the reality because I didn't want to believe it. As I thought this, the sword in my hand was already stained with blood. Still, thoughts of battles where I risked my life and reason together reached a conclusion. It was Catherine's betrayal, the only person to whom I had revealed everything. When the king left Brial, it coincided with the empire's unrelenting invasion. After the fighting, he looked up. The sun was high and a pigeon lingered nearby. It landed on his hand. I had hoped these strange coincidences were only my paranoia. But the answer to the letter I had painstakingly sent to Catherine. He stared in shock beneath the pigeon. On the letter was a single line: "Sorry." He carried it with him, nothing but despair. Yuri stood before the sea of fire, piecing everything together when a voice rose. "There, the Prince of Brial. Catch him and Brial is ours." He ground his teeth in resentment, always coming. Yuri lunged up to block the man's attack. Seeing an opening, he swung hard at his opponent, a finishing strike. No sooner had he taken down one than another appeared, striking from nowhere. He glanced up in surprise. Luckily, he reacted in time, raising his sword to parry the blow. By then his strength was nearly spent. He could only grit his teeth and tremble. Yuri summoned his last strength to counterattack and eventually felled the attacker. Now he could only pant, nearly exhausted. Then someone else stepped up behind him, making him turn his head. More ranks of soldiers were approaching. He stood there watching them steadily advance. Yuri, astonished, began to fall back, silently cursing, "Damned, this is the end." Then they thrust their swords toward him. He couldn't dodge in time and cried out in pain. His sword clattered from his hand, startling him. He closed his eyes and bit his lip, as if accepting his fate. The other's sword slowly descended to finish Yuri, but someone stepped in front and took the killing blow for him. He stared bloodless at the person before him. The soldier grinned triumphantly at having felled someone. Yuri could only call the name Roland. Roland used the last of his strength, voice trembling, "Your Highness, please, live." He couldn't believe it and shouted out, "Roland." Before he could grieve, the battle resumed. Another knight stepped forward to shield him. The knights behind urged him, "No, Your Highness, flee. If anything happens to you, Brial has no future." Yuri, still in shock, couldn't fully take in the scene. They pressed him, "Hurry, Your Highness, get up." He shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, enduring. Those behind, seeing him escaping, shouted, "The Prince of Brial is fleeing, seize him." The next morning the sun rose. After a night of pursuit, they cornered him at a wooden house and began searching around. "He can't have escaped. Find the prince. He was hiding inside that house." Yuri was exhausted, panting, thinking he couldn't hide here forever. He stared resolutely at the door. He had to find a way to break the siege and plan for the future. Yuri thought of Fleur. He worried for him and wondered what had happened to the king. With no sign of return, there was only one reason: perhaps the empire had killed him. As he pondered, the front door suddenly opened, startling him. A man in armor looked at him. He didn't know what to do and only backed away, telling himself, "No, if I die, Brial's future." Then he begged aloud, "Spare me." He knelt before him. "If I die, Brial can't hold on." Yuri mourned inwardly. Brial's knights had sacrificed themselves for him. He clenched his hands and spoke in a trembling voice, "What I mean is." As Yuri squeezed his eyes shut in fear, the man's voice sounded, "I'm sorry." He continued, "I can't explain at length. What the empire has done will be paid for." He listened to each word. "Imperial soldiers will storm in soon, so go, leave now." On hearing that, he ran straight out, not looking back as he charged forward. Now he had no plan other than to run from this hell, telling himself as he fled that he must survive. He must live and restore Brial and avenge the empire. The sky was dark as if about to rain, yet my ideals were nothing but empty illusions. Reality was merciless. Suddenly a heavy rain began, fine droplets falling down. He ran alone, retreating, thinking to himself that everyone was dead. What was all this bloodshed for? he could no longer find a reason. The paper Catherine had sent him lay tossed in a puddle. Yes, he still held his sword to punish himself. Clutching the necklace, their betrothal token, he thought that one day someone would come and kill him. Looking back at the syrup-soaked scene, the armored man spoke. Go find a place to die. What a pitiful sight. His face was gaunt and frightening, as if he had no soul. The armored man said, you charge into the most dangerous battlefields and risk your life just to rest. Self-harm is the best answer you can think of. In the end, you're still selfish. The man in armor continued, people like you don't deserve to die. He cut in irritably, you look like you want to kill me, and yet you talk so much. The man ignored him and said, the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. He was shocked to be called the third prince. He thought to himself that those who knew his past were dead already. The armored man began to remove his mask, all because of you. The man's face was scarred all over, twisted with vengeful hatred, because of him. He stared in horror at the man opposite and cried, Roland. He recalled the moment the man blocked his blade, puzzled. That voice, it's him all right, but he should have been dead then how? Roland slowly drew his sword from its sheath and began, each word heavy. The kingdom of Brial fell under the empire's vile schemes. The Flander family's oath of honor to the royal house, their dignity and loyalty, had all turned to ashes. Shouting his name, he rushed forward, Brial. At that moment, Yuri's thoughts churned. Someone who had died had become a demon. The sword had pierced his chest. Everything was to punish past mistakes, his own sins. Damn it, I thought my heavy heart would feel lighter in death, but the necklace I wore began to glow, this sense of guilt. The gem on the necklace snapped free from him. His thoughts continued, dragging him down to the very last moment, when a voice intoned that Brial's successors never abandon honor, even unto death. Yuri jolted awake to faint voices in his ears. His dark eyes were dazed, not yet able to take in the light after the stupor. Yuri Brial. Suddenly his pupils contracted for a moment when he heard the man before him say, you've only opened your eyes after 3 days. Before him stood Floor, his black hair neatly groomed, his beard trimmed close to his jaw as he softly asked, are you all right, my son? Seeing the king's concern, he sat up straight, rubbed his tangled hair, and, as if still incredulous, called out 2 words, father. He couldn't believe that the man standing here like a phantom was the king. How could someone who should have been dead be here? His head drooped slightly as he muttered like a sleepwalker, so you've gone to hell too? I could understand myself, but father as well. Surprised, Floor asked, what? His small hand clasped one of the man's hands. The other, larger and firmer, was gloved in black, yes. He turned his star-bright eyes to Floor, leaving the king momentarily stunned. Despite always preaching honor, he truly lives freely, huh? Before their father-son moment could deepen, Floor struck him so hard his eyes nearly popped out. What nonsense are you talking? The blow left a swelling on his head. He winced, eyes tearing like an innocent fawn, but couldn't help retorting, you're supposed to be in hell, and yet you still haven't broken the habit of hitting at the slightest thing. Have some remorse. He was about to continue protesting when a green leaf gently fluttered across his vision, and he realized, at least for now. Floor kept watching his every movement while he gazed out the window, where sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves. In that brief second, he noticed a crucial detail. His eyes sparkled. They haven't arrived here. His gaze continued to the window, where streams of water ran down the slope of a waterfall. There he saw 2 maids, one carrying a large bucket of water, the other balancing a basin for washing, chattering away, confirming his thought. They weren't here at all. If this were hell, there should be sinners and purifying flames. Devils would mock and torment me. Confronted with this new truth, he turned back to Floor and the others present, unable to speak. Wait, so this is... And finally, his mind seemed to lack the courage to face this story. His vision grew hazy and began to darken. At Floor's loud call, he slipped back into unconsciousness once more. Yuri. All eyes turned to him, breathing evenly on the large bed. Yuri Brial, 3rd Prince of Brial, 13 years old. In Yuri's thoughts, he reflected that at first he had thought it was a dream or a replaying memory. But whatever it was, I couldn't wake up and the world had not yet ended. Instead, old scenes long buried kept repeating. And I couldn't admit that. I had returned to the past, back to the spring when I had just turned 13. The truth was I had been given another chance. A pair of delicate hands pushed aside the dark curtains so sunlight could stream through the glass and dance across the spacious room. On that wide bed, he lazily burrowed under the covers to avoid the glaring light as a gentle voice called, Prince, please wake up. She let him snore on, eyes still shut and resisting the light, grumbling, he asked me to wake you. Ina was clever. She mentioned what mattered most to him to pull him out of his sleep. It's time for your sword training, sire. He shoved the blanket off mercilessly and let out a small yelp. Quickly getting into gear, he buttoned his tunic at the chest and, ready to step out, called for her help. Ina, hurry and bring me my clothes, meaning my bathing things. His small feet started moving in a rush. Understanding Yuri's mood, she gently soothed him. Prince, calm down. Ina looked gentle and polite, hands properly folded before her, smiling brightly as she said softly and kindly, I'll help you wash your face first. Please sit still. Seeing her so pretty and radiant, he couldn't help but remember that fateful day. Ina sitting on the floor, back against the wall. A killing stroke stealing her life, syrupy blood splattering the wall and floor in a large blotch. He thought that image would haunt Yuri for the rest of his life. He suddenly turned to her and called softly, "Ina." She replied politely as etiquette demanded, "Yes, your highness." He raised 3 long fingers toward Ina's face and suggested, "Give me 3 sharp slaps, make them loud." She seemed frightened and asked again, her expression showing confusion. "Sir, you want me to betray?" He replied indifferently, "If I order it, it's not betrayal." Still stunned, she asked, "Are you sure, sir?" He readily answered again, "Yes." To seal his words, his eyes narrowed into a curve, and in an elegant voice he began, "I, Yuri Brial, once I swear, will keep my word." Outside, clouds rolled in great swells across the deep blue sky, and the sun's dazzling light kept visiting everything. Thus the vast castle seemed to shine even more brilliantly. In a corner of the magnificent castle, a large empty courtyard looked like the noble's training yard. Near the gate stood a slightly darkened straw scarecrow, its arms outstretched like prey surrendering. He was in guard stance, a large swelling on his face causing him constant pain. Eyes closed, he kept thinking, "I forgot how terrifying Ina is." Although his back faced the people behind him, he knew their gazes and remarks were aimed at him. Not one offered to apply balm to his bruise. Suddenly, a crisp thrust came at Yuri. He nearly failed to react but managed to parry in time. His eyes fell on the man before him, Bernard in fighting stance, gripping a wooden sword, his calm face making Yuri resentful. Bernard didn't even ask about his cheek. The man before him was Yuri's swordmaster, Bernard. The techniques the two practiced were fast and professional, but he quickly noticed the problem. Bernard only sparred with him, never corrected his form. One large and one small, one attacking and one defending, so dull it sapped his focus. Since when had Bernard reduced training to mere sparring? For a moment he recalled the day Bernard stood before Floor and spoke of him. "He is very smart, but that's also a pity." As he spoke, Bernard bowed his head slightly, brow knitting as if clenching his teeth to say something. If His Majesty had just been a bit more sincere, he could have become a great blessing for Brial. At that time, Yuri had been outside the door, hands clasped behind his back in a relaxed pose, listening to their conversation with no expression. Yes, certainly since then. He quickly steadied himself to prepare for the next bout with Bernard. Both assumed ready stances, but he couldn't shake his earlier thoughts, so training had become only sparring because he kept being uncooperative. Thinking this, his hand clenched tighter, veins standing out as he scowled at himself for growing lazier instead of putting in effort. Suddenly he called out, cutting through the gloomy air and startling Bernard for a moment. "Bernard." His sword tip pointed at him lightly but decisively as he declared in a firm tone, "From today on." Though his face still looked somewhat immature, it clearly radiated his determination to learn the sword. "Teach me properly." Before Bernard, he was still just a 13-year-old boy, yet the wooden sword in his hand felt somewhat imposing, and combined with his resolute voice earlier, it surprised the man. "I, Yuri Brial, will truly train from now on." For a moment Bernard smiled quietly as if he caught the intention behind the boy's words. No idea what wind changed His Highness' mind, though. Hearing Bernard's assurance, his face brightened noticeably. The depths of his eyes trembled slightly, yet he was clearly afraid and sweating cold. "I understand, sir." Now the man training him had truly become a master. Bernard held his sword firmly parallel to his body while the other hand drew back. Determination flashed in his eyes and his brows knitted hard like steel. "From now on." Saying that, he lunged like the wind, closed in on the boy and delivered a decisive strike before Yuri could react. "We will begin real training." Clearly intimidated by his momentum, Yuri felt a bit fearful and muttered, "Wait, Bernard." Realizing the boy wasn't fully ready, Bernard stepped back a few paces, bringing his sword back to prepare for the next blow. His terrifying presence made Yuri's heart race and legs tremble. After all, he was still 13 and a little frightened, sweating coldly. "Oh, right." Bernard executed a thin, wind-like cut decisively. He gripped the hilt with one hand and the other held the sword. His body moved rhythmically step by step toward Yuri, and a strange light glinted in his eyes. Compared to Yuri's hunched, pale stance, he realized just how monstrous a force he was facing, back before Bernard came to Brial. Training continued and clearly Yuri absorbed much from him. No wonder he was called the Fierce Sword. The sun had risen high, its dazzling rays pouring down. White clouds of every shape drifted across the deep blue sky. His hands were finally too tired, and he dropped the wooden sword to the ground with a clap. He lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. So this is real training with the fierce Bernard. Without experience as a mercenary, I might have been badly beat. He raised his small, sweat-soaked hands before his face to shield part of his eyes from the blazing sun. A bit tired but relieved. His hands were scratched from the weight of the wooden sword, his face dotted with sweat, yet at this rate his skills would improve quickly, not bad. Bernard looked somewhat surprised and puzzled. Yuri's swordsmanship had reached a new level, and he couldn't help but wonder, "Your Highness parried all my strikes. When did you improve so much?" He lay there regaining his breath when suddenly a hurried call echoed from afar. Your Highness. Ina ran so fast she seemed out of breath, barely mustering strength to shove open the large door as she panted. I think you should stop and go inside, please. She continued, His Majesty requests an audience with you. Hearing that he sat bolt upright, puzzled, His Majesty, why? Ina told him what she knew. It seemed Count Johans had brought his son. Hearing that, his eyes went blank for a moment as a buzzing premonition filled his head. Count Johans' son was. He thought of his previous life and that unforgettable day when the kingdom fell, he gripping a sword to his brow, bloodied wound unbandaged, face pale and frantic. The one who betrayed the kingdom and opened the way for the empire before. Even if that bastard were dead, he'd drag him down to the grave and curse him, Got Bokvar, that vile name. The call for her, Ina, made her startle and wonder, but she still answered yes. His clothes were still stained with dust from training, but he paid it no mind. His face grew numb and cold as he asked Ina, that one, where is he? An array of visually stunning, luxurious dishes was laid out on the table. On the long table exuding nobility, those of high rank sat and dined. Yuri was cutting a piece of beef with his eyes shut when a voice said, The third prince looks different now. The count placed a hand on his chest, smiling as he praised the king, saying he looked even healthier. Contrary to the count's cheer, the king seemed displeased. I wonder if my son drank something by mistake. At that, the boy's tutor chimed in, If such a thing exists, I'd give it to my son too. The king looked toward the one praising him. Your son was already clever. The man hurriedly replied, The boy still has much to learn. Got's face flushed and his admiring eyes were fixed on Cedric as he ate, the man seeming to glow. Yuri radiated gloom. His unpleasant expression made Got startle. Got, anxious and uneasy, turned his head away, sweat streaming down his face. Joshua beside him nudged Yuri with his elbow and called Yuri. He curiously asked, Do you have a problem with him? Yuri scowled and answered, Yes, he stabbed me in the back. Hearing this, Joshua curled his lip in a probing, mocking tone. So what will you do, omnipotent Yuri Brial? He fell silent, not answering, lost in thought, putting on an air of nobility while inside plotting how to manage others' emotions. Yuri looked at Got, avoiding his gaze. Assessing him, nothing had changed. Got said nothing, eyes closed in endurance, his brows tightening. As if he could no longer bear it, Got looked up with a scowl, lips pressed tight, staring at Yuri. After a while, he finally answered Joshua's question. Nothing, he pushed in. He needs to control his temper. Yuri recalled the desperate scenes from his past life, filled with resolve. This is all for you, Got. I won't repeat the mistakes of that life. In the palace garden, the sunlight was blinding. Yuri's thoughts echoed. I fought Got around here before, mostly dishing out blows. Did he betray out of resentment that day? A wooden sword was tossed into Got's hand with the comment, All right, Got, I hear you're skilled with a blade. He nervously eyed the sword and replied, I only know a little, shall we? Yuri cut him off before he finished, silent. Joshua leaned against the wall watching the two in silence, then haughtily declared, The kingdom doesn't need knights of weak will. Got, confused, asked, What will? I'm not even an official knight yet. Yuri held the wooden sword and asked, Aren't you supposed to become a knight serving this kingdom? Got, embarrassed, stammered, Yes, that's right. While he still stood dazed with the sword, Yuri lunged forward with his blade, then fight. He charged with a beast-like glare, striking toward Got's sword. Got, taken aback, only managed to raise his blade to block. The attack was sudden and cowardly. This time, Yuri used his foot to kick up a spray of dirt like kicking a ball. The dirt flew into Got's face, causing him to shut his eyes and cry out in pain. He rubbed the dirt from his eye, brandished his sword angrily and said, Third prince, remember the spirit of chivalry. Yuri opened his hand, letting the sword fall to the ground. Got stared in astonishment at the sight and discarded his weapon. Yuri lunged forward, hair streaming back, a smile blooming on his lips. He kicked, sending both the man and his sword flying. With a thud to the ground, Got lay on the grass in pain. Then Yuri suddenly picked up the sword again. He pointed the blade straight at his face and called his full name, Got Bokvar. In my past life you sold information to the empire using your father's name. Got lay on the ground speechless as the sword hovered near his throat. Yuri asked, Your father is a great count and a respected knight. How did he earn such a title? Then he sheathed the sword on his shoulder. What for? Got stammered. That matter. He told himself, I know you just want to live. This time you'll stand with Brial. He held out his hand and asked, Are these questions too hard? Got replied, No, sir, I don't understand what you mean. Silence fell. Yuri said nothing but sank into thought. He couldn't allow knights to think that way, himself included. Another question rang out. So how did your father become a count, and who granted him the title? Got clasped Yuri's offered hand. Yuri warned, From now on, try to understand the nature of things. Think carefully about what I say. Got answered briskly, Yes, sir. In the sky were clouds and sunbeams, and the sunlight even formed a rainbow. Got left, turned, and bowed to Yuri. Joshua approached teasingly. Ooh, inspiring, you're good at fighting now. Yuri didn't look back and asked, Did you think I'd lose? His reply came with a laugh, leaving him speechless. Yuri brushed dust from his clothes and asked his brother, Hey, how do I look in your eyes? He began to describe his younger brother as the kingdom's worst troublemaker and gambler, words that made Yuri flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, his tone grew serious. I'm not like that anymore, and you shouldn't cause trouble either. Joshua froze at the words. Have you banged your head somewhere? Yuri said nothing, only smiled under the late afternoon sun. The sunset had arrived, the sun was beginning to set, and from the wall it was almost gone. Yuri knelt on one knee amid drifting dust, exhaling heavily. Done. Unable to bear the exhaustion any longer, he collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged gasps. Bernard, seeing this, praised, "Well done, let's call it for today." He addressed the panting, sweat-drenched youth prince. Then he leaned down and announced, "I think it's time you learn a method to use mana." Hearing this, Yuri immediately jumped up and fired questions. "Really? You're going to teach me your method?" He denied it and proposed another. "No, mine isn't enough for your potential. You should learn the betrayal method." Yuri froze, puzzled. Why? Bernard explained the advantages of the method. "It's a wonderful technique, very effective and pure." At the mention of the betrayal method, he clenched the sword in his hand. He'd learned it in his past life and mastered it as a mercenary, but Bernard, seeing this, guessed his thought. "Are you considering learning a different method?" Yuri stared at the sword and replied absently, "I'm thinking." Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes widened. He excitedly proposed to his teacher, "Bernard, arrange some steady guards for me based on potential rather than skill." He recalled another matter. There was one technique he had tried in his past life but never managed to learn. Hearing that, Bernard stroked his chin, pondering potential. Bernard squinted, remembered someone, and nominated him. "If we're focusing on raw talent, Gerald would fit." Yuri, doubtful, asked him, "Based only on potential?" Bernard answered. Hearing the name, he muttered to himself, "Gerald." He closed his eyes and recalled memories. Before returning, he had met him at the end of the war. In the sea of fire during the war, Gerald trembled on his knees. That he survived to that point was truly surprising. He still knelt trembling amid the flames, but his voice was full of rage. "I'm furious." Yuri sat calmly on a rock. Why? Yuri seemed to think highly of him. His potential was indeed special. Gerald's voice wavered with the tremor. "If I had trained back then, I could have been much stronger, but he never honed it." Because of his laziness, when war broke out, Yuri gave him a bitter smile. What use was it now? Both had become rusted swords. He rose from the ground and brushed the dust off himself. Well then. Yuri walked in the sunset light, his face full of expectation. Just going to meet that lazy knight, right? Over there, Gerald was still training with the other knights. Yuri smiled. He had a plan. "I'll enlighten him." The sky was crimson at sunset, birds flying across the rooftops. A knight stood on the balcony, looking down and listening to the soldiers training. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from behind, causing him to turn around. Seeing who had appeared, Rosso cheerfully called, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Yuri waved happily and smiled. "I'm just checking if they're working hard." He laughed heartily. "They're not like your Highness, but they're working hard." Yuri stepped closer, leaned on the railing, and looked down intently. Watching the soldiers train so earnestly below, he thought to himself, they really are all dedicated. Then he turned to Rosso and asked, "Where's Gerald?" Rosso replied, "Oh, that new soldier over there." Yuri propped his chin on his hand, sighed, his thoughts in turmoil. Now I understand Bernard's meaning. He looked down. Gerald had just brought his sword up to parry an opponent. Yuri kept thinking, training needs willpower to improve, he only does the bare minimum to be passable. He grew serious and said, at this rate his skills will deteriorate. Yuri then turned to Rosso with a request. "Rosso, give me a wooden sword, I want to join the sparring." Rosso smiled. "Very well, who would you like to spar?" Yuri pointed to someone below, turned, smiled, eyes bright with confidence. "That slippery one over there." Now on the training field, Yuri and Gerald each held a wooden sword, facing each other as those around watched the match closely. The knight beside Rosso wore an arrogant grin, eyes full of contempt. He folded his arms and laughed. "New recruit, good luck." Rosso leaned on the railing, smiling encouragement but wary. Gerald lifted his head, his face a picture of helplessness. Yuri tightened his grip on the wooden sword and spoke slowly. "Gerald, I've heard you're talented." Yuri smiled, his sharp gaze showing confidence. "Don't mind showing me what kind of knight you are." Gerald, anxious with sweat streaming down his cheek, murmured, "Yes, sir." Yuri took a step to brace with his foot. Then, he smiled, eyes sharp, and lunged at him swiftly, gripping the wooden sword. Yuri said, "Don't disappoint me." Seeing Yuri charge, Gerald's expression didn't change. He remained utterly calm. He gently raised his sword and parried Yuri's powerful strike. Watching the intense match from above, Rosso remarked, "Just as I thought, he has no wasted movements," then shouted, "Your Highness, we're cheering for you." The observing knights chimed in, "Your Highness isn't bad at all." But in the ring, Gerald's brow furrowed. No, something was off. A strong slash from Yuri came down, and he managed to block it in time. Gerald kept warding off Yuri's relentless, powerful strikes. His brows were tightly knitted now. He swung his sword, continuously intercepting Yuri's blows. Gerald's face had gone stern as he thought, each strike is unnervingly steady. Yuri didn't hesitate, delivering rapid, fluid strikes with a confident face. At that moment, a thought came to Gerald's mind, as if he realized he's adjusting to my pace. Yuri's face glowed in the sunlight, a smile spreading across it. Suddenly Yuri's voice rang out, "This isn't fun, is it?" The two wooden swords clashed again and he continued, "This is just acting now, let's fight for real." Yuri unexpectedly increased his force and quickly brought down a powerful strike that Gerald had to block with both hands. The wooden swords struck and sent out a fierce flash. Gerald cried out in alarm, his eyes wide in disbelief. Yuri laughed inwardly, thinking, "He blocked that just as I thought, his reflexes are monstrous." He quickly followed with a slash at Gerald's belly, but Gerald nimbly evaded the incoming blow. Yuri's strikes kept coming without pause. Gerald dodged and countered swiftly. Watching Yuri's powerful assaults rain down, Gerald gritted his teeth. "I only meant to take it easy." He quickly swung a hard strike at Yuri's knee, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuri raised his sword to block, brows knitted, sweat streaming down his face. Damn it, not good. He kept thinking, even with memories from a past life, Gerald is still a grown knight. I thought I could beat him. Then his eyes brightened, but Gerald's eyes suddenly widened as if startled, realizing something. His face showed utter disbelief. Yuri leaned down, thrusting a strong upward cut that sent Gerald's wooden sword flying from his hands to his astonishment. Yuri smiled, "At least I landed one hit." He moved swiftly, slipped past Gerald and struck him forcefully. Yuri happily jumped up, "All right." The surrounding knights, seeing his hit, cheered. "He actually landed that, Your Highness, well done." Yuri gripped the sword firmly. Gerald asked, "Are you going to hold back?" "No," came the reply. Gerald frowned, face uneasy. "Strange, I have the advantage, yet I feel like I'm the one being pushed into a corner." Yuri stepped forward. He suddenly launched a strike that forced Gerald to dodge quickly. Yuri raised his sword, face full of regret. What a pity. Hearing that, the hand holding Gerald's sword abruptly froze. He fell silent, suffocated by discomfort. A surge of blue power began to spread along the wooden sword in his hand. Rosso and the knight on the balcony panicked and shouted, "Gerald, are you mad?" Gerald tightened his grip on the sword, burning with blue flame, eyes furious and ready to strike. Someone shouted in alarm, "Mana form." Those around yelled to stop him. "He's dueling the third prince, calm down." The blue-flamed sword suddenly whistled past Yuri's head, forcing him to dodge. Gerald seemed to come to his senses, his eyes widening in surprise. A few strands of black hair fluttered and fell to the ground. Yuri suddenly cried out. Before he could react, a cut appeared across his eyebrow and a few more strands of hair were sliced off. Gerald hastily lowered his sword, his face dark as he called, "Your Highness." Rosso and the knight beside him were equally alarmed. "This madman, Your Highness, are you all right?" Yuri waved his hand. "I'm fine, it's my first time watching sparring." Rosso remained worried, but the wound. He wrapped a cloth around his head and tied it tight. Yuri said, "Gerald, take up your sword again." He gripped the sword, the tip flashed with light. "Now it's getting fun." He swung the sword hard toward Gerald. Yuri planted his feet to gain momentum. He accelerated, delivering powerful, rapid slashes at Gerald. Staring at Yuri's murderous gaze and non-stop attacks, Gerald thought, "The prince is different from me." He kept dodging Yuri's storm of assaults as they kept coming, pushing him to his limit. Yuri smiled confidently, unleashing a barrage of fast, strong strikes. Gerald thought, "He's forcing himself." He continuously used his sword to block the blows. Yuri and Gerald faced off with swords. Yuri closed in with a confident smile while Gerald stood tense and sweating. Gerald's thoughts rang in his head, exceed the limit. Now he stood opposite Yuri in an extremely tense duel. He gripped his sword tightly, focusing everything ahead, staring at his opponent and thinking, "My blood feels like it's boiling." Then Gerald dashed like the wind toward Yuri, who stood ready to fight. He'd never felt like this, even having faced stronger foes. He quickly parried the strike, his face resolute with no fear, eyes brimming with killing intent. Gerald looked at him, an indescribable feeling rising within this young prince. Yuri suddenly stepped back, then sprang forward to charge. His face was full of confidence as he lunged at his opponent with the wooden sword. Yuri cut toward Gerald like a blade. Gerald quickly leaned back to dodge, panic on his face. Something within him was being awakened. Gerald gritted his teeth and tried to open his eyes. Although he dodged, a few strands of his fringe were cut by the slash. He shouted, "Damn it." Shortly after, Gerald regained his composure, gripping his sword with both hands. It seemed he was swinging with all his might, striking at Yuri without mercy. The impact caused Yuri's wooden sword to start cracking. Moments later, it split in two under the force of the other sword. The sword in Yuri's hand broke. One half fell to the ground while he still held the other half. Yuri stood still, bowed his head, and sighed quietly. He then rested the sword on his shoulder, smiled happily at Gerald, and said, "It's over." At that moment, Gerald still held the sword with both hands, panting. A large amount of mana swirled around him. Yuri reached out toward him as if to make peace. "Gerald, you've opened my eyes." Gerald, not proud, hurriedly shook his hand and offered praise. "No, Your Highness, you fought very well." He stared at his clenched hand, pondering for a long while. There was a fierce determination and endurance he'd never seen before. How could such resolve come from a young prince? Yuri found Gerald's continued starring puzzling. While they were still shaking hands, Yuri suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" which left Gerald frozen. Yuri looked at the hand gripping his and teased, "Why are you holding my hand like that?" He kept joking, "You made the prince bleed on his head and you're still standing there." Gerald hurriedly released his hand and stammered, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Yuri sighed as he watched the other rush off in a fluster. "Just a small mistake." He seemed to have let out the fatigue in his chest and flopped onto the floor to rest. Suddenly a cheering voice rang out from somewhere, startling Yuri. Above, the soldiers kept shouting, "Your Highness, you're amazing." The soldier glanced over and froze when he saw a figure approaching. He called out, "Captain, you're here." Sane peered down and replied, "I just arrived." From afar, he saw the small figure of Yuri lying on the arena floor with his sword broken in two. Attention gradually focused on the broken half of his sword. He stroked his chin, pondering as if calculating something. A few days later, a grand building rose magnificently beneath the clear blue sky. A figure moved through the corridor inside. It was Gerald. He paused mid-step when he heard a voice, "You're off duty, right?" Gerald turned and saw Yuri smiling at him, leaning against a nearby pillar. He looked at him, mouth curving into a laugh. Yuri walked ahead and ordered Gerald to follow. "Come with me, we need to go somewhere." Gerald looked awkward. "I was planning to train." Yuri regained a serious air and glanced at Gerald, thinking he seemed to have figured things out. "It's all thanks to me, so you're in my debt." He gave in reluctantly, looking sullen as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Yuri, pleased, said, "Good." Yuri smiled at Gerald, considering that he was beginning to use his strength, still imperfect, but acceptable for now. He stepped closer, asking, "Where are we going?" Yuri crossed his arms and told Gerald, "Just follow silently." He hesitated, a little fearful it might be dangerous. Yuri mischievously reassured him, "It's fine, I brought one more person along." He was confused as he watched Yuri call out, "Call whom?" Suddenly Yuri shouted towards someone in the distance, "Hey." It was Brial's royal mage, Hernando. He started at the sound of his name being called Hernando. Hernando hurried over, smiling in a friendly greeting. "Your Highness, do you need something?" Yuri calmly invited, "We need to go somewhere, help us." He forced a smile and declined Yuri before turning away. "I'd love to go with you, sir, but I have urgent business." As Hernando turned away, before his words finished, he froze at the boy's declaration. "I'll clear all your gambling debts." He spun back in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, and asked, "Really?" Yuri smiled firmly and confirmed, "Yes, I'll pay back everything you lost to me." He continued, "Have I ever cheated you?" Hernando pondered for a long moment. "Not in the casino, no." Then he concluded, "No, sir." Yuri brightened at that. "Right." While pleased, Hernando added, "I mean, I've never seen you at a casino before." The smile on Yuri's face froze as he inspected himself. "Am I really like that?" Yuri left the two of them behind and ordered, "Anyway, I'm clearing your debts, so shut up and follow me." Hernando's expression registered confusion as he reached inside his coat to take something out, wondering if that's what he should do. A sheet of paper appeared in his hand. Hernando beamed and said, "I want it in black and white, please." Yuri went stone still when he saw it, dumbfounded and speechless. He clutched his head in disbelief as the two stood waiting behind him. Was that all the third Prince of Brial would say? Then he suddenly turned back, pointed at the stunned Gerald and ordered, "Gerald, witness this for me." Gerald could only stare, shocked and at a loss for words. Yuri's face grew fierce as he kept pointing at Gerald and repeated, "I said witness my words, Yuri Brial himself." Gerald, helpless, obediently complied, "Yes, sir." Hernando laughed brightly, tucked the paper into his coat, and said, "Then let's go, Your Highness." Yuri's expression turned serious as he heard the question. "What exactly is this place that requires a knight and a mage?" He answered crisply, making them more curious, "To Sword Mountain." Yuri curled a lip and in a mysterious tone said, "From now on, we." Then he declared bluntly, face alight with excitement, "Are going to raid our ancestors' dungeon." The three entered the cold, dark vault together. There was no light inside. Gerald led with a candle while the other two followed. Hernando scanned the surroundings and said, "I didn't expect such a large tunnel under the palace." Gerald looked straight ahead and asked, "Your Highness, what lies at the end of this cavern?" Yuri responded briefly, "It connects to Sword Mountain." He felt a bit unfamiliar, glanced back and added, "Sword Mountain, the only place with legends about the founder's relics." He lowered his head, somewhat pensive, and as they walked he confirmed, "That's right." Yuri recalled memories from his previous life, sitting and reading a paper about the family's secret. In that life, when the Empire seized Brial, they discovered a dungeon hidden in Sword Mountain, relics concealed there revealing the founder of Brial's legacy, and they made a fuss claiming they'd unearthed the founder's heritage. However, that tunnel had only been an emergency escape for him. A lone foot ran quietly through the dark corridor as his thoughts continued. "That's why I couldn't reach Brial's legacy and it fell into the Empire's hands." The small figure now turned his back on the hurried, fleeing silhouette of his grown self. Yuri kept reflecting, "This time is different. I won't just run away into the past, I'll advance step by step toward the future." His eyes shone with firm resolve and determination in his decision. "Yes, I will see it for myself, the legacy our ancestors left behind." Ahead lay a cool, dense forest, with a sunlit path running through its center. Yuri pushed aside the vine-covered door himself and stepped forward. The three of them went through the door in turn, led by Prince Yuri. Hernando turned to look around once and confirmed with Yuri, "So this is the route to Sword Mountain." He suddenly asked the man ahead with some curiosity, "Your Highness, where did you get the key? It looks like a holy relic." Yuri remained silent, recollecting the memory of obtaining the key. It had been hidden in the corner of the study just like in his past life. Back then he didn't know its purpose and paid a heavy price. He replied nonchalantly to the question, no need to know. Suddenly Hernando's hand snagged on a thorn. It was visibly scratched and reddened, and he cried out in pain, it hurts. Seeing Hernando injured, Yuri kindly warned, be careful, these leaves are sharp, don't get hurt, stay close to me. He silently followed behind Yuri, watching the composed figure leading them and pondering for a while. Hernando turned and called out, Gerald. Gerald, a bit surprised, responded reflexively, yes. In the vast, silent forest, the two voices carried clearly. Hernando asked, Your Highness, have you eaten something strange? Gerald beside him could only smile helplessly, maybe so. Yuri heard the idle chatter perfectly and shouted angrily, Are you two going to move or not? They blinked and laughed sheepishly, still hot-headed as before. Something ahead seemed to make him stop. He widened his eyes in surprise. Yuri signaled for the two to halt, looked, and cautioned, wait a moment. Ahead was a pack of wolves, malicious eyes, mouths foaming as if craving prey, growling at the humans. The three of them hid in the bushes and watched the wolves. Yuri stared and guessed, they hunt in packs, there are likely more of them. Gerald beside him, alarmed, asked, How do you know? Yuri replied coldly and briefly out of courtesy, I read it in a book. Hernando, hiding behind a tree, was stunned and wide-eyed at the revelation. A book, Your Highness. Yuri moved forward again and quietly called to the two, They haven't noticed us yet, stay silent. Unfortunately, someone's foot clumsily stepped on a dry twig on the ground, producing a loud snap. The two turned in alarm to look at the culprit stumbling behind them. He blushed in embarrassment, scratched his head, avoided their gaze, and could only force a smile. No sooner had Hernando uttered two words, I'm sorry, than a wolf leaped from behind, looking ferocious. Gerald panicked and rushed forward, shouting that Hernando was in danger. Hernando. Something flashed by, swift and indistinct as a cut. Immediately after, the wolf's head was severed from its neck as it lunged with its mouth open to bite. Hernando awkwardly stared at the large wolf collapsing at his feet, not understanding what had happened. Yuri remained calm, standing with his arms crossed. He praised and warned Gerald, Wolf fur is coarse, so use your mana form. Good job, Gerald. But the silhouette of a huge wolf emerged from the bushes. Its eyes burned like fire and its mouth foamed, craving flesh. It lunged forward and let out a long, piercing howl to call in more packmates. Soon the wolves had surrounded the three. Gerald faced them with his sword, shielding the two behind him. He gripped the glowing magical sword tightly, gritted his teeth in a ready stance, and warned the others, Don't stray too far from me. The two ferocious wolves, having waited for their moment, were ready to pounce on the human. Then suddenly they sprang, preparing to leap onto where Gerald stood. His face filled with hostility as he took a defensive stance. Gerald pushed back with all his strength. One slash ended the lives of two wolves. Seeing that, Hernando brightened and freely praised, Well done, no wonder you're a Brial knight. Yuri immediately agreed, yes, truly impressive. The sight of Gerald risking himself against the savage pack made him exclaim that he still had a lot to work on. He was grit-teethed and holding on. The wolves' strength was overwhelming, and Gerald's whole body trembled with exhaustion. Yuri turned and called to Hernando as a reminder, Hernando. He immediately got the hint and replied, yes. Hernando summoned a powerful flame, preparing to attack the wolves. Time for him to show his skill. My father would be proud. Many fireballs appeared around him. Hernando stood proudly amid the flames and praised Yuri. You know how to make use of a mage in combat. Gerald, fiercely holding off a hungry wolf, was puzzled by the sudden light and turned to ask, what's happening? Before he could finish, he saw a fireball hurtling toward him. Gerald hastily withdrew the sword that had been blocking the wolf's jaws. He leapt with all his might just before the fireball struck. A massive explosion occurred where Gerald had just been standing. Flames engulfed the area, obscuring everything. Evening fell and the sky cleared. The whole town spread out under the sunset as a voice said, I didn't expect there to be monsters beyond the wolf pack. Gerald bent over, panting and somewhat irritated. He glanced over reproachfully, yes, which is why we were delayed, but we're here now. The three stood proudly atop the peak, gazing at the sky, the summit of Sword Mountain. Gerald stood for a moment, looked around, then turned to Yuri, who was walking off, and asked, Is this really the place, Your Highness? There's nothing up here. He idly glanced about and replied, It is the place. Yuri thought to himself that there had to be something, and in that moment his eyes truly caught sight of something unusual. A gleaming red gem suddenly appeared in the ground below. There it is. Yuri immediately crouched down and dug fiercely at the soil. I have to get this out. Gerald, seeing him like that, panicked and asked, Your Highness. He quickly ran over to help and called back to Hernando. Hernando, help too. Hernando, unenthusiastic, complained, Mages don't do heavy digging, you know. The space fell silent as time passed. Birds merrily flew across the sky. Beneath the dug ground lay an old sword, but the gem set on it shone unbelievably bright. Yuri lifted the dirt-covered sword out with his own hands. He held the sword up before him. Sunlight struck it and it gleamed. Yuri breathed, oh. Hernando stood staring at the sword, pondered, then said, It doesn't look like it was buried, more like a brand new blade. It seemed Yuri had noticed something unexpected. his expression changed noticeably. There was an inscription on the sword. Yuri muttered it aloud, giddy. Gerald behind him asked, "Is that the founder's relic?" Yuri idly stroked the sword and said, "I'm not sure." Suddenly the ground trembled and cracked open, startling all three. Yuri looked very excited and told the others, "We'll know in just a moment." The mountain they were standing on finally crumbled and could no longer support them. The three of them fell together downward as Gerald screamed. They plummeted straight down in a blinding streak of light, their frantic cries continuing to echo. They fell as dust and debris sprayed everywhere. Below appeared a tunnel, at the end of which gleamed the dazzling light of a gem. Yuri suddenly came to, opening his eyes to find himself lying on top of someone. Gerald beneath him groaned continuously as he cushioned the fall, his body emanating blue mana. Yuri pushed himself up, taking in the situation, and despite Gerald's exhaustion and near fainting, he praised him. "Using your mana form to protect the body, impressive." Turning to look back, he saw Hernando gently lowering himself, 2 mana orbs on either side supporting him. "Oh, this is deeper than I thought." Yuri glared at Hernando, gripping the sword tightly in reproach. "You ignored the prince's safety to save yourself?" Embarrassed, Hernando forced a smile and tried to explain. It was urgent. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out behind them, causing Hernando to freeze. He immediately turned back to assess the situation. Hernando pointed frantically toward the end of the tunnel. There was a figure surrounded by dark magic. "Your Highness, over there." Yuri, still sulking, turned away unbelievingly. "Don't change the subject, it's not going to work." The shadow was pitch black and indistinct except for something shining gold. Hernando screamed in terror. "No, really, there's a ghost." Hearing that, Yuri snapped his head around in alarm and asked him, "What?" Before them strode an enormous figure clad head to toe in iron armor, radiating dense dark magic, its red eyes terrifying. Yuri stood still, mustering courage to face the strange being, thinking to himself, "It's a death knight." He bent down and called to the man writhing in pain on the ground, "Gerald, get up." The man groaned in discomfort. Angry, Yuri ran over and kicked Gerald several times, shouting, "I said get up." Gerald cried out in pain and sprang to his feet. Gerald, not yet understanding the situation, sat up in a panic and looked around. Where is this? He suddenly went rigid when he saw the massive figure approaching him. Gerald straightened, sword in hand, warning in a combat-ready stance, "Your Highness, please step back. I will confront the Death Knight." Yuri, seeing this, didn't know how to react and thought, "Not bad." The knight abruptly halted, motionless. Yuri stared at him, his gaze unshaken. "Death Knight." The Death Knight loomed large, a skull with blood-red eyes, true to its name, a knight returned from death. When a knight dies and becomes a Death Knight, their power increases far beyond their living strength. Calmly, Yuri stepped forward to the astonishment of the gaping Gerald. "It's fine, this one isn't dangerous." Gerald still wasn't convinced and asked him, "How do you know?" only to receive Yuri's casual, joking reply, "I can feel it." Yuri approached the Death Knight closely and smiled without fear. "He's guarding the founder's tomb, so he isn't directing murderous intent at me. I'm of that bloodline." He asked the knight directly, "Is that right?" The Death Knight stood silently, saying nothing. Suddenly it drew its sword with no prior movement. Seeing this, Hernando and Gerald panicked and rushed forward, faces blanching as they called, "Your Highness." He dodged the Death Knight's unexpected strike as the two warned him, "Careful." For some reason, the sword was driven straight into the ground, creating a crack. Hernando's face was full of horror. He covered his mouth and stammered, "No, it's impossible that His Highness's head was split like that." Yuri, his face radiating killing intent and his bangs cut off, spun around and shouted, "What do you mean?" Hernando, still trembling, tried to explain, "I mean His Highness's hair was cut in half." The Death Knight suddenly spoke, his words mocking and furious, his tone arrogantly identical to that man's. Yuri stood below and calmly asked straight out while the knight drew his sword again, "Who are you?" The two behind were jolted by the name the Death Knight uttered, Erich Brial. Gerald cried out in confusion, "Erich Brial is..." Hernando hesitated and added, "He's the name everyone in Brial knows. A swordmaster who united the continent with a single blade." An image of Erich Brial from the past appeared, magnificent amid the people's acclaim. He was also the ancestor of Brial, the knightly kingdom's first king. Yuri put his hand to his chest and asked the knight, "Am I the first to come here?" The Death Knight immediately confirmed, "Yes." He looked at the sword Yuri held and explained further, "If you were not a descendant of Brial, you could not wield that sword." Yuri then lifted the sword to admire it, his tone serious. "So this is the peerless sacred sword our ancestor used." The Death Knight suddenly spoke unexpectedly, freezing Yuri, "I used it." He looked confused by Yuri's disdainful, slightly hostile expression. "What is that look? Do you despise it because I used it?" Yuri reluctantly explained, "I just feel guilty for touching someone else's belongings." Suddenly, the Death Knight's voice grew more serious, prompting Yuri to look up anxiously. "Descendant of Brial." His large frame spoke calmly but with an intimidating presence, "Tell me why you have come here." Yuri fell silent, gripping the sword tightly in his hand without a word. Then he reached out, eyes resolute, and declared boldly, "I am Yuri Brial, the third prince of the current Brial line, a descendant of Erich Brial. Bestow his legacy upon me." The Death Knight Knight showed no reaction, merely studied him with those glowing eyes. Then it suddenly turned and strode away, leaving the three stunned. It walked toward the end of the tunnel, speaking as it went, "Time has come. The moment for me to carry out my duty." Yuri's expression grew more serious at the Death Knight's words. "I will give you what you seek." He lifted his foot, intending to follow it to the place it led. Gerald stood frozen, watching the third prince follow behind the Death Knight. His face showed utter shock, disbelief written all over it. "No way." Gerald glanced at the ground, his mind filled with thoughts. "We've come to the Brial ancestor's tomb and talked to a Death Knight. This isn't the life of a royal knight I imagined." Suddenly a voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts. "Gerald, Yuri has gone deeper." Yuri's face was obscured by light. He turned and asked, "What are you standing there for?" Gerald was jolted awake by the voice, saying, "Huh." Then something appeared in his head, startling him. A vision of a swordsman sitting on the battlefield speaking. Something flashed before him. Gerald thought to himself, "Your Highness." The voice startled him again. "Aren't you coming?" He rubbed his head and shook it, visibly uncomfortable. "Impossible. Why am I seeing these random things?" Gerald quickly ran toward Yuri, shouting loudly, "Come here." The Death Knight stood silently before the glittering gemstone slab. Then he gently sat down right in front of it. Yuri turned and saw the Death Knight sitting there regally, which left him puzzled. A gust of wind and a shaft of light blew in, catching the three of them off guard. They could only shield their eyes from the glare. In the silent space, the Death Knight's voice rang out like a farewell. "I hope so." Yuri forced his eyes open at the sound, the light and wind still pouring over him. He spoke his final words before departing. "You are worthy." Then Yuri found himself holding his sword, the surroundings now somewhere else above ground. He looked around in confusion for the others' figures. Where was this? From the distance, a figure carrying a sword gradually approached, making Yuri a little alarmed. He stared in that direction and guessed, could it be the ancestor? A breeze brought a sense of unease. Yuri seemed to realize something. Wait, that. The faceless silhouette suddenly took a stance and lunged forward to attack. Its features were indistinct. Its whole body was pale as a statue, rushing in as if flying, not human. He quickly parried its previous blow, using all his strength to withstand it. A blue vortex contracted, growing progressively smaller. Yuri now stood in the cavern, his face pale and astonished. This is. The faceless figure with a sword appeared, standing imposingly before him, mana form. Instead of attacking immediately, the phantom raised a hand toward its chest. Deep within, mana spun around, forming a small orb. Not understanding its intent, Yuri raised an eyebrow and watched the phantom's gesture with suspicion. Then the mana orb in its chest grew larger, and blue light began to spread down across its body. Even the sword in its hand became enveloped in the mana aura, transforming into a mystical blue blade. Maintaining a combat stance, Yuri focused intently, studying it, the method of applying mana. It was teaching him the basics. When the sword had fully turned blue, the mana form waved a finger at him, as if signaling Yuri. At that motion, his eyes showed puzzlement as he tried to interpret its purpose. "You want me to mimic you during the fight?" Realizing the other's intent, Yuri rubbed his head and burst into laughter. "Ha ha," he thought, "my ancestor really is crazy." Watching the phantom try to teach him to fight, he pondered, training someone who's never learned mana through actual combat. Then he touched his head, his expression turning serious. This was only possible because he had memories from a past life. Though difficult, he was determined. Yuri knelt on the ground, his hand lightly touching the dry earth as he began to regulate his chi, as before. Immediately, mana began to emanate from his hand as an intense blue light, rising gently like smoke. Seeing this, he held out his hand and examined it for a moment, his tone showing a hint of joy. "So that's how it is." Appearing ready, Yuri called out to the phantom, catching its attention with a casual "hey." The sword in his hand was quickly wrapped in mana. His expression revealed excitement mixed with challenge. "I don't fully understand yet." The phantom broke into an eager, combative smile when it heard his request. "Let's see what you've got." Facing the imposing phantom, Yuri felt no fear and resolved to fight. He had to grow stronger. Determination and resolve flashed in his eyes as he raised his sword decisively. In the near future, the Empire would begin to reveal its greed and invade Brial. Imagining the leader of the Empire, cunning and sly, mustered tens of thousands of troops to invade the kingdom of Brial. Hatred welled up inside him. He would do whatever it took to destroy them and never repeat past mistakes. That hatred drove Yuri, causing the mana on his blade to flare more fiercely. The swordsmanship of Erich Brial. As quick as a flash, Yuri instantly blinked toward the phantom, leaving a long streak of light. Before he even registered it, Yuri leapt up, his eyes full of killing intent as he swung the sword in his hands with force. Both wore expressions of fierce delight and aggression. With nimble, deft movements, Yuri immediately hacked at his opponent, and the dummy quickly parried. Their intense training erupted. Meanwhile, through a hazy, dreamy gaze, a luxurious chamber gradually came into view. The scene clarified. Before him was a row of training weapons, all stored with care. Scanning the surroundings, Gerald couldn't help but feel puzzled and annoyed. He frowned and muttered, "Huh." After watching the spacious room for a while and seeing the neatly arranged dummies, he vaguely realized, this is a training hall. To be sure, Gerald moved closer to probe, constantly glancing around to scout the situation. After confirming it, Gerald rubbed the lock of hair still stained with blood and said firmly, "So it's not a dream." Suddenly, a mysterious sound rang out. He spun around, his hand clamping on his sword in a ready stance as he shouted bravely, "Where are you hiding? Come out." Just as he expected, a foot appeared right behind Gerald and then slowly advanced toward his defensive position. With sharp senses, he immediately detected someone behind him, his cold gaze sweeping to the rear. When he turned, his expression shifted from tense to puzzled. Gerald froze for a beat, staring in surprise at the figure before him. To his astonishment, the opponent looked exactly like Gerald, as if cast from the same mold, a taunting smile on his lips as he kept advancing his double. Was this the Death Knight's test? Unfazed, he seriously demanded the other's name. "What is your name? Are you also Gerald?" Immediately, the double's eyes turned eerie and dangerous. A provocative smile formed at his mouth as he threatened, "Gerald, don't fight fate." Those words left Gerald stunned, his gaze incredulous and cautious. "What?" Calmly, the double explained with an aggressive look. "Didn't you join the Night Corps to live comfortably?" Seeing Gerald grow more tense and wary, he kept taunting and threatening, "Stay away from the third prince. Resisting fate will only bring you suffering." Those words struck at Gerald's soft spot. He bowed his head, sighed, and pondered for a while. Gerald's reflection flashed across the blade. With a solemn look, he stared at himself and thought, "I'd agree if I were my former self, but..." Just thinking of training with Yuri in the past, Yuri's excited eyes instantly changed his prejudice. "Not boring at all, it's flashy for sure." At that, Gerald's spirit surged. He broke into an eager smile and taunted back, his tone highly provoking. "Because it's fake, you don't get it, do you?" Hearing this, the double's face darkened. He glared at Gerald with displeasure and irritation. "What's done can't be undone. Think about your past actions." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance while the double cautiously raised his sword, raising an eyebrow at Gerald's words. "It only makes things more troublesome." Gerald's remark annoyed him. He immediately channeled mana into his blade and scowled as he retorted, "That's the wrong answer." Instantly, he took a running step and lunged at Gerald, generating a powerful gust of force. With killing intent and determination flashing in his eyes, he barreled toward where Gerald stood at terrifying speed. When he reached Gerald, he unleashed a fierce strike, but Gerald quickly dodged to the side and blocked the blow with his sword, producing a violent shockwave. In that moment, Gerald's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his face intensely serious as he parried the assault, the clash of weapons ringing out relentlessly, predictable. Neither showed any intention of yielding. Gerald's eyes remained unflinching as he poured in all his strength until he trembled, the silence broken only by the metallic strikes, his technique focused on defense to minimize risk. Immediately after, Gerald's sword shifted from defense to offense, swiftly knocking his sword aside, so like my former self. Under that intense pressure, the attacker drew his leg back, slammed into the ground with force, and sprang up abruptly and decisively, carefully watching Gerald's blade. At that instant, the corner of Gerald's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. His voice, cold and nonchalant, sounded boring. Finishing his words, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and with all his strength delivered a lethal strike. Gerald's blade rose decisively and slashed fiercely into the attacker's chest. The man took the full hit, biting down in pain and recoiling. Quickly, he was felled by Gerald's skillful swordwork and collapsed to the ground, while Gerald remained extremely cautious, breathing heavily and exhausted. But it didn't end there. Inside the attacker's armor, a muddy liquid poured out violently, accompanied by a sinister black miasma. Seeing that scene, he was stunned. His face went pale with shock and amazement, speechless. The mass of muck swelled monstrously, surging until it was 10 times Gerald's size and reaching up to the training hall's roof. Moreover, it took the form of a grotesque giant beast, bulging with muscle and immense bulk, its presence pressing down on Gerald beneath. Of course, there had to be a second phase. Facing that savage monster, his gaze remained unusually calm, resolute, and unyielding. Even his mana flared intensely. Its size was truly overwhelming. The prince must be in a battle too. Gerald slowly lowered himself into a stable fighting stance. Mana surged and enveloped his keen blade as he stared the creature down without a hint of fear, silently pleading, "Please overcome this, your highness." At the same time, in a barren wasteland, jagged rocks rose up, the wind howling through, not a tree in sight. Only a few tufts of grass clung to the crevices. The large slabs were etched with deep, razor-sharp gouges from blades, forming uneven, jagged furrows. Under the blazing, scorching sun, Yuri slumped down, his back against a rock cracked into large fragments, his body gravely wounded as he helplessly watched the phantom slowly approach. After the relentless attacks, he curled up on the cold ground, fresh blood soaking the hem of his clothes, his face scarred with scratches and cuts. At that moment, the phantom raised its sword high toward the sky, showing no mercy or hesitation as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Deep blue mana erupted violently, producing a powerful shock that blasted everything aside, flaring like a terrifying explosion. The mana raised its hand. Around its arm, a spreading source of blue power surged outward. It lunged quickly toward where Yuri lay, pouring all its strength into the swing. Yuri's face darkened as he remained motionless. Then, taking advantage of its momentary lapse in vigilance, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly, channeling a bit of mana into it. Yuri sprang up, a cold blue light flashed in his eyes as he thrust the sword straight forward. He swung the blade in a single cut, creating a blue arc that struck the mana form and sent it flying before it could block. The ground beneath cracked from the blow, producing a massive explosion. A plume of white smoke rose from the mana form's body as it planted one foot on the ground. Amid the spreading dust, Yuri exhaled, yet he kept his guard up, gripping his sword toward it, not knowing how much time had passed. He lunged at the mana form again, but continued to dodge without committing to an attack, like a cat toying with a mouse. This was a bit risky. How to use mana like this? The mana form suddenly counterattacked. Yuri hastily stepped back to block the strike, marveling inwardly at how it wielded the sword, learned through relentless blade contact. After a while, Yuri sheathed his sword, thinking he was beginning to stabilize. He glanced at the mana form, his voice showing slight surprise. The mana form stood still, the sword in its hand was mottled with cracks. Then it shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing the figure dissolve before him, he felt a bit of joy. It was vanishing. Before it fully faded, the mana form raised its hand and waved at him, as if bidding farewell and offering a compliment. Only then did Yuri relax into a light smile, lowering his guard. So it's over. Yuri closed his eyes and whispered a goodbye thank you. The wind rose, weaving through the rock faces, and the mana form's afterimage rode the breeze away. Suddenly Yuri frowned and let out a soft, irritated sound. Then he opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. A gentle light fell upon him. He heard voices nearby and turned quickly. Hernando and Gerald were talking. "Gerald, are you okay?" Hernando asked. Gerald scratched his neck and hesitantly replied, "Ah yes, I'm fine." Yuri realized then that he had returned. Behind him, the Death Knight sat before a group and in a hoarse voice remarked, "You all seem to be dreaming." Yuri glanced at him. What was that just now? The Death Knight stood and answered Yuri's question in a low tone. The mission from Enrich, some things he left for Brial's heir. Hearing that, Yuri bowed his head in thought, recalling the fire years ago. In his previous life, Sword Mountain was brutally destroyed by the Empire so no Brial royalty could claim it. Putting that aside, Yuri looked up at the four knights before him. Did the ancestor also use this mana? The Death Knight immediately denied it. No. His bloodshot eyes looked down at him as he slowly explained. Enrich obtained that thing while traveling east in his later years. Pausing, the Death Knight continued, it was his final legacy, forged from the pinnacle of knowledge. You are its first heir. Yuri then asked, puzzled why it wasn't passed down to descendants in the usual way but left like this. After a moment of silence, the Death Knight said the dungeon only opens at certain times. He stood backlit, which made him appear even more eerie, saying that when the dungeon opens it means the time has come to use that power. Yuri stared at him. What do you mean? The Death Knight paused and said, I cannot answer that question. Find out for yourself. After those words, Yuri bent his head and stared at the radiant blood gem set into the sword's pommel. Watching the mana radiating around the sword, Yuri involuntarily asked, what's the name of this mana form? He answered, Soul Sever. He muttered the name under his breath, Soul Sever. Then the Death Knight said, you Brial, kneel on one knee. I will bestow the ancestor's legacy to Brial's heir. His eyes flashed an eerie red light. Yuri obeyed, kneeling on one knee and placing the sword beside him. The four knights laid a hand on his head. His tone turned strangely gentle. Do not fear your enemies. He closed his eyes and slowly felt the air hovering around him. Yes. The four knights continued their admonition. Act according to your convictions. He replied, yes. To the very end, you must fulfill Brial's duty. At that moment, a strange black aura appeared around him. Yuri remained unaware, still bowing and accepting. Yes. Suddenly, the four knights gripped his head, causing Yuri pain. He opened an eye in surprise and looked at them. This time, he drew closer, the black aura enveloping him. His bass voice seemed to sink into Yuri's bones. Remember well. Yuri gritted his teeth and met his gaze sharply. Brial does not abandon his honor, even unto death. This is Brial's vow. After he finished speaking, he had completed his mission. The four knights' bodies, like a breeze, slowly faded from the world. Yuri stared blankly at the sight. His eyes now bore an odd reddish tint. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny, the wind lightly stirring as if scraping at one's heart. Ina pushed back the blanket and turned, her voice gentle as she woke him. Your Highness, it's morning. Yuri lay in bed and sighed in displeasure, placing a hand over his forehead to block the light streaming onto the bed. She came closer, hands on her hips and concern in her voice. Are you tired? You came back late last night. Ina mumbled, you looked like you might faint when you laid down. Yuri sat up, rubbing his neck tiredly and forced a smile. Sorry. He stretched and yawned a long yawn. I went to the royal library last night for a bit. Ina sounded puzzled. Why the library all of a sudden? He explained slowly, because I needed to find a record. He recalled the information he'd uncovered last night. A record in the library about the royal bloodline described that enriched Brial had a brother or sister. That person had been erased from history and not given a name because they had discarded their honor. He silently concluded that the person must be that Death Knight. Then Yuri looked at the sword placed in the corner of the room and at its original owner. At that moment, Ina returned carrying a set of clothes. Your Highness, you need to change quickly. His Majesty is looking for you. Yuri got out of bed, puzzled. Why? She hurried on. I'm not sure, but after meeting with Lord Hernando, His Majesty wishes to see you immediately. He closed his eyes as a sense of unease washed over him. Hernando him. He remembered that when leaving the dungeon Hernando had called him back. Your Highness. Yuri turned to look at him, puzzled. His tone had been serious. I'll report today's events to His Majesty. Yuri frowned at him, sounding reluctant. Is that necessary? Gerald also held a torch and stopped to wait for the two of them. Hernando put a hand on his hip and grinned broadly. Yes, I think it's necessary. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling deeply troubled. Apparently everything had already been reported. Main hall. Yuri stood before Floor and spoke respectfully. Father wishes to see you. He held his forehead, looking at him gently. Yes, I heard from Hernando. Last night you not only went out on your own, you also discovered the ancestors' dungeon in Sword Mountain. He hesitated. Yes, that's true, but his eyes sneaked a glance at the sword in his hands. Floor noticed as well. He sat up straight and asked, you found the sword in that dungeon, did you? Yuri admitted honestly, yes, sir. Floor stood and stepped closer. I've heard you've changed a great deal, he said, approaching Yuri and looking down at him from above. He frowned slightly, listing names one by one. The maid, Bernard, Saint, and even Hernando. Speak, Floor said, rubbing his son's head. His voice echoed in the great hall. Tell me how you have changed. Yuri widened his eyes at the question. Yuri was silent, a little tense as he swallowed. His hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Then he took a step back. Floor looked astonished at his action. Floor asked again, you don't want to? Yuri spoke, his words barely forming. No, that's not it, sir. Floor asked, then why did you step back with that expression? Looking at Floor's hand clenched, he gave his reason. Because father was holding my hand tightly, sir. Hearing that, Floor relaxed his hand. Ah, I see. He looked at him. Now you may speak. After a moment, Yuri began to tell him, I had a dream. Floor raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. A dream. He stood there with a feeling of helplessness and regret. Yes, in that dream I committed a grave sin. Floor looked at Yuri's small frame. A grave sin. What do you call him by name? Yuri Brial. He glanced down at his son's determined face, wondering what sin he had committed in the dream. Floor looked sternly at Yuri. What sin did you commit in the dream? Yuri bowed his head, not meeting his gaze. My sin is, I couldn't save Brial, he said, his voice tinged with pain. Floor listened intently. Yuri recalled the horrific scenes of his past life, the regret and helplessness, and the utterly tragic death. In the dream, Brial was caught in a war and countless innocent lives were taken. He tried to save the kingdom but failed. The kingdom collapsed and I threw away all honor to flee, then died miserably. Yuri placed his hand over the empty spot on his chest. I woke from the dream and the necklace my mother gave me was gone. His voice grew low and sorrowful. I think. Yuri remembered the image of the chain and his mother's features. He stood before his father and confessed that the dream had been his mother's warning. After a long pause, Floor finally asked, what destroyed the kingdom in your dream? This time Yuri hesitated, half wanting to tell, half afraid it was. His face hardened as he calculated carefully. Mentioning the empire now would be premature. There was a chance the invasion might not occur because he had changed the past. After a long while, he finally spoke. I'm not certain. It was a dark army I didn't recognize. Floor fell silent, looking at him as if he had seen through everything, but he asked no more questions. Floor put a hand on his hip, his voice softening. I see. It may have been a random nightmare or a warning from Lily, but I'm glad you've begun to think more clearly. Despite Floor's encouragement, Yuri still didn't feel any less guilty, did he? I'm just struggling to be forgiven, he thought, standing there as if watching his past life's self flee from reality. At that moment, Floor spoke again, bringing him back. There is something we must confirm. He folded his arms and looked at him sternly, then picked up his sword. Floor Brial, a prodigy with a sword from the moment he could walk, once holding the title of the first, his name engraved across the continent for his superb skill. The continent's strongest were called the 10 Greats. He was regarded as the greatest among them. Now he and Yuri stood facing each other with swords drawn. Simply put, a swordsman so powerful no one on the continent could underestimate him. Yuri tensed, voice betraying his awe. This is my first time in the training hall. Floor looked down at him. I didn't think any of my children had sword talent. Yuri pouted, sulking, except me of course. Floor sighed, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Talent. Then Floor raised his sword and pointed it at Yuri as if issuing a challenge. He asked, what is the talent of a swordsman? Yuri hesitated as he stared at the sharp tip before him. Before Yuri could answer, Floor posed another question: strength, speed, reflexes, or outstanding intellect. If my child possessed all those traits, Yuri's eyes widened in shock as he tightened his grip on the hilt. Could he become a great knight? Then Floor dismissed it. No. Yuri still didn't understand. His expression turned serious. Floor sheathed his sword and held the scabbard straight before him. He began to teach something more important than what appears above the surface of the iceberg, something that could push you beyond human limits. His eyes sharpened, something surpassing consciousness of duty or danger. Then suddenly Floor's eyes widened, revealing a mysterious glint of red. Only then did Yuri grasp the seriousness of the matter. Panic rose in him and he hurriedly assumed a stance with his sword. Wait. He saw the powerful aura enveloping Floor and felt an immense pressure. The air around his father had changed. Then Floor returned the sword to its sheath, his voice normal again. I don't even know what to call it. It's like answering the call from the sword, he said, his face grave. Yuri froze, eyes wide with shock. Then he slowly lowered his sword. Only then did he speak, offering the answer Floor had been waiting for. Like fate, sir. Floor nodded slightly, perhaps so. Yuri picked up his sword again, remaining silent. He looked at the sword. In his previous life, he would not have followed the path of swordsmanship. Yuri watched his reflection on the blade and wondered to himself, what now? Floor stepped closer to him. What do you think? Should you take up the sword? His question sounded both like an inquiry and an order. Once given, there would be no choice. Do you hear the sword's call? When death draws near, will you still grasp your sword? Faced with Floor's sharp question, Yuri remained still and silent, for he wasn't even sure whether he wanted to or not. In the end, he chose to refuse. Yuri shook his head. No. I don't feel anything at all. He looked up at him, voice a little tentative. Before he could finish, Yuri saw Floor's face darken. His eyes blazed with danger. The air seemed to freeze, and Yuri felt suffocated by the overwhelming presence. Panicking, he stumbled back, stammering in terror, Father. Yuri looked around in fear. He felt as if thousands of eyes were fixed on him, scrutinizing his whole body, which only increased his panic. Apparently, he hadn't heard the briefing. His face drained of color as he weakly gasped. It was as if he were witnessing the atrocities of his past life. Countless cries of agony overlapping. No, run, Prince, run, run. Prince Yuri, in his eyes, he seemed to see again the smoke and flame of that brutal battle from before. The fire rose, scorching as if to burn out his sight. The image of Brial's castle submerged in a sea of fire imprinted itself in his mind, reminding him that was the sin he had committed. He saw the scene of them being slaughtered by the Empire's soldiers. And Yuri had only stood there, helplessly watching, doing nothing, incapable of anything. He stood with vacant eyes. Suddenly Yuri snapped awake, crying out in alarm, what? He spun his head frantically, looking around. Why was Brial engulfed in flames? A voice rang out there, the third prince, the last prince of Brial. Hearing that, he looked toward the sound in horror. He saw Imperial soldiers rushing this way with swords drawn. Seeing a vast army marching through the sea of fire, he recoiled in shock. Imperial troops. Suddenly he froze. Yuri looked down at his hands, face filled with terror. Wait, what is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had returned. Looking at the sea of fire and the Imperial army before him, despair overwhelmed him. Could Brial truly fall? The blaze surged, drowning the entire kingdom in flames. Yuri stood stunned at the desolation before him, thinking, what is this? A soldier from behind lunged at him with a sword, shouting, die, Prince of Brial. Yuri reacted quickly and turned his back. He parried the strike. The clashing blades sent sparks flying. He gritted his teeth and held on. Yuri rallied his strength and counterattacked, finally swinging his sword to finish the attacker. The knights protecting Yuri shouted, Your Highness, we'll hold them off, please run. The knights stood in the front to block Brial's enemies. They protected Yuri, urging, Prince, run. One by one the knights fell. They could not withstand the might of the Imperial forces. Yuri stood frozen, stepping on a banner trampled into the ground. He couldn't accept it and asked himself in disbelief, is this just a dream? Yuri couldn't believe the reality and wondered again, was Brial's fate to be destroyed? The iron-tipped sword point struck the scorching ground, leaving a crack. His face darkened, but he had to accept the truth in helplessness and despair. I cannot stop it. He stepped toward the enemies. They gripped their weapons, each point aimed at Yuri, their stance ready to lunge at any moment. Yuri tightened his hold on the sword, but he grew resolute, facing the foes who wanted to tear him apart. Yuri gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a will of determination, recalling the vow he had made to himself, that he would not fear the enemy. Thoughts kept coming. He remembered the figure who had ended his life and told himself to act according to his convictions, to carry out Brial's duty to the end. He began to raise his sword high, shouting as he charged, as if all his strength would erupt in this moment. The blade came down in a devastating slash, aimed straight at the chest of the enemy before him. One by one, the men fell beneath each sweep of his sword. Syrup splattered into his eyes, but he no longer cared. Suddenly, a sharp spearhead lunged straight at him. Yuri used his hand to block the spear's tip, his other hand still gripping the sword tightly. He gathered force into his sword hand, preparing to thrust forward. The blade pierced through the soldier's head, making him utter a weak cry. He pulled the syrup-coated sword out and readied himself to continue fighting. Yuri panted. Imperial knights surrounded Yuri, shouting triumphantly, Prince of Brial, your death has come. They taunted him to give up. Yuri bowed his head and teeth clenched, whispered Brial. He raised his sword once more with full determination. vowing never to abandon his honor until death. He charged like a flash of light all the way to the end. He descended like a harbinger of destruction toward the imperial men, determined to fulfill Brial's duty. Then he returned to the room in the castle. With bloodshot pupils, Yuri kept murmuring that phrase until the end. Floor tried shaking Yuri's shoulder, calling Yuri, Yuri, do you hear my voice? He shouted loudly, Yuri. Only then did Yuri come to his senses, drenched in cold sweat. Yuri looked at the person before him in panic. Father. He gripped the sword and frantically looked around. A legion, a black legion. Floor put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Yuri, calm down, it's only an illusion. Yuri trembled as he looked at the sword in his hand. He gripped it tighter and gradually calmed down. Yes, it's only an illusion. Floor fell silent and watched Yuri for a long time without saying anything more. After a while he exhaled heavily. It seems I was wrong. He acknowledged Yuri's decision. It seemed Yuri would grasp the sword. Yuri was surprised by those words. Then he smiled cheerfully. Yuri affirmed to his father once more, yes, I have made up my mind. Floor gazed at Yuri pensively. Seeing him look at him like that made him inwardly annoyed. Why is father looking at me that way? Who would think I'm dead? He reached out to touch him. Yuri joked as if chatting with a friend, which surprised the king with this warm gesture. It's fine, nothing to worry about. He pointed at himself, excessively vain. I'm a genius after all. Floor only smiled faintly. He raised his fist, leaving Yuri puzzled. Yuri's shout echoed through the castle. The sky was deep blue, and birds flew beneath the sun. Yuri went to the training grounds. Bernard turned and looked at Yuri in puzzlement. Seeing Yuri's swollen head, he exclaimed, Your Highness. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked as if it were routine, Who is it from today? Yuri answered bashfully, Father. Bernard remarked, It seems His Majesty was a bit heavy-handed, but I won't go easy either. He put a hand to the back of his neck and calmly replied, I know. Yuri shot a cold, steely glance. Only now did he notice Bernard stayed because of his father. He scratched his head and asked, Bernard, you stayed in Brial on the condition you could spar with my father, right? Bernard answered, Yes, that's right. He crossed his arms seriously and asked him, Would you continue to stay here if I asked you to, even if you couldn't fight my father? Bernard looked down at the boy before him with an indifferent expression. Then he smiled and replied, No. Yuri inwardly grumbled in displeasure, damn it, still thoughtless as ever. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, a smile Yuri did not see. He voiced what he felt, It seems your highness wants me to stay here. Bernard stroked his chin and said a condition. I'll accept if you show me something convincing, something like. He paused, then continued, the swordsmanship of Brial's ancestor, Erich Brial. Yuri's face went pale and he stepped back in shock. You want me to teach the ancestor's sword style? Bernard rubbed his hands and laughed, I'm interested. Yuri scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Bernard, but that's difficult. He thought to himself that the demand made sense coming from one called the Fierce Sword. Bernard explained that not mastering the mana form yet was normal. It's fine if he hadn't controlled it. He had already taken that into account. Yuri prepared to draw his sword to explain, You're right, but I mean this won't help you much. He raised the sword and let the rising power flow out. A blue light enveloped him. The sword style had to be paired with a mana form. Bernard rubbed his chin, puzzled, then said what he knew, paired together. First I'm hearing that. Usually mana forms only enhance sword techniques. Yuri closed his eyes. He put one hand on his hip, the other holding the sword, and replied, That's right, which is why I said passing it on is difficult. It's only half perfected. Bernard fell silent, contemplative. After a moment of inner struggle, he said, All right then. Yuri looked up in surprise, really. He pressed a hand to his chest and pledged on his honor, even half is enough. In return, I will stay in Brial. He said confidently, even half will contain something I can understand. Yuri snorted to himself, crazy confidence. He smiled faintly. Yuri asked once more to be sure, All right, so you'll still stay in Brial as promised, right? Bernard replied firmly, Yes, your highness. He turned away, stepping back from Yuri. Very well. He pointed the sword toward Yuri and demanded, Show me, please. Yuri agreed and took his stance. Fine, watch Soul Slash by Yuri Brial. Bernard suddenly spoke again, causing Yuri to pause. There's something I haven't told you. He smiled and revealed a truth that stunned Yuri. Actually, I intended to stay in Brial from the start. His Majesty ordered me to remain here another 10 years. Yuri felt tricked and shouted, What, you mean? He swung the sword forward provocatively and asked, You're not going to attack? Bernard assumed a stance and lunged forward, Then I'll go first. Yuri, furious, clenched his sword tighter. What the? The iron tip of the sword slammed hard into the ground. He charged in anger with a shout, finally speaking up, Bernard quickly parried the attack. Dusk fell over the magnificent castle. Lying on the large bed, Yuri stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. His pupils reflected the flames of that fateful night. His heart felt lighter, things had changed. He recalled the image of the castle engulfed in fire. Yuri wanted a future where Brial would not be destroyed by his mistakes. He thought about his teacher's decision. Though there was no special plan, Bernard's choice to remain in Brial was proof enough. He punched the air determinedly. Changing the future was vague and uncertain, but bit by bit, it was surely changing. He narrowed his eyes, planning for the greater cause. It's not over yet. This time I must stop the empire. His gaze was full of resolve. Do not fail. Yes, do not fail. A sound beside him made Yuri startle and let out a small cry as he turned. Ina warned him, you must avoid causing trouble. He sat up and asked her anything else. She placed a hand on her hip, angrily retorting, you cause problems every day, so you don't even understand what I'm saying, do you? Ina closed her eyes, sighed, and clarified for Yuri, you have a meeting tomorrow, that's why I warned you. Surprised, he asked, a meeting. She answered, yes, a council of elders meeting. She continued and asked him, His Majesty said you'll attend this time, haven't you heard? Yuri really hadn't known. He stared at Ina, feeling slightly uneasy. Yuri ruffled his hair until it was a mess, then swore, damn it. Ina provided what she knew. You must leave first thing tomorrow morning. Most of the Elder Council will be present. Ina took Yuri's small hands in hers. With an earnest look, she cautioned Yuri, there will surely be stubborn and intimidating people, but do not be aggressive toward them. Yuri waved his hand to reassure her, worried about that. Don't, I won't do that. Ina doubted and asked again, really? Promise. Yuri affirmed firmly, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Another beautiful day in Brial. Inside the council chamber, Gennard slammed his fist on the table and shouted, absolutely not. Yuri watched somewhat fearful, silently approving Ina's earlier warning. She was right. From the start, they've all opposed it. This man was Duke Gennard, Duke Yuge's Gennard Ythri. He adamantly opposed. Your Highness cannot learn a mana form that hasn't been verified. Yuri looked at the other members without speaking, silently calculating, and the rest of the council members. They sat in grim silence, pondering. This should be a place to discuss running the kingdom, but he glanced at the empty seat and realized, this place has long been used to obstruct the throne. Now he understood why his father stopped attending. Gennard tried to persuade them, learning Brial's mana form would be far better than wasting time on something like that. Another member challenged, what do you mean it's unverified? This is an ancestral legacy. Gennard sneered, how do we know it's truly an ancestral legacy? The other, enraged at that, shouted, are you doubting His Highness the Prince? He resumed his indifferent tone, I mean it's better to be certain. Aren't we gathered here to care for the prince's future? Yuri smiled faintly and spoke with sarcasm, you called this whole council just to debate my mana form. How touching, Duke Gennard. He gripped his arm hard, cursing inwardly, shameless. The traitor bowed to the empire the moment Brial fell, smooth-tongued as ever. Gennard then turned his attention to someone else, Lord Saint. He asked, seeing this person silent the whole time, what are your thoughts? The person he addressed was Saint, captain of Brial's night squad. Saint had his hands clasped together, hesitating as he said, I'm in a position where I can't make a hasty decision. Gennard pressed again, what is the reason? Saint explained that each mana form has pros and cons and each person has their own strengths. Gennard stood up abruptly and said loudly, look here. He turned Saint's words into ammunition for himself. Even the captain isn't certain about this mana form, so it's not just baseless worry. He said thoughtfully, I think it's better to abandon this mana form altogether. The member from before disagreed, objecting that Saint was merely uncertain and had said each mana form held its own value. Another man siding with Gennard stood and said loudly, it's all the same. The Duke worries this form will be harmful to the prince. The others didn't know what to say and remained silent. Perhaps they didn't want to get involved. Yuri looked at those people and thought, just look at that. His eyes suddenly went steel sharp. He thought grimly, this is bad. At that moment, someone at the table raised a hand in agreement with the count. I think so too. Others began to join in, I agree. Yuri realized the board had been turned. He began analyzing the effects of switching mana forms. If one has only recently learned a form, changing methods won't affect the core, but Yuri recalled the last time he fought a mana form inside the illusion created by the Death Knight. From the ancestors' illusory combat experience, the soul sever technique had already rooted into his core. He worried, sweat rolled down from his temple. He felt trapped. He couldn't explain this part. What should he do? Suddenly a voice spoke up, your tongue is certainly slick. Yuri looked toward the speaker in surprise. Someone beside him asked in alarm, what did you say? The man raised his hand and began to speak. Forgive me, but I wish to say one thing. That man was the free noble Calcio Irantia. He wore a composed expression and spoke without beating around the bush, getting straight to the point. How many here have faced an orc before? The attendees at the conference began to murmur. They looked toward Calcio, a free noble. Gennard asked displeased, who are you? What title do you hold? Calcio stood up. He bowed and introduced himself. I am Calcio Irantia, a free noble. Gennard sneered, a mere baron. What business has a lowly baron attending a council meeting? Calcio replied reluctantly, I didn't want to either. He sat down once more and continued, but what can be done? A gleam of malice flashed in his eyes. The Count Sedor entrusted this to me. Yuri was taken aback upon hearing that name, the Count Sedor. He recalled information about that count. He was surely the noble guarding Brial's borderlands. True to his title, he defended the frontier and the front lines, famed as a lifelong battlefield warrior. He wondered about the free noble's appearance. Yuri asked himself. Sedor is known for not caring about noble politics, so why send a representative to this council? The blue-haired man who shared Yuri's question spoke up. Why would Count Sedor send you to the Council of Elders? He's not the type to explain things in detail. Calcio interrupted, sneering as he explained. Look at these high lords playing politics and arguing over nothing. I think I understand why the Count sent me here. He stared each of them down and explained about choosing mana forms. The form itself doesn't really change things on the real battlefield. Whether it's a Brial form or the Empire's mind cultivation technique, it depends on the user. Saying that, he turned to Yuri and asked, what does your highness think? Yuri, amused and already liking the man, kept a calm, unreadable face and replied, as the Prince of Brial, I don't see why this is up for debate. Whether I should master the ancestors' mana form or not, I'll learn my ancestors' form regardless of what you say. Calcio agreed with that stance. The prince's inclination is to follow the will of his ancestor and the mana form. He glanced at the others and jeered. So those who are unrelated, without authority or responsibility, why poke your noses in and speak up? He spread his arms as if a halo shone above him, criticizing. Only those who sit at desks and have never held a sword make a fuss about things like this. Gennard scowled at him. Baron, you're starting to talk recklessly. Calcio remained calm and apologized. Forgive my rudeness, I can't help it, I'm used to fighting orcs on the border all day. He repeated his earlier question. I asked before, but could you tell me how many here have fought orcs? He challenged them. Do you think orcs pay attention to what mana form their opponent uses? The man on Gennard's side replied, you're not wrong, but his highness is still young, so your assessment. Are you saying we should tear him apart to fix his mana form? Yuri, displeased, shot back at the noble. Are you saying I made the wrong choice? He continued, you say that even though you know it's impossible, don't you? Calcio now exposed their intent. It seems his highness won't back down. Are you planning to forcibly separate his core? The noble, struck in a nerve, shouted angrily. What are you saying? Calcio deliberately replied, surely not, so what are we arguing about? He looked at Yuri and asked, your highness agrees too, doesn't he? Yet here you all are, damaging his highness's mental well-being. Gennard ground his teeth and asked angrily, so the royal palace is such a leisurely place, is it? He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, leisurely? How insolent, you weren't quiet recently either after receiving that sum, were you? Calcio's gaze went icy as he retorted, it would take hundreds dead before you'd stop being quiet. Perhaps you've never seen reports of soldiers dying every day. He recounted, on the day I left the Count's domain, 4 people died. I had to lay to rest with my own hands a friend I had breakfasted and spoken with that very morning. Calcio explained to them, orcs don't know rest, sirs, they live by raiding and killing. Yuri repeated the name in his head. Orc. He pieced events together and concluded that attention would reveal problems between Brial and the Principality of Klein around this time. He recalled scenes of homes destroyed. Back then, orcs repeatedly crossed the border and inflicted immeasurable damage. He wondered if the orcs' movement patterns had changed. Calcio answered, yes, it's much more worrying than usual. I see. Yuri continued asking about Klein's situation. Calcio seemed rather surprised and replied, yes. Yuri inquired about the border situation. Aren't the Klein Duchy's forces also stationed there? Calcio answered hesitantly and worried. Their border guards suddenly withdrew. You asked further, what about the coastal village? He recounted the situation there. It's devastated. Some were killed, the rest taken as slaves. It couldn't be worse. Yuri began to mull it over. Too much of a coincidence, he wondered. Is it a civil war? Or, he suddenly asked, is the Duke's third son the mastermind? Bernard panicked. He was extremely worried. The Duke. Yuri glanced to gauge the Duke's reaction. He coughed a few times and then ordered, I think we'll end it here for today. Gennard forced a smile and stammered, so that's it, your highness. Yuri snorted, prepared to open the door, and offered advice that was really a taunt. Discuss something bigger than my petty mana form. He left that remark behind amid their anger, as if defending against the Klein Duchy and the orcs. He spoke his final words, then the door closed. Don't trouble yourself over a pubescent brat. The sun was setting, at an inn that looked rather old. From inside the crystal globe, Haim asked aloud, is that so? The third prince said that. Calcio replied, yes. Calcio recounted what he'd learned and said, there are rumors he isn't the same as before. Haim seemed to seek his opinion. What do you think? Calcio recalled Yuri's question, aren't Klein's troops stationed there too, and gave a sly smile. He also offered some praise for Yuri. Not bad, his look said. Haim stroked his chin and ordered, we need to keep an eye on him. Calcio, investigate the third prince. Calcio didn't know where to start and asked, there's not much on the surface. Should I investigate his background? Haim replied, if necessary. He prepared to stand and obey. I will do so. Haim instructed, I will be in contact. The globe's blue light went out and returned to normal. Calcio looked down at the street scene and sighed. So peaceful, despite the border troops dying every day. From afar, he saw something in disbelief and murmured, that is. Yuri's cloaked figure passed by with his face hidden. He quickly guessed, the third prince. But then he wasn't sure and let it go, probably not. Hernando, who had snuck out with Yuri, recalled his childhood and said, I snuck out because of you, so nervous. I used to sneak out all the time as a kid. Yuri, with a knowing look, asked, "You mean you snuck out 3 times a day?" He answered, "Almost. I was very mischievous as a child." He leaned over and whispered, "Oh, that girl over there is looking at us. Has she recognized us?" Yuri pouted and said, "Why so eager? You can leave the palace whenever you like." Hernando laughed and explained, "If it were just me it would be a stroll, but with you it feels like a revolt." "So what are you planning to do, something scandalous?" Yuri replied, "No, and if there is, I won't drag you along." He feigned sulking, "Oh come on, that's disappointing." Hernando still didn't know where they were heading and asked, "Your Highness, where are we going?" Yuri picked up a gold coin and cheerfully answered, "The casino. We're going to the most illegal gambling den in the capital." He froze. Hernando's head was full of worries. "Wait, but you said we wouldn't do anything bad." Yuri replied calmly, "I won't. You're just taking me there. You won't ignore me, right?" Hernando answered as Yuri predicted. "When drunk I'll go there instead of home, but still, Hernando." Yuri explained, "Let me tell you first, this is for the good of Brial." Hernando was surprised. "Don't tell me." He silently praised Yuri. How much had His Highness prepared in advance? Truly worthy of His Highness. You planned this all along. He excitedly raised his hand in agreement. "Very well, Your Highness, today we'll turn the casino inside out." In his previous life among Brial's people, there were a few who caused quite a stir across the land. A kingpin who once dominated the underworld, and a notorious usurer. They were giants in the commercial world, leading the entire continent. And the other was the one who beheaded the infamous underworld bosses and spread fear along Brial's streets. He was an extraordinary assassin. Yuri frowned, and the person she killed was, he looked at the procession before him. It was this man, the most skilled usurer today. Goryo, while Yuri was still lost in thought, approached and introduced himself. "I never expected a patron like you to do business with us. It's an honor." You folded your arms confidently and replied, "It seems you already know who I am." Startled by the situation, Hernando blurted out, "What?" Goryo, sly as a notorious traitor, responded swiftly with practiced tongue. "Of course, the mage and the third prince personally wish to meet us. Even with limited power, someone must shoulder responsibility." Sensing the sharp implications in his words, your face tightened unconsciously. You frowned and said plainly, "Indeed a correct assessment. I did not come only to gamble or amuse myself." In an instant he realized your purpose and couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes lit with interest as he regarded you. He then shifted to a hospitable posture, gesturing toward the gilded casino inside. "Shall we sit and talk, Prince?" The two of you, one tall, one small, sat on a plain yet luxurious sofa. Hernando whispered to Yuri worriedly, "Prince, you said you wouldn't gamble. You never mentioned this to me." You frowned and hissed softly, "Be quiet." You and he sat opposite the old man, one serious, the other sweating as Goryo said, "I heard you didn't come just to play at the casino. Could it be that you came to borrow money?" Yuri looked at him with utter nonchalance and stated his intention plainly. "Yes, I plan to use a loan as an investment." Sensing this, the old man cautiously probed, So you intend to set up a private slush fund?" Goryo smiled cunningly like a crafty mouse. "And since you borrow from me rather than the bank, does the third prince harbor greater ambitions?" Hearing the greed in his question, you cut him off. "Stop." You smiled at him, your eyes sharp. "Interrogating me is none of your business." The old man accepted your warning and, knowing his place, refrained from prying further. "Forgive me for that." As if sensing something lacking, he added a perfunctory apology. "I wish to offer my apologies." Seeing him humble himself first, you didn't argue and gave him a way out. "That's fine. After all, I'm the one who needs the money." This time he didn't press directly but probed bit by bit. "Then could you get to the point and say exactly what the loan will be used for?" With nothing to hide, you remained indifferent and replied, "I'll use the loan to buy back Mogrania, Klein's spice lands. Sooner or later supply won't meet demand." Hernando, silent until now, could not stay calm and turned to you, urgently asking, "Prince, you intend to?" Goryo, too, began to look intrigued. He stroked one side of his beard and quickly analyzed. "Mogrania is indeed essential for producing high-grade spices, but I remain doubtful whether it's worth investing a huge sum into it." Nodding his doubt, you quickly affirmed to convince him, "That will happen soon." Hernando listened to the conversation between Yuri and the old man, stroking his chin. He hadn't expected things to be like this. He'd heard that fighting had broken out in the Duchy of Klein and orcs lurked everywhere, but he hadn't thought spice prices could rise so high. Suddenly the corner of his eye brightened as if he'd thought of something beyond the plan. Could it be that His Highness simply wants to corner the regional specialty first? He kept watching Yuri's every gesture, that look in his eyes. On this side, Goryo was also calculating and analyzing Yuri's intentions. Yuri Brial was unlike the rumors, and it seemed he was acting on more information than he had revealed. The quiet was broken by your question. "Now decide the sum. Speaking as an investor, not a prince, how much can you lend me?" A classic candelabra hung from the high ceiling, the golden candlelight continuously warming the room. The entrance from the second floor to the first was a narrow corridor that looked very empty. Goryo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, as if he'd reached a decision. Goryo looked at you, his face no longer teasing but utterly serious. "Please sign this loan contract." It seemed the first step of your plan had succeeded. You secretly smiled in anticipation. Under the pale moonlight, Yuri and Hernando continued their plan. You walked holding the loan contract attentively. After leaving, Yuri carried the contract as they went. Hernando still couldn't fully process what had happened and asked you again, did Goryo really lend you the money, and such a huge sum? Objectively speaking, Yuri is a prince of Brial, so borrowing such a large sum worried him. But this is too much, Your Highness. Yuri paid little attention, adjusting his hood and looking at him with mild suspicion. Huh. Hernando was clearly displeased. You hadn't told him the plan in advance. You could at least have given me a heads up. From the start, you didn't intend to gamble, right? You fired back. If I had said so, wouldn't you have dragged me straight to father's place? The two continued talking as they strode down the empty street. Now we're heading to the deal. Yes, I have something I want them to do. Actually, Manhwa can guarantee profits. The only metallurgist knows the formula, and the Duke of Klein's assistant will be the first to die in the coming war. This is a commodity that can be sold at any price, at least until a substitute appears. An old signboard hung above, swaying in the wind. I can't entrust this matter to anyone else. Hernando and Yuri stopped in front of an old house. The wind's whisper made the scene a bit eerie. Yuri tilted his face to the sky. We're here. His words startled him for a moment. What? Hernando pointed at the old house before them and declared clearly, wait a moment. Such a dilapidated place. Despite his shouting, Yuri still moved closer to the door. He raised his hand and knocked hard on the door. He kept knocking repeatedly, calling loudly, Elaine Wood, are you there? Hernando sensed something was wrong and tried to stop him. Prince, wait, this we could hand over to a major trading guild. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone opened the door. Someone. A beautiful girl with gem-like blue eyes and neatly tied hair stepped out. I am Elaine Wood. Yuri saw her emerge and stepped forward to introduce himself. Elaine Wood, I am Yuri, the third Prince of Brial. Hernando stood to the side, helplessly covering his face and sighing. With the bearing of a prince, he raised a hand in goodwill. I have a task for you. She looked clearly surprised, stammering, Brial, a prince. Night stretched endlessly as the wind stirred. Hernando's face twisted with constant questions, accusing you. Prince, are you mad? Hearing that, your expression dimmed slightly. There's nothing a prince can't say. Hernando trailed behind you, nagging without stop. Anyone who saw you like this would say the same. You're entrusting the repurchase of Manhwa to a trade guild on the brink of collapse. This isn't pocket change. You ignored him, lost in your own thoughts. For now, she might simply be a struggling merchant. But before long, the name Elaine would be known across the continent as the leader of a trade guild no one had heard of before. And unlike Goryo, who hid behind a facade of trust yet would resort to dirty tricks when cornered, Elaine regarded promises to clients as sacrosanct. In a previous life, she could only have been a legendary merchant. In this life, I'll turn her into a legend beyond legend. He laughed at the thought, leaving Hernando puzzled. What's with that laugh? Still, he felt some worry. He sighed quietly and asked you, anyway, are you finished with your tasks? Hearing this, you pointed a finger forward to Hernando. Not yet, there's one final thing. He heard it and felt deflated, drawing out his voice. What? Not wanting to wait for Hernando, you strode off quickly, leaving him flustered as he ran after you. Wait, Prince. He trudged wearily behind you. Where are you planning to go now? But you had no time to care. A grand plan still lay ahead. Underground loan bosses, tycoon merchants, all the others were ready to become your allies. Now I only need to convince one last person. A dark, severely dilapidated house stood before them. This was a low slum where even the rats ran rampant. Hernando and Yuri asked an old beggar by a wall for directions. The beggar pointed toward where they needed to go. They watched their surroundings carefully as Yuri searched urgently for someone. She had to be somewhere nearby. Sure enough, in a dark alley where hungry children gathered, you found the person you wanted to meet. Found her. You quietly approached where Asuna sat. A little girl with tangled blue hair and clothes full of holes. Hello. A gust of wind lifted your hood, but you paid no mind. Placing a hand on your chest, you introduced yourself. I am Yuri, Prince of Brial. Hearing that, she abruptly stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look back. After a long pause, Asuna finally spoke. Prince, you answered quickly, yes. Her face was fully revealed. The one who had mercilessly killed Goryo in the past, a surviving member of the Assassin's Guild. Looking at the girl now, she still seemed childlike, with none of the cruelty of her past life. You called softly, Asuna. She stood up to speak to you, tall and thin, her face pale and lifeless. Prince, what is a prince doing in a place like this? Nodding Asuna's guarded stance, you gently reassured her. You don't need to be so wary of me. Her face visibly relaxed at your words, a little more at ease than before. I only came because I thought I could help. Then you turned to Hernando and ordered, give it here. He had to restrain himself hard not to shout. Finally, he gave up. Hernando sighed and took out a large pouch of money, handing it to you. Here. Your gaze suddenly dropped a little. Looking across, there was a timid little girl clutching the sleeve of the person beside her and shrinking back. Is it this child? You seem to partly understand why, in your previous life, Asuna had borrowed such a large sum. She had taken a huge loan from Goryo just to treat this child. Like so many who borrowed from Goryo, Asuna's life was ruined by him as well. That drove her onto the path of an assassin, and she ultimately became one of the most notorious killers. My goal is to prevent that from happening. Without hesitation, you handed the pouch directly to Asuna. Take this money and bring the child to the temple for treatment. Asuna's face showed awkwardness. She was deeply puzzled by your strange action. What do you want? Unreservedly, you stated your purpose. What do I want? Just one thing. She froze at that. Your face lit up a bit, eyes sparkling as you looked at her. I am Yuri, the third prince of Brial. Remember that name. Amid the stunned faces of the two who remained, Yuri and Hernando turned and left. He looked back, puzzled like Asuna, and couldn't help asking you, why did you give a beggar that much money? Yuri didn't want to say more and replied with one cryptic line. It's an investment for the future. I've built relationships with the people I'll need in the future. Now only one person remains. Thinking that, you glanced at Hernando, causing him to halt. Yuri stopped and turned to Hernando. Hernando, I want to ask you something. He responded, feigning surprise with a skeptical sound. You're always so blunt. Ask him directly about the matter in the king's tomb when it was first unearthed. What did you see in the founding king's tomb? His eyes closed, curving into a thin crescent, a smile playing at his lips as he uttered two words, gambling. You seemed incredulous and asked again, what? He, like a different man, smiled knowingly. I played a game betting my life at the Barthlegas casino in the Empire. Seeing his grin annoyingly infectious, Yuri thought it made sense. It sounded plausible. You had no time to probe further and changed the subject. Well, whatever, about what happened today. Hernando put his hands on his hips and looked at you. Yes. Yuri smiled amiably and punched him lightly in the chest. Keep it a secret, okay? A new day arrived. Sunlight filtered into every corner of the magnificent palace. In the great hall, Floor sat on his throne and spoke quietly. Hernando. As a servant, Hernando replied gently, yes, your majesty. His face showed no expression, but his words were sharp. I heard you went out with Yuri yesterday. He answered composedly, ah, yes. Floor's words were like a request, but left no room for refusal. Can you tell me what happened? Hernando kept little expression on his face. His amber eyes looked straight ahead as he quietly recounted. He persuaded me to leave the palace with him. Then we went to a casino, the largest casino in the capital. Puzzled by Yuri's actions, Floor asked again, a casino? The boy gambled there. Hernando's face softened a little. His expression grew richer with a carefree smile. Yes, he did. Floor leisurely raised a hand to stroke his chin. Is that so? Hernando continued his clear report. I thought he was good at gambling, but it turns out he was terrible. He lost all the money I lent him. Floor, sharp-eyed, noticed the issue and asked again, then what happened? He hesitated for a moment then. He took money from Goryo's place and gave it to some old merchant's guild. After that, he handed a heap of money to some orphan child. We strolled about and observed how the people live. Hernando gently summarized for Floor. He seemed very interested in how people lived their lives. Floor pressed for details. Did the boy go back afterward? His eyes closed tightly for a moment. Hernando, clearly unwilling to say more, answered quietly, yes, that's all. Floor understood and didn't ask further. I see. Floor pondered for a moment but said nothing more. As if remembering something, he asked Hernando about attending the ball. The question made his face briefly show surprise. Hernando, will you attend the ball? He replied without hesitation, yes. Surprised that he agreed so quickly, Floor remarked, I thought you weren't interested. Hernando smiled. People's hearts change. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. It's been a long time since I danced. The sky seemed a bit cloudy, making the air hotter than usual. Yuri sat on the ground panting. Opposite him, Bernard stood firm, feet shoulder-width apart, one hand pointing a sword toward him. His face was smeared with dust. Beads of sweat ran from his brow to his cheek. Feeling awkward, he wiped them away and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Bernard relaxed his stance slightly, turning toward what Yuri was pointing at. Bernard, it seems you're quite famous. He too looked surprised. Huh. Though marked by time, his face had lost none of its charm, which drew glances from the maids behind. Seeing him look, they blushed and hurried on with their work. Yuri teased. The maids kept glancing. Looks like you'll have to attend the ball. Surely many will wait for you there. He only sighed softly. I'm not very interested. Quickly, Bernard returned to their training. Regarding that sword technique, he was right. The move has no fixed form. You stood up and picked up the wooden sword lying on the ground. Yes, I told you, just follow the flow as you move. Still hesitant, he analyzed the situation for you. A mana method that is also a sword technique. I truly can't comprehend it. I must see you fight in real combat to study it, but that's not easy. The two faced each other. He offered praise as encouragement. In any case, you've progressed very fast. You also handle mana well. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be so skilled with mana. You swung the sword back and forth while other thoughts crossed your mind. You felt a bit guilty. Things unfolded this way because you tried to erase every trace of the betrayal method you learned in your previous life. Suddenly, Bernard's words cut through your thoughts. Your face flickered with a faint agitation. Your inner self was clearly startled. Don't be too hasty. I'm worried about you. You asked back, worried. Bernard patiently explained, yes, you're too fast. Clearly, your use of sword techniques from your past life has shifted the balance. Bernard judged it as too hasty. Achieving so much at this age is remarkable, but your body hasn't fully developed yet. You gave a gentle, amiable smile, clearly trying to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll keep everything perfectly balanced. It's past rest time for a round, you reminded him. Let's continue training. He, still uneasy, asked again, are you sure? The wooden sword was thrown down decisively, accompanied by your affirmation, of course. In a flash, you drew a real sword, gleaming and finely forged, gripping the hilt tightly and unable to contain your excitement. Let's spar with real blades. I need to get stronger fast. Bernard quickly matched the new intensity of the duel. Very well. You broke from guard with one hand and thumbed toward yourself, proposing a wager. How about a bet? If I land a hit on you, you must attend the ball. He hurriedly refused. No, thank you. Curious, you asked why. He smiled calmly. I'll win anyway. Besides, if I lose, you'll find an excuse to cancel. You're not exactly reliable. Hearing Bernard's teasing and sarcasm, your face twisted at the hit to your pride. You tightened your grip on the sword, clearly determined. Just wait and see. The two of you surged at each other like twin storms. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Yuri declared defiantly, I'll catch you. Yet he still failed. He couldn't do it. In the dark, the sound of horse hooves thundered. A caravan of coaches hurried into the city a few days later, on the day of the ball. In moonlight that glittered like silver, Jorg sat leisurely by the window, one hand propping his chin, the other resting on his knee, a faint smile playing for the person opposite. His blue eyes sparkled like a finely carved gem. His words were composed and courteous. Your gaze hasn't left the window, has it? Second Prince of the Empire, Jorg Ivarnagranian. At his call, Catherine, her golden hair and the exquisite deep blue dress making her look ready to leap out the window, was overwhelmed with excitement. It's been so long since an occasion like this, so I'm just eager. She turned back inward with a soft, expectant smile. I also want to see someone else, the Empire's Princess, Yekaterina Ivarnagranian. The tall tower with its red roof stood out against the night. Moonlight illuminated the sky and surrounding trees when a sudden voice rang out, breaking the silence. Your Highness, how do you find it? Yuri wore an elegant suit studded with glittering gems, standing with his hands on his hips and a slightly flustered expression in the lavish room. Yuri closed his eyes and said helplessly, it's too fussy, so many accessories, it's overwhelming. Remove some, please. Ina continued tying his cravat and replied gently, I think it looks good. You used to like these things a lot. Has your taste changed? Then she said, done, Your Highness. At that, Yuri opened his eyes wide and looked straight at Ina. He suddenly called her name, making her turn, Ina. Yuri extended his hand to invite her. Will you dance with me? Startled by the sudden proposal, Ina hesitated and then replied, yes. Yuri scratched his face and explained awkwardly, I want to practice, but I don't have a dance partner, so. Ina's face showed an incredulous expression. She drew her hand back slightly and said, what should I do? Seeing her expression, Yuri looked puzzled. What expression is that? Ina placed her hand lightly on yours in response to the invitation and said, you won't step on my feet or make me fall, will you? Yuri answered, of course not. Then he suddenly pulled Ina toward him. I don't mean to prank you. Startled by the sudden tug, Ina flinched. Their faces came close, the distance very small. Yuri smiled, gripping her hand firmly. Follow me, slowly. Hearing your words, Ina fell silent. The light obscured her face, leaving only flushed cheeks. Ina gently placed a hand on Yuri's shoulder and smiled. Are you underestimating me, Your Highness? I'm a good dancer, you know. Yuri returned a smile. You've danced a lot. With whom? The moon now shone brightly outside the palace. Their voices lingered in the air. Ina teased, I may not look it, but I'm somewhat famous. Besides, this is the first time my partner has been this short. Hearing that, Yuri replied cheerfully, we'll see, height difference isn't a problem. Outside the window, the silhouette of the two dancing hand in hand was visible. Yuri said, but Ina, you just stepped on my foot. Ina closed her eyes and smiled in reply, oh dear, I'm sorry, I misstepped. Yuri raised an eyebrow again. Ina smiled happily, I just slipped. Two musicians in ceremonial dress played instruments, while soft golden light spread through the elegant room. In the magnificent great hall, couples gently danced to the melodious music that filled the space. A man sat on the throne, looking down over the ballroom and gently swirling a glass of wine. King Floor sat upright on the magnificent throne, took a sip of wine, and continued to watch below. Cedric and Joshua held plates of pastries. Opposite them stood Yuri, back turned as he spoke with Cedric, while Joshua ate and listened attentively. Yuri stood with his arms crossed and suddenly noticed a man beside him, a man with his hand behind his back. His presence seemed overwhelmingly powerful, Yuri thought. Only now did I notice. The Count Sailor is here. As expected, he's on a different level from ordinary knights. Last time only Baron Arantia attended. He turned his head. Yuri noticed the conspicuous eyeglasses tucked neatly in Cedric's coat pocket. Concerned, he asked, "Hey, aren't your eyes getting worse? You seem to wear those glasses often." Cedric smiled, plate in hand. "It's not that bad, nothing to worry about." Trumpets sounded. The great doors to the hall began to open slowly, and those standing nearby quickly stepped aside. The Empire's second prince, Jorg, led the procession in. He noticed the king seated before him. Flor reached out to shake his hand. "Thank you for coming to this humble place." Jorg approached, smiled, and shook the king's hand. "Thank you for hosting us." Then he extended his hand to introduce a woman entering with him. "Today I have come with my sister." Seeing the woman enter, Yuri's eyes widened and his face filled with disbelief. Catherine stepped forward, gracefully lifted her skirt and bowed slightly as she spoke. "Your Majesty," she said, then looked up. Her blue eyes and long golden hair only enhanced her beauty. Seeing her, Yuri's thoughts seemed to grow confused as well. "Catherine. Images of you from your previous life, walking hand in hand with Catherine, appeared before your eyes, and those memories gradually shattered. Then you remembered the 3 words written on the paper burning away." Recalling those memories, Yuri squeezed his eyes shut, frowned, sweat running down his cheek. "I'm no longer betrothed to Catherine. I won't repeat the mistakes of my past life, never." Catherine suddenly noticed Yuri standing hidden behind Cedric's shadow. She looked at him and gave a gentle smile. The party continued to the strains of sweet music as Catherine and Joshua chatted happily with Cedric. Yuri sipped his refreshments while turning his head to watch them closely. You looked towards Cedric dancing with a young lady and thought to yourself, just as I suspected, Cedric never treats anyone carelessly. You watched the young ladies casting glittering glances at Cedric and remarked that is the quality of a king. You continued comparing yourself when suddenly your train of thought was cut off. You turned and froze as you saw Catherine staring at you repeatedly. Someone suddenly greeted Catherine, "Hello." Catherine paid you no mind and turned to speak with Joshua. Yuri held his face and muttered irritably, "Damn it." He wondered how he was supposed to feel about a relationship that would end badly. A gentle voice spoke up, "Your Highness, would you like a cookie?" Ina smiled and stepped closer to Yuri, holding a tray with a plate of cookies and a glass of wine. Seeing her, Yuri cheerfully said, "Thank you, Ina, you've worked hard." Ina set the tray on the table and replied softly, "It's nothing, Your Highness." Yuri suddenly asked, "Was it hard?" Ina waved her hand and sighed with a playful look. "Not at all, compared to cleaning up someone's mess every day." Hearing that, Yuri's face showed displeasure as he said, "Whatever, give me the tray of cookies." Ina lifted the glass, smiled, and turned to leave. "Call me if you need anything." Yuri, one hand on his hip, answered happily, "Will do." After Ina left, you leaned back against the table and exhaled deeply. Suddenly footsteps approached where you stood. You opened your eyes and looked. Jorg stepped up to you and said, "You are." Yuri looked at him and thought, the Empire's second prince, Jorg Ivarna Gramzian. An image of Jorg in clerical garb, riding a horse and raising his sword heroically, flashed through Yuri's mind. He had once commanded many battlefields on behalf of the Emperor. Before Jorg, Yuri bowed and saluted. "I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." In his mind, he kept thinking that he was also the one who had driven Brial to the brink of collapse. He bowed, hiding the pent-up wrath on his face, and silently reassured himself to stay calm. He couldn't reveal hostile intent yet. At that moment, Jorg's expression suddenly darkened. His finger touched his chin and his green eyes flared. "Ah, so it's you." Jorg smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Yuri. A look that seemed to see through him, making Yuri widen his eyes in fright as waves of aura from Jorg swirled around him. The approaching auras made Yuri hastily raise his head, eyes wide and on guard, sweat streaming down his cheek. Jorg's green eyes brightened and he smiled. 13 years old this year is he, no wonder he's Flor's son. Then he turned and left, leaving Yuri stunned and tossed back a remark, "Truly an outstanding talent." Yuri clenched his fist so hard it trembled. It was only a test, but it was worrying. He'd assumed Jorg was still young, yet he was already at that level. Yuri frowned, turned his head, and muttered, "Goosebumps, those two are exactly alike." Suddenly, Ina collapsed to her knees in a panic. The glass shattered, and the wine spilled onto the hem of Jorg's garment, causing him to turn away with a darkened face. Those nearby whispered and murmured, "The imperial royal emblem, how dare she commit such an offense?" Ina trembled on the floor, stammering, I beg you, I'm sorry, sir." Jorg smiled wickedly and spoke in a contrived tone. "Oh my." He turned his head and looked directly at Yuri. "That girl." Yuri stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with panic. Jorg grabbed the sword at his side. He continued speaking, "She's committed a crime," then drew the sword and placed the tip on Ina's shoulder. He went on slowly, "Under imperial law, beheading is the appropriate punishment." Seeing this, Yuri's face tightened with anger. He realized one thing, this bastard is deliberately picking on Ina. At that moment, in the great hall of the ancient mansion, a crystal chandelier hung from the ornate ceiling, casting pale golden light, creating a magical, luxurious atmosphere. The quiet atmosphere was ripped apart by a voice from afar. "She has committed an offense," as Jorg pointed his sword at Ina. Jorg spoke in accordance with the law, making her tremble with worry. He then looked down coldly, "Execution will suffice." Yuri clenched his teeth and stared at him in disgust. While the two flared at each other, a voice spoke up. Have you come here to ruin my ball? The speaker stepped forward slowly. It was Floor descending the stairs. If you want to see blood, do it on your own soil. Jorg looked back but did not reply. Then he sheathed the sword with a bow and apologized. I am sorry. He tried to show sincerity. Your Majesty, the Empire and Brial have respected each other until now. Floor cut him off. Yes, but you seem unwilling to respect us. Seeing Floor's displeasure, Jorg blurted out, do you remember Gaetensha? Floor did not answer and looked as if he was about to lose his temper. Jorg, unafraid, stared back arrogantly and continued. When you executed an imperial knight, our emperor respected your honor and did not require you to answer for such actions. Finishing, Jorg turned to Ina and said this is the same. I do this to protect the peace and honor of both nations. As Yuri looked at Jorg, he recalled that in the past his father personally killed an imperial knight. Floor pressed a hand to his forehead and did not reply, only listening to Jorg. I do not wish to do this either, resolve it quickly. Floor's mind was torn. If that is brought up now, our honor is at stake. He kept speaking, there won't be much bloodshed, then he pointed the sword at Ina's throat. Yuri watched from afar, his soul conflicted. Stopping him now would be tantamount to provoking the Empire. Needs and conditions, ideals and reality, reason and force. All those titles felt like invisible hands trying to restrain him. But he remembered the teachings of the late knight. Brial never abandons its honor, no matter what. And he stared with resolve. That is Brial's oath. He spoke up, Prince, causing him to pause. Stepping forward, he said, she is my servant. Are you trying to trick your way out of this? But her fault is also mine, the voice said, making Floor turn to look, thinking to himself that he had forgotten. He approached as he spoke, and those around followed his retreating figure, whispering, I am also a prince, so please take that into account. Besides, I was once a criminal, and in this life I must bear that stain. Yes, I had no choice from the start. At that moment, Hernando watched from behind him and smiled. Catherine looked at him calmly. Please withdraw the sentence of execution. Instead, Yuri declared firmly, please consider a duel. Now, under the light of the crystal chandelier that filled the room, a loud laugh shattered the silent atmosphere. You stood firmly watching Jorg. You didn't know what Jorg was thinking as he laughed loudly. Then he looked at you with the gaze of a hunter sizing up prey and said, all right, your name is Yuri, right? You replied casually, yes, your highness. He added, may I call you Yuri? You answered without fear, of course. He repeated, fine, Yuri, causing the guests around to fall silent in fear. Jorg turned to Floor and asked, Your Majesty, the third prince has made a reasonable proposal, so I intend to accept it. What do you think? Floor, unable to do anything, closed his eyes and agreed, yes. Jorg smiled and said, thank you, Your Majesty. Then he looked at Yuri and said, I should fight myself, but for honor's sake I will send someone in my place. He added that because you are young, he would choose the youngest among the royal guards. You only bowed and said, thank you, Your Highness. Then he turned and walked away. Very well, until we meet again. You did not answer and watched his retreating back. Ina was still trembling with fear. Yuri stepped closer and called to her, Ina. You sat down and helped Ina to her feet, saying, Ina, stand up. Ina, still not fully composed, stammered, Prince. Seeing Ina like that, you comforted her, patting her back and saying, go rest. Ina, still terrified, held your hand tightly and choked out, but how could I, Prince? You reassured her again, don't worry about me. And then you watched as the others led Ina away. After that, you intended to go outside. Then you suddenly saw Catherine, which made you freeze in shock. The name Yekaterina appeared in your mind. She stood quietly, watching you intently. Seeing your thoughts wander, you reassured yourself that they were just unnecessary ideas. Then you walked off in another direction. Hernando, drinking, saw you pass and stared. It was now outside the party, in the dark hallway. You walked alone quietly. Lost in thought, you didn't notice Cedric leaning against the wall and walked right past him. When he saw you pass without noticing him, he called out, what are you thinking about, which startled you. Only then did you realize, and Yuri looked at him and said, ah, it's you. You turned back to Cedric and said, I can't let him kill Ina. He, exasperated at your words, exclaimed honestly. Cedric stroked your head and said gently, good grief. Being patted on the head left Yuri momentarily dazed. He stared at him. Then he smiled inwardly, thinking it's been a long time since he last felt this way. Suddenly he called out Yuri. With a cold expression he said, do you want to lend a hand? The person you are about to face pretends to be kind, but in truth is the opposite. As you say this, you recall Jorg telling Yuri at the banquet that he should have fought himself, but for honor he would send someone instead. Because you are young, he would choose the youngest royal guard. Cedric then said that if the two are of the same age, even accidents in the duel could occur. You replied calmly, yes, I know what you're worried about. Seeing you so confident puts me at ease, so you don't need to explain further. I will handle everything. Seeing him ready to help, you hurriedly stopped him. No, I started this, so I'll finish it. Once I'm determined, I'll do whatever it takes to see it through. Cedric smiled at that and said nothing. Then he lightly poked your cheek and said, I trust you, Yuri Brial. You affirmed, of course. You asked, what about the ball? He turned back and answered, it's a bit messy now, but I'll take care of it. Go rest. You replied cheerfully, all right, thank you. If the kingdom hadn't fallen, he would probably be ruling Brial now. He looked back at you and smiled. Then you turned and walked on, pondering that you would witness what Brial would become under his rule in this life. And you silently vowed to fight so you could see it with your own eyes, no matter whom you had to face. The sky arched high and clear blue, sunlight blazing over the vast arena, brightening the space where you and Rosso stood. Beside you, Jorg and Catherine chatted while others watched the match. Across from you, Sand and Fleur looked worried as they watched. Hernando cheerfully said, "The third prince is taking part in the duel. Captain Sand, what do you think?" He replied, "The opponent's composure is steady. He's very skilled with the sword despite not being a knight," and watched him wield the blade expertly. Suddenly bang, the sword tip stabbed straight into the ground. He stood at attention solemnly. Sane said, "The Empire's guard is indeed very elite." Sane whispered, "I wonder if the prince is all right," then saw Hernando smile and asked, "Why are you smiling?" He only replied, "Look." Sane looked down, worried, while Hernando smiled with amusement. "You stretched as if just waking." Then your face brightened, quickly regaining spirit. Hernando, seeing this, told Sand, "I don't think you need to worry. Archmages are a rank no one can easily attain. Within the hierarchical system for mages in the magic order, it is granted only to those who have comprehended the primal magic. Among those, the supreme magic that can reveal the world's fate is called destiny-revealing magic. In this world, only Hernando has reached that level." At that moment in some room, a voice rang out, "Earlier you were all show." It was Yuri teasing Hernando jovially. "Couldn't even win a single round? Pathetic. Here's a hint for you," he said, looking at you in disbelief. This was the first time he'd lost to a game since gaining the primal magic. Hernando used his magic to inspect the wager. Could it be mere coincidence? No. He looked again at your face, that incredulous joy. Normally, a single glance lets him read an opponent's hand, even the flow of fortune, yet he could read nothing from that kid. Instead, what he saw was an illusion of Sword Mountain, the face of someone who had endured some crisis. That gaze. He witnessed a youth with black hair and eyes, the symbols of Brial's royal house and the unmistakable proud look of the third prince. Even though his body was soaked in blood, he kept fighting, kept swinging his sword, and never faltered. The vision ended as he collapsed in despair. He was so shocked by that scene that perhaps everything began then. The story he once thought a random coincidence started to converge on a single point. Then he spoke up, "All right, maintain proper decorum." However, after witnessing the Prince Yuri's unusual actions on his recent outing, Hernando became convinced that that miracle, the destiny-revealing magic, could indeed be used. Hernando's mind could only call his name, Yuri, Prince Yuri, a person without fate. Besides Sand, puzzled, he smiled and asked, "Why are you laughing?" He replied, "Look down on the arena. Yuri is watching his opponent with delight," adding, "There's no need to worry." Yuri called out to Rosso, "We're ready on our side. How long do you intend to twirl your sword in the air?" Jorg propped his hand on his chin, looked down at the match and said, "Do you need more time to prepare?" Yuri said indifferently, "I can start whenever." Rosso beside him replied, "Same here." Seeing they were ready, Fleur declared, "Very well, I hereby announce the judgment duel begins." As the words rang out, the two immediately assumed combat stances. Then shouting begin, Yuri flashed like lightning, only a blur, as he sprinted toward Rosso. Rosso, unable to match Yuri's speed, was astonished. Then a slicing cut across his cheek, blood spilling out, shocking him. He quickly gripped his sword and struck back at him. The two fought evenly, neither yielding. Suddenly Rosso struck hard at Yuri, forcing him to retreat. You merely smiled at him, saying nothing, as if you had anticipated it. Rosso's face darkened, he glared at you with displeasure. While watching the match, Fleur called out, "Hernando." Hearing his name, Hernando looked up, bowed, and answered, "Yes, your majesty." Fleur stared down and asked, "What do you think the outcome will be?" Hearing this, Hernando glanced downward and replied, Right now the two are still fighting fiercely." Yuri was now covered in numerous cuts and wounds, yet his fighting will did not falter in the least. Hernando only smiled. He smiled and said, "I don't know." Fleur, hearing him say that, changed the subject. "You once said your coming to Brial was ordained by heaven, correct?" He casually replied, "Yes." While the two spoke, Sand and the other knights were secretly worried. Fleur asked, "Is it time for you to leave now?" Hernando answered, "No." Fleur closed his eyes in satisfaction. "I'm glad to know you don't intend to leave yet." Hernando smiled cheerfully. "You have bestowed too many honors on a humble mage like me. I'm very grateful." Fleur's expression changed as he said, "Excessive humility can bring misfortune. So I take it something significant is about to happen." Hernando replied, "Who do you think is stronger?" Rosso's face burned with anger as he swung his sword, delivering a powerful art. A sharp glint flashed across his features. Fleur looked down and said, "The opponent." Hernando answered, "It seems you think so as well." Then, watching the match, he thought back to when he first set foot in Brial. Everything then was guided by omens from heaven. And looking at Fleur again, it showed him that the one who could turn the world's fate, the strongest on the continent, was here. But the sword had never been drawn, so I once thought I had no reason left to stay. Suddenly Hernando spoke. Fleur turned to look. "I thought my time here had ended." Rosso then lunged straight at Yuri. Yuri stood motionless. He continued, but it seems that moment has not yet come. Yuri smiled and stared at Raso. Then blue mana flowed from his sword, just a probe, that was enough. He flashed like lightning toward Raso. His eyes glittered coldly as he said, let's finish this. Raso, seeing him rush forward, grew anxious. He'd suddenly become faster. His gaze held a frost-like light as he swung his sword with no mercy. Yuri's strike was lightning quick, ending with the blade at Raso's throat. He gripped the hilt tight. He let the sword touch Raso's neck lightly. Raso's pupils contracted in disbelief. Me. He shut his eyes as if accepting his fate. I'm going to die. Jorg and Catherine, watching from outside, were astonished. Floor was stunned and incredulous. Zane panicked and cried, my gods, oh my gods. Hernando only smiled as if he had foreseen the outcome. Someone else said, unbelievable that he turned the blade at that exact moment. Well, Yuri merely snapped Raso's sword. Raso stammered, I. You smiled, and those around yelled in awe. In the end, Raso conceded honorably, I yield. As the words fell, the stands erupted. Amid the cheers, Hernando stood, full of joy. I'd come here to follow omens, and I found one that defied them. Life turned to death, and death turned to life at the third prince's blade. The fate given to the royal guardmen changed with that boy. Jorg applauded as he thought this. Each step he now takes is against heaven's will. Yes, he is someone outside the world's fate. Yuri Brial, the one who rises above destiny. Hernando began to applaud. You are extraordinary, prince. Truly, I eagerly wish to witness. Seeing Yuri's smile, Hernando thought of how the prince would continue to reshape the world's fate from now on. Hernando smiled joyfully at the lively scene before him. Fate led me here, and I met someone resisting his own destiny. He looked at Jorg, clapping not far away, life to death, death to life. The third prince's sword had altered the fate of the maid and that man. Amid the guards' cheers and Floor's pride, every step he takes runs counter to destiny. Yes, he is someone beyond the world's ordained fate. And there stood Yuri, proud amid the cheers and praise. Yuri Brial, the one who transcends fate. Seeing him smile so brightly made Hernando even more eager for his future. I long to see how you will use your will to bend this world's destiny. 5 years later, someone ran down the corridor in a panic. Everything's fine, everything's fine. The maid with her hair in a bun ran as fast as she could, her face full of worry. How did I end up in the wrong wing? What if I'm discovered? As she kept worrying, a voice suddenly called out, hey, you there, making the maid with the bun startle and stop. Joshua strode over aggressively, hands in his pockets, brow raised as he looked at her. Newcomer, seeing him approach, the bun-haired maid panicked, black hair, the emblem of the Brial royal family. When she didn't answer, Joshua asked again, what are you doing here? The maid's face filled with fear. She stammered and couldn't form the words, Her heart flooded with anxiousness. She swallowed gently and silently coached herself. Calm, stay calm, answer as the seniors taught. Seeing her remain silent, he grew impatient and raised his brows higher. I asked what you're doing here. The maid's mind raced through her lessons. 1. If the face looks weary, it's his majesty. 2. The crown prince is said to always smile warmly, though this man looked scowling, so deny it, it's not him. She continued listing. 3. If there are sly eyes and unsteady steps. While the maid was lost in these theories, Joshua lost patience, scowling. His tone hinted he was about to get angry. Are you ignoring me? Hearing that tone, she turned aside, covered her mouth and muttered, it must be the second. Joshua, standing nearby, caught the word and wore a questioning look. The maid clutched her apron and hurriedly offered an excuse. I have to go somewhere. At that, Joshua understood somewhat and stepped closer, raising his voice slightly. What is this? Were you taught how to deal with people like us? Am I on a list to avoid? The maid stepped back, flustered. Seeing her stammer, he flew into a rage. His face darkened, murderous intent thick in the air. You lot, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Before Joshua could strike, a voice rang from afar. Brother. Both turned their heads toward the sound. What are you doing? Seeing the young man approaching in the soft morning light, the maid recalled another lesson. And finally, a confident face. Always carry your sword. Yuri came over, smiling with a teasing tone. Are you bullying her? I'm the third prince. Yuri popped a piece of pastry into his mouth. He was idly strolling the corridor in the morning sun. With the last bite in his mouth and crumbs still at his lips, Yuri glanced intently outside. He remembered the earlier conversation with Joshua. Why do you always pick on the maids? Hearing that, he snapped back angrily. No, I don't. Because Yuri had come to rescue her, the bun-haired maid was spared, so she gave him a bag of pastries. Thank you, to show my gratitude. He wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and praised, the cookies you gave are really good. Then he brushed his hands off. His expression grew serious, combat readiness. He looked at his hand full of mana, channeling mana through his grip to ease the strain on his hand when wielding the sword. He focused on his hand, then relaxed it and clenched again. I've come this far. Yuri recalled his previous life and the strange regression. 5 years had passed since he died under Roland's sword and was reborn. He strapped on his gauntlets and, staring into the distance, told himself the peaceful days were nearly over. They're probably busy discussing that now. In another palace, there was a raucous commotion. Yuri knocked on a door, but only a loud uproar replied, Can't you hear me? I didn't. Before the other could finish, someone interjected, You're the one who won't listen. You've been standing outside helplessly knocking with no answer. A nearby guard spoke up to dissuade him. I think they didn't hear the knocking because they're in a meeting. Yuri angrily gathered mana in his hand. Seeing that, the guard hurriedly suggested, they might hear if you knock again, your highness. Then the guard cried out in alarm, wait, but he wasn't faster than Yuri's hand. Yuri used mana to blast the door off its hinges. Those inside were equally astonished, eyes wide. Yuri spoke up, well then, sorry about that. Yuri put a hand on his hip and nonchalantly explained, I knocked a little hard because nobody responded. The guard fell to his knees in helplessness. See, it wasn't the knocking, I'm the one being punished. Seeing Floor seated in the main chair, he softly asked permission, Father, I'd like to join the meeting as well. He then took the seat prepared by the attendants. Yuri cheerfully addressed everyone, let's continue. The blonde, having settled, cleared his throat and resumed, what I want to say is we no longer have enough manpower to assist the allied forces. No sooner had he finished than someone retorted, so do you mean we should ignore the Empire's request? The blonde remained indifferent, then other houses can send more troops. The brown-haired man slammed the table and shouted, that's irresponsible. The two then plunged into a fierce argument. Yuri sat with his arms crossed, watching the scene. He had already seen through each person's selfish motives. They quarreled only for their own gain. He pulled a document on the table toward him and read, right, this happened around this time. The Empire's request for reinforcements from its allies. The Empire demanded additional manpower from many nations and sent them to fight the orcs in the east. But the campaign failed. Instead, the orcs went berserk and increased pressure on the participating countries. Except for the Empire itself. That's when we realized we'd been set up by the Empire. Thinking of this, anger welled up in him and Yuri crushed the document on the table. Looking at the blonde man, Yuri thought, that was when many skilled knights died, including lions, so he is Lion Flander. He clenched the document, his expression hardened with resolve as he told himself he would not let that happen again. The gray-haired man refused, we won't send anyone. The orange-haired man slammed the table and stood. Do you think we have idle knights? Before he could finish, a voice cut through the argument. Stop. Hearing that, everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker. Yuri stood and said with absolute determination, I will join the allied forces. The rest of you must do something as well. Do not tarnish the name of Brial. Fulfill your duties as nobles. Seeing his son so resolute, Flora aside smiled faintly. He propped his chin on his hand, wondering inwardly, do you really think that? Meanwhile, Yuri was training with his sword in the courtyard. Joshua approached and loudly called Yuri. Hearing his name, Yuri paused mid-strike. Having heard the news, Joshua had rushed over, hands on his knees, panting. Are you really joining the allied forces? Yuri replied yes. Hearing the admission from Yuri himself, Joshua was astonished. Why? The royal family has no reason to enlist, Yuri explained, as I said before. He sheathed his sword with a smile and answered, it is the duty of the royal family. Joshua threw his head back in resignation. I see now, Yuri, I understand your thinking. Yuri asked, you only understand now. He vowed fiercely, return safely, I'll guard the palace while you're gone. Then he ran off happily. Bernard, witnessing the scene, sighed, you two are really close brothers. Yuri replied reluctantly, I just hope he doesn't cause trouble. He then turned to look at the man, you're worried about me? Bernard answered me. He teased as a reminder, I believe you'll return safely if you don't do anything reckless. Yuri chuckled, you think highly of me. Bernard grew serious again, his voice was a little hoarse, but please be careful. He explained to Yuri what he would soon face. Orcs are hard to deal with, they're stronger and more brutal than you think, especially the ones carrying flags on their backs. Orcfall, they're particularly berserk. Yuri noticed his concern and stepped closer to reassure him. Don't worry, I have a plan. Bernard, hearing that, was somewhat puzzled. You already have a plan? At that moment, Ina ran in and called from the door, Your Highness. She was out of breath and urgent. A guest has brought the item you requested. Yuri turned to Ina and smiled, answering Bernard's question. A plan? Of course I do. Sunlight fell on him like the halo of a victor, quite striking. Yuri picked up a short dagger, sneered at him, very precious indeed. Yuri gathered mana and levitated the dagger, briefly explaining, they're sacred relics sealed with ancient magic. Seeing the dagger whizzing above his head, the man turned pale with fear. It moves on its own. When the blade stopped before his ashen face, Yuri reassured him, it's fine, you won't die. Guillermo, voice trembling, look, you control it with mana. Once he grasped how it worked, he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't think your highness was so powerful to use mana this way. Yuri sheathed the dagger, folded his arms, and smiled. You think I spend my days idling? Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement and looked over suspiciously. Guillermo, confused, asked, what's wrong? Yuri sheathed his sword and replied, nothing, it's nothing. Then he asked a favor, send my greetings to Elaine and next time report on that Empire branch's situation as well. Guillermo stood, nodded, and took his leave. Yes, your highness, I'll take my leave now. After Guillermo left, Yuri leaned back in his chair and admonished, you can show yourself now. Following his words, a pair of legs slowly appeared. Asuna emerged from the black mist. Yuri folded his arms and closed his eyes, already guessing Asuna. His smile vanished as he turned to her and asked, what did you do to Goryo? Asuna pulled down her mask to report, I warned him under your orders. I planted the warning on his pillow while he slept. Yuri chuckled at her report. Good job, he's always eyeing Elaine's money. Then Asuna, uncertain, asked, Your Highness, are you really joining the Allied forces? She hesitated and added, I heard the palace servants gossip. He answered, Asuna lowered her head and looked away, her voice laced with worry. Please be careful. He interjected, You speak as if it's none of your concern. She looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Yuri closed his eyes and with a serious tone said, You should come along too. You'll be able to keep up with me, right? Asuna paused, a bit surprised, then smiled and replied, Anywhere is still better than my origin. Yes, I will contact you later. She then turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted away. A few days later, on the day of departure, Brial's flag fluttered proudly in the wind. Yuri was carefully putting on his armor when Cedric called Yuri. He tilted his head and smiled, his voice warm as spring breeze. Travel safely. Yuri looked at him, firm voice, Don't worry, I'm unbeatable. I'll raise Brial's renown even higher. Then he returned to a teasing tone to provoke Cedric, And you should rest, take care of your eyes. Cedric chuckled and replied, I know. Cedric looked at him and quietly smiled with relief. He embraced him and murmured, Stay healthy, my brother. Yuri closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Yes, I'll return. The horn sounded resoundingly. Floor stood on the ramparts and loudly proclaimed, The send-off ceremony officially begins. Yuri climbed each step, the steps marking the start of a new future. The wind whispered, his expression was grave. He stood behind the podium and asked him, Are you worried? Yuri replied resolutely, Not at all. After Yuri spoke, Floor called out, Look behind you. Yuri obeyed and turned to look. Floor then entrusted him, All the soldiers before you are precious lives you must carry on your shoulders, Yuri. He closed his eyes in thought, his face tinged with melancholy. Not everyone will return alive, but at least I must help them not die in disgrace like before. Floor asked seriously, Are you confident? Yuri looked back at him and replied with great confidence, Yes, father, of course. Before he could finish, Floor interrupted, Then accept this. As soon as the words ended, Yuri felt an indescribable strange sensation. A murderous aura, he saw the air around his father thick with it. Now Floor seemed distant. He was only a shadow filled with killing intent and piercing eyes. His body, he felt it start to go numb. No matter what he tried, he couldn't move, and Yuri panicked, unable to move. Looking at the strange shadow before him, he thought his instinct told him what was approaching was death. The shadow drew near, its face ferocious, its mouth and eyes a sickly red and demonic. Seeing the shadow raise its sword, he did not intend to dodge. If he dodged, death would be the same. Then he wondered, what if I refuse? No, a stream of blue mana gradually appeared and began to grow stronger. He drew his sword, the blade was poured full of mana. Yuri's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he swung his sword, cutting a razor-sharp arc. He parried Floor's incoming strike, creating a considerable shockwave. Floor smiled with satisfaction. You parried it. Hearing him say that, Yuri set his teeth. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. Not letting him wonder long, Floor explained, That stands for a blessing. He sheathed the sword and said concisely, I don't have much to say, return safely. Yuri replied respectfully, Yes, father. He glanced downward. The tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. Yuri raised his sword high and loudly proclaimed to the army below, I am the third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. He wore a proud smile and confidently shouted, Trust me. Then he added one final command, the army, march. Brial's flag flew high, followed by countless spirited shouts from the soldiers below. In contrast to Brial's excitement and pride, a certain dungeon was utterly silent and desolate. A large hand gripped a blade. An orc stood in the cell, both hands clamped on the bars, his blood-red eyes flashing murderous intent at the person before him. Haim stood outside, his face was solemn. After 5 years, at last he could meet you again, Your Highness the Third Prince. Sunset began to filter through the leaves, and the birds were racing back to their nests. Yuri and his companions were resting in the forest after a grueling journey, where the trees offered shade. While Yuri was drinking, he suddenly heard someone approaching. He glanced around the woods to assess the situation. It turned out to be Lord Raymond coming toward him. Seeing the approaching figure, Yuri called out from a distance and then asked, Lord Raymond, how far have we come? Raymond, hearing him, replied that they had reached the gates of Sedor. He began to say that if they pressed on a little further they'd reach the coastal town of Sedor, and he continued that afterward they planned to cross Gid and head straight to the rendezvous at Balshad. This man was Brial's knight, Raymond. Yuri continued conversing with Raymond, praising him. Good, this pace is fine, right? Raymond answered, Of course, sir. While the two of them talked, someone stood watching from a distance. Yuri and Raymond began to notice and turned to look at the same time. The scene from that year flashed through Yuri's mind. The knight's voice that had ended his life once rang out, and only one name occupied Yuri's thoughts. Roland Flander. The name that had ended his life in a previous life, the eldest son of Count Flander, Roland Flander, now standing before him, was still a youth with bright, shining eyes. Roland stepped forward and performed a courtesy. It is an honor to meet you, sir. He bowed deeply, full of manners, as he introduced himself. I am Roland Flander. Yuri was taken aback by his behavior and stammered After the greeting, Roland raised his face, hand over his chest. His voice was sincere and his gaze determined. there is something I've wanted to tell you since before we met. Yuri was surprised and immediately asked, what is it? Roland's face flushed slightly, his eyes sparkling as if he had longed to say this. I admire you, sir. His frank words were something Yuri had not anticipated. Yuri let out a startled sound. Roland began to tell that since hearing about the incident 5 years ago from his father, His Highness had become his idol. The story Roland referred to was when Yuri had defended the maid. Roland recalled Yuri's heroic scene, the day he raised his sword for his servant. His eyes lit up at the memory as he spoke with great admiration. That was a perfect example of a true knight. Roland, with eyes full of stars, looked toward Yuri, who stood helplessly before him. Yuri helped Roland to his feet. Roland looked slightly embarrassed and then smiled. All right. I've heard about you from your father, Lord Lion, from time to time. I look forward to working together. Roland exclaimed happily. No, it's an honor to serve you, sir. Roland stepped aside, his eyes still sparkling, and at that moment Raymond stepped forward and said, Your Highness, it's time to depart. Yuri immediately replied, yes. Raymond frowned with worry as he mentioned the Count of Sedor. If you don't know, Count Sedor is not one for hospitality, so even if we aren't warmly received by the Count, do not take it to heart. Night gradually fell, and at last Sedor began to come into view. A banner was raised reading, Welcome to His Third Royal Highness. 2 people stood at the city gate to receive Brial's party. Seeing the scene, Yuri was excited. What a grand reception. Count of Sedor Haim Theodore now appeared formally before Yuri. The old man announced respectfully, His Highness has arrived. Yuri slowly dismounted and courteously returned the salute. Thank you for the warm reception, Lord Haim. He spoke with a tone of mockery. We are merely showing respect to someone who dared to charge the front lines at such a young age. He looked at Yuri and asked, Have you ever fought an orc? At the question, he half closed his eyes and calmly said, Of course, then caught himself as if he'd misspoken. He paused slightly, then continued in the same composed manner, Not really, but I've read about them in books. Yuri turned to look back at the knights from Brial and spoke honestly, Most of the soldiers here have no experience fighting orcs, so at least I need to learn a thing or two. Haim smiled faintly, I see, wonderful. He stepped closer to Yuri, placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. If that's the case, Your Highness. With a crafty look he asked, Would you mind if I offered you a gift? Night had fallen, and everyone moved forward toward a large gate. The lock on the gate was opened. Yuri followed Haim. They stood waiting as the gate slowly opened. When the gate was fully open, Haim carried a torch and stepped inside. He turned to lead Yuri, This way, Your Highness. Yuri led the group, and one by one they passed through the gate, each carefully observing their surroundings. Once everyone had entered, the large gate began to close again. This astonished the knights. Fear showed clearly on their faces. As their leader, Yuri kept his panic hidden, but his expression shifted as he asked Haim, What do you think you're doing? Haim remained calm, even smiling as he lit torches and reassured them. No need to be alarmed. Having lit the torches, a wide avenue ahead became clearly visible. Yuri noticed something and silently glanced to the side. The knights also saw it and astonished stammered that is. An orc now lying in a cage appeared before Yuri's group. Haim acted as if it were nothing and calmly said, For now, call it a prisoner. He looked at the orc clutching its head in pain inside the cage and explained, To survive, I had to study even their small habits and instinctive behaviors, anything useful in combat. After hearing this, Yuri spoke seriously, Is this the gift you mentioned, Lord Haim? He smiled wickedly but remained polite. Yes, the war with these creatures is upon us. There is no gift more valuable than this. Yuri suddenly laughed, Thank you, though inside he was more shocked. This man was crazier than he thought, torturing orcs too. He abruptly glanced at the people behind him. He turned fully and asked the man, What's your name? The knight looked surprised but introduced himself solemnly, I am Simon Peshu, son of Baron Wolf. Looking at the trembling orc, he asked Simon, Tell me honestly what you think. Simon, anxious and hesitant, then spoke his mind, I don't think this is necessary. This seems excessive for a prisoner of war. Hearing this, Yuri glanced at the orc and said, Fine, from now on you may think that. Then he looked at Haim and ordered, Lord Haim, open the cage. Haim closed his eyes and replied, Very well. Yuri then asked Simon to confirm, Your name is Simon, right? Simon immediately answered yes. The orc was released, its foot slammed down, cracking the ground around it, and Yuri's voice cut through, This is real combat. He stood behind with his arms crossed, watching Simon advance with his sword, then ordered, Strike the orc. Simon gripped his sword tightly, his eyes flashed with seriousness and resolve. Before him was a ferocious face. The orc roared, as if it could lunge forward and tear him apart at any moment. Its screaming grew louder, it slammed its face onto the floor, cracking the stone. Simon froze, staring at the monster before him. Fear gradually showed on his face. He clenched his teeth and stood rooted to the spot. Orkful rose up and began reaching after the panicking Simon. Yuri's reproachful voice rang out, Just as I thought, this has gone too far. You must fight a prisoner who has lost the will to fight. Orkful caught up to Simon and punched him with a devastating blow right beside his ear. Simon was struck so hard his helmet dented. He screamed pitifully. The comrades outside, seeing the terrifying scene, called his name Simon. Under that desperate cry, Orkful tightened its grip around Simon's neck, preventing him from resisting. Yuri's commanding voice began to ring out, all of you, prepare to fight. At the same time, Haim's calm voice interjected to reassure them, don't worry, we've cut most of its tendons. Yuri listened silently. The two beside him continued, Your Highness. He spoke each word sharply, this is an orc. The dungeon was cloaked in darkness. Haim stood beside Yuri with a cold face and sharp eyes. He bowed his head and spoke quietly, Your Highness. The expressions of both then turned grave as they looked ahead. When he spoke, this is an orc. If you show the slightest weakness, it will rush in and kill. Haim's urgent voice rose as he saw the soldier being strangled by the orc. Your Highness, we must save him. Yuri calmly assessed the soldier's condition and reminded them, stay calm, we've cut most of its tendons. It won't die, though it may be injured. Orkful still held the young soldier tightly and let out a huge roar that echoed through the dark dungeon. He tilted his head and quietly asked Haim, is it holding him hostage? Haim frowned and replied urgently, I'll have the interpreter called. Haim ordered sternly to the figure shrouded in a hooded cloak, interpret. Kori stepped forward timidly and awkwardly, looking mysterious as Haim called, Kori. Yuri regarded him with curiosity. Kori's voice was strange and shy as he replied, yes, sir. He put his hands to his ears, concentrated on the orcful's screams, and then solemnly relayed everything. If you do not put down your weapons, it said it will begin to crush the knight's bones one by one. Then it began to grasp the young soldier's hand and break it, causing him to scream in agony. Yuri's voice immediately rang out, Hernando. He stepped back to give way to Hernando. Go. Hernando then stepped into the circle and formed a vivid green magic circle with his hands. A surge of green magic suddenly burst violently from Hernando's hands, enveloping the monster that was clutching the soldier and causing it to howl in despair. He furrowed his brow and shouted, now. Yuri smiled with satisfaction and praised as he rushed forward, well done. In the blink of an eye he had seized the soldier, successfully freeing him from the orcful's grip. Very quickly Yuri returned to his comrades and gently laid the soldier down on the ground. The monster, furious at being blatantly robbed, bellowed loudly, Krah. The group took a cautious step back as a giant orcful with bloodshot eyes roared in anger. Yuri observed quickly and asked, Lord Haim, this isn't a normal orc, is it? Haim replied without taking his eyes off the creature, no, small, but very experienced. He recalled the horrifying image from earlier. It was eating a knight alive when we captured it. That orc had killed many people. A young soldier shouted angrily, bastard, I don't care if it's a prisoner, I'll kill it myself. Yuri turned to him and gently reassured him, stay calm. The soldier showed a flash of worry and said, Your Highness. He glanced back with a serious expression. It's not that I want to stop you, but look behind you. Yuri's voice rang out as the tall shadow of the orcful fell across the ground with heavy steps. They're probing for a gap. That orc isn't special. Those we meet on the plains are worse. He stepped forward, patted the young soldier's shoulder, and reminded him, focus, this is training. Learn how to kill orcs. The young soldiers gripped their swords, which glowed faintly blue, their eyes fixed on the approaching orcfuls. One of them swung a burning torch high and hurled it outward. Hernando, standing before Yuri and Haim, immediately raised a shield and blocked the flaming torch. The orcful, surprised, spat out a mouthful of blood and showed sudden, painful shock. A young soldier appeared suddenly behind it and decisively drove a sword through its back. It slowly collapsed, coughing. Yuri clapped loudly, smiling with satisfaction and praising, well done. Although they had felled the orcful, their faces could not brighten. Seeing this, he asked, not satisfied. Yuri approached the carcass lying in a pool of red fluid and said with understanding, it's to be expected. This was just a test against an enemy that couldn't fight back. But this experience raises your survival odds on the battlefield. Be grateful to Lord Haim. When Yuri mentioned him, Haim respectfully placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Some may think this unbecoming of knightly spirit. Then he turned decisively and began to walk away. They don't deserve chivalry. Follow me, I have one more thing to show you. Everyone followed Haim, leaving the orcfuls lying motionless on the cold ground. They were nothing but brats. In the dark dungeon, only the scattered glow of torches lit the path. In the orc camp, their acts were even more horrific. Haim carried a torch to light the way and opened a door, revealing the consequences of their actions. Yuri frowned slightly as he followed Haim's direction, his face still unpleasant as he thought, I see. The young soldier beside him was equally shocked by the sight. This is. Emaciated skeletal orcfuls shackled by chains at their feet reached out toward them, half-orcs. Yuri glanced down, thoughtful, and said, more than I thought. Haim did not deny it and nodded lightly yes, and digging them up wasn't easy either. He calmly explained, the orcs capture humans and treat them like toys. This is what remains after their games. The young soldier felt nauseous and had to cover his mouth. Yuri then turned and quietly asked Haim, do you hate orcs? Haim pondered for a moment, looked away, and answered decisively, I do, until the day I die. He fell silent and stared intently at Haim. Yuri tightened his sword at his side and thought to himself, calm down, it's as if the Lord is used to this chaos. Everyone has an eternal enemy. For me, it's the Empire. He recalled Haim sitting silently in the rain, tears streaming. For Haim, it seemed to be the orcs. He had retrieved his son's body from an orc village. That image still haunted him, just as I cannot forget the devastation of the kingdom. The morning sun shone upon the magnificent castle. A call rang out, causing Yuri to tilt his head and turn. Your Highness. Haim appeared and pushed Corey forward, saying, please take him with you, Your Highness. He smiled and quickly recognized him as the man from the dungeon yesterday. The old man nodded slightly and replied, yes, his name is Corey. Yuri smiled and couldn't help praising, speaking orc is a valuable skill. Corey reacted a bit slowly and stammered, sir, there's something I must say. Yuri put up a hand to stop him. Stop. Yuri nodded slightly and continued, I know. Corey went blank and said yes. Yuri continued, I know what you're worried about, so don't think about it. He placed something in Corey's hand. I'm giving you this. I hope you'll serve well. Corey grew anxious and stammered, but this is so valuable. Yuri seemed unconcerned and instead called out loudly to the side, Lord Raymond. He smiled and asked, the border is just beyond here, right? Raymond nodded slightly, yes. There will be some monster packs, but no need to worry about ambushes. Yuri closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. No, you are wrong. The monsters are a threat to the border, just like the orcs. His commanding voice echoed across the rugged mountains. They must all be eradicated. A group of merchants appeared in the dense forest with a large wagon loaded with goods. The sound of hooves clattered increasingly closer. A scarred man appeared, smiling menacingly. He drew a blood-soaked sword, terrifying the merchants. A murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. He leapt forward and swung his sword down toward the merchants. Red liquid spurted everywhere. Yuri rode majestically at the head of his troops, charging ahead. He glanced back over his shoulder. Yuri watched Corey riding a small horse beside the tall Hernando and thought to himself that the company would be noisy once they discovered Corey was a half-orc. Then he broke into a satisfied smile, thinking, I'm assigning him as a guard. Hernando will handle it well. Haha, what a nuisance. Yuri opened the map in his hand and studied it thoughtfully. He suddenly raised his hand and called Jared. Gerald immediately answered from behind, yes, Your Highness. He urged his horse forward to ride alongside Yuri and glanced over. He looked seriously at the map and said, from now on you'll be in charge of scouting. I'll mark the locations, go and report back. Gerald, concerned, asked, scouting, but this area is full of bandits. Gerald frowned and added, they'll only run if we find them. Are you sure? Yuri stared at the map and replied solemnly, we'll pursue them to the end. They harm the border merchants, do they not? He curled his lip into a mocking smile and continued, what? Not confident? That doesn't suit someone as talented as you. Every word from Yuri struck Gerald like a knife. The other soldiers were too tense for this duty. I'm just a young prince with little experience, while you're a sword genius who doesn't understand ordinary people's feelings. Pressed into a corner, he shouted and spurred his horse forward. I'll go now. Yuri, watching from behind, laughed with satisfaction. All right, go. I like the enthusiasm. Raymond rode up beside Yuri and said, you seem very fond of him. Yuri, still smiling, replied, fond is too much. I'm just bringing him along. Yuri smiled and turned abruptly to the side. He cheerfully continued, Lord Raymond, may I ask you something a bit dull? Raymond smiled politely and answered, please, Your Highness. Yuri's question left even the prepared Raymond momentarily stunned. What do you fight for? He hesitated. It's been a long time since anyone asked me that. Raymond's gaze grew serious as he glanced at Yuri. However, my only answer is an old one. Yuri replied calmly, I'm listening. This time Yuri was taken aback by Raymond's answer, the safety of Brial. A small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Not a bad answer. Yuri tightened the reins and called out, keep this marching pace. I'll go check on Gerald a bit. Then Yuri urged his horse and galloped after the Gerald who had just ridden off. Deep in the woods on a clearing, a group had pitched tents and gathered their camp. A stranger was tied up and thrown to the ground with force, screaming in pain, Og. Another man stepped forward and commanded in a powerful voice, silence. Yuri crouched, gripping a razor-sharp dagger, and spoke in a terrifying tone that made the man tremble with fear. At least learn to value your life, don't you think? Gerald looked down through his spyglass, observed, and reported, Your Highness, I found it. He pointed to the group at the foot of the mountain and said, that's the bandits' base. Yuri didn't hesitate to praise Gerald. Well done, Jard. Then Yuri glanced at the bound man on the ground and interrogated him. So you say he scouted alone? He went without anyone, really? Your commander sent you alone. Bound tightly with rope, the man could only stammer, yes, that's right. The man added, and Yuri frowned immediately. I'm just a recruit, so I don't know much. The blazing red necklace at his throat caught Yuri's attention. HM. Without a word, Yuri plunged his hand into the man's shirt to search him, causing the man to panic and scream, Kaya. He pulled out a pendant that glowed with red light. What is this? Yuri interrogated, is this yours? The man recoiled and answered timidly, no, Big Brother gave it to me and told me to wear it on patrol. Yuri's face darkened as he drew the gleaming sword at his side, which looked like a magical weapon. What magic is engraved on this? The man screamed, I don't know anything. Yuri's voice dropped low as he stepped closer to the trembling man. Is that so? Then there's no other choice. He smiled confidently, turned, and walked away. I'll capture your big brother myself and question him properly. The sun was sinking behind the mountain, and darkness was beginning to fall. Yuri gripped the spyglass tightly, sitting in the bushes and watching intently when a loud call rang out, Your Highness. Gerald returned with a few knights after scouting and reported, As you ordered, we've deployed forces along the routes we expect they'll flee, and I've also instructed scouts to prioritize determining their numbers. He immediately put the spyglass away and smiled brightly. Good. If I cause a commotion from inside, they'll fall into the trap themselves, right? The man looked puzzled at Yuri's words. Sorry, cause a commotion. Quickly, he mounted his horse and shouted, Go now. If you're late, there'll be nothing left to share, understood? While everyone was still confused, Yuri spurred his horse forward at speed, causing Gerald to shout in alarm, Wait, Your Highness. Yuri paid no heed to the shouts from behind and kept urging his horse on. Going alone is dangerous, they shouted. Yuri smiled, reined in, and called out loudly, Soldiers, where are you? A roar erupted with fierce force, shaking the whole camp area. Charge. The men in the camp were still dazed and didn't understand what was happening. Ahem, what's that noise? Then both of them looked up in surprise. He, on horse, crashed into the middle of their lavish food spread, overturning everything and sending it flying. They sat back on the ground, terrified and speechless at the strange appearance. Nice to meet you all. Yuri tightened the reins, smiled in a friendly manner, and said, Bandits. Before long night fell over the dark, dense forest, Gerald led the startled knights rushing up, repeatedly calling, Your Highness. He and Raymond hurried a short distance, panting and a little bewildered as they took in the scene before them. The sight of him casually sitting atop the bandit who just made the fire, surrounded by many other bandits. You're late. Gerald stepped up to Yuri in astonishment. Why did you act so rashly? It's dangerous. Yuri remained relaxed atop the bandit and retorted, Why didn't you follow me on time? Now all you do is complain. Yuri then turned his gaze to Raymond and asked, Lord Raymond, did any of them escape? Raymond became serious and replied, No. All were eliminated, and we suffered no casualties. He held a skewer of roasted meat, stood up briskly, and said, Good, now take their meat and prepare dinner. Everyone had appetizing skewers in hand and placed them by the fire to roast. Tonight's dinner was field-grilled skewers. Gerald offered a helpless comment, not very fragrant, but Yuri smiled proudly. That's the best part. Apparently you just don't know how to enjoy it. While he chatted by the fire, the bandit behind him struggled up and said, Let's stay here tonight and march on in the morning. The soldiers all shouted in unison, agreed. Suddenly Raymond spoke up, Your Highness, about the next destination, Geed. Before we reach Balshed, the Allied rendezvous, it seems we may encounter a large force from another kingdom at Geed, since our route overlaps theirs. He asked calmly, but his foot had already swung and kicked the bandit's face cleanly. Which kingdom? The man frowned slightly and replied dejectedly, The Holy Kingdom. Yuri smiled faintly and asked, A nation using holy magic. Interesting. He continued, They might heal our wounded if we make good relations. Raymond's face turned worried. I'm not so sure about that. He recalled the image of a woman, slender and delicate yet resolute and strong, and there were rumors that the Allied army's commander this time was the Princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, because she is in a weak position in the power struggle, it's said she is very sensitive about achieving results to secure her standing. So the rumor says she'll do anything to take credit in this Allied campaign. Hearing this, Yuri put his hand to his chin, thoughtful. A Princess of the Holy Kingdom, huh? Raymond stepped forward and asked, Shall I investigate further? He folded his arms and smiled. No, we don't need that. Yuri looked up at the sky. A bright moon shone in the dark, and he showed interest. I could meet her in person. The Allied rendezvous is a stopover for those heading to Balshad Geed. They handle supplies for the Allied forces. Cause trouble and you're ruined. If found guilty in Geed, you'll be judged by Geed's laws. Geed is an isolated zone, so we must obey the rules on their territory. A voice rose in the soldiers' tent. Lord Raymond, ensure our troops keep proper decorum before entering, including the knights. Raymond's serious voice replied at once, Understood. We'll wait outside the city for a while to make sure no one slips up when entering. I'll go meet the lord of the city. The lord smiled warmly at Yuri. It's an honor to meet a prince of Brial. Yuri followed etiquette and extended his hand to shake. Thank you for the reception. Brial is very grateful for your support. The lord replied cheerfully, No problem. We will fully support the Allied forces. Then he sat down, laughter still bubbling. When the king of Brial was young, he was famed for fighting orcs. Those orcs must be terrified he's here, haha. Yuri smiled, sat slowly in the opposite chair, and replied, I'll do my best. A steward standing outside called in, My lord, which drew his attention. Then the steward leaned close and whispered in his ear before Yuri's eyes. The lord turned to Yuri with a smile. The princess from the Holy Kingdom has arrived. Would you like to meet her with me? Yuri nodded slightly in polite assent. Very well. After a moment, footsteps clattered and a woman's figure entered the room. The lord hurriedly rose to welcome her, greeting her warmly. Beneath the bright light of the royal hall strode a female knight in immaculate white armor, exuding authority and confidence. She was the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sevilla Arsene. Sevilla's expression was stern as she introduced herself. I am the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. Call me Sevilla Arsene. He rubbed his hands and smiled warmly. It's an honor to meet a princess here. She was briefly silent, glanced at Yuri, then said, Are you the Lord's retainer? Yuri looked puzzled at Sevilla's question. She glared at Yuri and said sternly, But you, pay no mind, we have matters to discuss with him privately. The Lord, sensing a misunderstanding, hurried to explain, Ah, princess, he is. Before he could finish, the soldier accompanying Sevilla barked loudly, Silence, the princess is speaking. How dare you sit there, show proper respect. Only then did Yuri exclaim, Oh me. The next words out of his mouth left them all gaping and frozen. I'm the third prince of Brial. The Lord quietly pulled out a handkerchief to dab his sweat in this awkward moment. The knight from before was now terrified and rushed to explain. I also oversee Brial's forces, your highness, me. He shouted excitedly, leaving Yuri dumbfounded. My fault. I should have dressed properly like the other knights, but instead I look like a beggar. Then the other knights all bowed deeply and apologized to him sincerely. Sevilla, watching this, could only cover her face in helplessness and say, Forgive us, we were wrong, your highness. They both sat back down at the table. A voice asked, Do I seem that cheap? To which came an awkward smile and haha, not at all. Sevilla calmly apologized first, sorry for earlier. All right, that's enough. Yuri, sitting beside her, smiled and teased, should I let that slide? He then held out his tag with a social smile and said, We should reintroduce ourselves. I'm Yuki, third prince of Brial. They shook hands warmly, very pleased to meet you. Yuri cheerfully asked, How old are you, Sevilla? Sevilla kept a rather cold demeanor and replied, 20. Yuri honestly said, I'm 18, only a 2-year gap, not much difference, so let's be friends. With a warm look, he gave a gentle, friendly smile in the sunlight filtering through the curtains, then tilted his head and said, I won't be formal anymore, very glad to meet you, Sevilla. She looked a bit surprised and exclaimed, Ah, the Lord was pleased and smiled, wonderful, before fighting orcs, making allies is always good. Yuri eagerly asked again, Are you okay with that, Sevilla? Sevilla, taken aback by his quick banter, hesitated briefly and said, Ah yes. He frowned slightly and observing carefully asked, I haven't seen the other contingent on the road. Sevilla, did you go ahead with your knights? She beside him nodded softly, yes, the main force will arrive tomorrow. Yuri stroked his chin thoughtfully, looked off in another direction and said, hope they're all right. Sevilla frowned in reply. She looked very serious and a little intimidating. The Holy Kingdom's military rules are strict. Do you think something might happen? He smirked slightly and said, Oh, I meant outside, not internal matters. Orcs sometimes appear beyond the border. They're also skilled at ambushes despite their large size. The Lord nodded quickly in agreement. Yes, they're cunning beyond their size. Yuri smiled, somewhat insincerely this time. There probably won't be a problem. After all, they're the Holy Kingdom's troops. Still, he cast a slight glance at Sevilla and added, but I think you should keep that in mind. In the sunlit central square, bustling with people moving between colorful stalls, a familiar voice called out, How are the Holy Kingdom's knights? Yuri and Hernando strolled through the market talking. She's going through a hard time, he said, rubbing his chin and looking around. Do you see anything good in her? It seemed he was concerned about her. He replied, though his steps faltered, I think so, but... Yuri pulled out the red pendant taken from the bandits and held it up, studying it closely. Are you sure this was bought here? Hernando also focused on the jewelry shops and concluded, only that place would sell something like this. Yuri stepped ahead holding the pendant and said, I distinctly remember him saying this can lure orcs. More specifically, he said if an orc smells this necklace, they'll go mad and charge. Sounds like a battle drug. They stopped in front of a shop and peered at the items. Their critical remarks made the shopkeeper flush with anger. A magical implement? It looks too flimsy. Yes, I don't think it would work. The old seller finally couldn't stand it and grabbed their hands, shouting, If you're not buying, get out of here. The two turned on their heels and walked away as if nothing had happened. I don't see anything like that here. Maybe they sold out. Yuri smiled with a hint of regret. What a pity. Hernando cried out joyfully, pointing ahead, Your Highness. A group of soldiers walking together entered a tavern. I think they're gambling inside that tavern. Seeing this, his expression visibly darkened and his eyes flashed. One of Brial's soldiers gambling. That can't be ignored. Both of them rolled their necks and strode toward them. We can't be a respectable army if disgraceful behavior like this continues. The man following nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness. In front of the gate of a large building, several knights were gathered there. One stepped forward a few paces and asked, Was your meeting with the Lord all right? Sevilla replied coldly, Yes. He sneered with mocking contempt. I've heard Prince of Brial is untrustworthy. He's the vice-captain of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec. Fennec went on without stopping, showing disdain. How could he lead others? Calling Brial a knightly song is outdated. Seeing his words go too far, she warned, Don't speak ill behind people's backs, Fennec. He casually shrugged off Sevilla's admonition. What's wrong with that? He dresses like a mercenary. She frowned slightly, displeased, and his conduct is worse than what I've heard. Fennec paid him no mind and kept speaking ill of him. Once this orc business is over, Brial will be one prince fewer. Sevilla snapped sternly, enough, stop. He finally stopped. Right, she asked seriously, how are the main forces? Saying that, Fennec brushed past Sevilla with a slight glance and a veiled remark, of course there's nothing for you to worry about, princess. I'll handle it properly. She turned to watch the soldiers marching away. We will go on patrol now. Sevilla lowered her eyes, looking troubled. The sky was growing dark, and laughter and lively noise spilled out from the tavern. Fennec led the group of knights into the tavern. He frowned, looked ahead, and asked, who are they? Another spoke up while the soldiers in front laughed merrily among themselves. I think they're from Brial. Hearing this, Fennec sneered in confusion, letting common soldiers into the city. What discipline is that? Someone else observed and said, looks like they're playing cards. The soldiers seem to be having a good time. What's with Genord's men? Next, let's see what that gambler Aegis can do. The more he looked, the more annoyed he grew. Do they have no discipline? The knight beside Fennec scoffed. They're like that because their captain's no good either. He then put on a solemn expression and declared, we can't allow this. As knights of the Holy Kingdom, we won't stand by and watch. Having said that, Fennec took a breath and shouted loudly, what are you doing? His heavy voice echoed throughout the tavern. The knights and even Raymond looked up in bewilderment, thinking, is this a place to play? Fennec raised a finger as if lecturing them. Even if it's another nation's issue, I can't believe my eyes. Do you take the allied forces for a joke? Suddenly, a familiar voice cut him off. What did you say? A firm hand landed on his shoulder, causing Fennec to start and slowly turn to look. Yuri smiled warmly and asked, what's your name? Fennec, showing disgust, brushed Yuri's hand off his shoulder. He returned the look with unfriendly eyes. Third prince. Then Fennec glanced toward Raymond's group and said, such behavior will only get you and your knights into trouble. He grinned smugly. It seems you still don't understand. You should hand them a sword, not cards. I'm not even sure you've ever held a sword properly. Yuri gave a cold little laugh. Huh. His eyes turned sharp and icy. Hey, what's your name again? Doesn't the Holy Kingdom's army have a rank system? Saying that was enough to make the previously smug man falter, stammering that. This time another person appeared. When the familiar voice rang out, both of them turned at once. What are you doing? Sevilla put her hands on her hips, stepped forward solemnly, and spoke with authority. Lord Fennec, didn't you say you were on patrol? Fennec bowed his head, his face reluctant as he said, forgive me. He narrowed his eyes coldly, full of killing intent, and quietly ordered, leave this place. Still resentful, Fennec left with a few of his men, and as he reached the door, he cast a quick glance back at her. Sevilla, not one to be bullied, frowned at him. Then she turned to Yuri, sighed, and apologized. I'm sorry, I'll apologize for that incident. He smiled casually and replied, no need to do that. Yuri spoke on, and Sevilla's hand on the hilt of her sword twitched slightly. It's hard to control everyone. Could a holy crusading army be affected? She then turned and walked toward the door, leaving behind, I'll repay this debt next time. He answered cheerfully, all right, next time then. Yuri frowned and watched Sevilla leave in thoughtful silence. He recalled what Raymond had mentioned before they arrived, that she was weaker in influence and therefore sensitive about reputation, and he thought to himself, is that what Raymond meant? Yuri shook the thought off, smiled, and stepped forward. After all, he wasn't much different from her. In the lively tavern, his free-spirited voice rang out, shall we start the next round? A young soldier eagerly volunteered, my turn this time. Yuri laughed approvingly, good spirit. Outside, Fennec stood seething and cursed under his breath, damn it. He turned in confusion and challenged Sevilla, have you become close with that Prince of Brial? She replied faintly, is now the time to worry about that? Fennec, very displeased, shouted, Your Highness, didn't I say that man holds the post of? Suddenly another voice interrupted, Your Highness, Lord Fennec. Both turned to look in surprise. A knight from afar was hastily riding up on horseback. He stopped and leapt down. Both he and his horse were scratched and smeared with mud. He knelt and said, forgive my rudeness, but I have urgent news to report. Sevilla, perceptive, sensed something amiss and replied, what is it? His words stunned both her and Fennec. The main force was ambushed by orcs. Armor gleamed and clanked in the night. The Lord looked up at Sevilla, fully armored and mounted, and asked with utmost respect, Your Highness, will you depart at once? Worry showed on his face. Shouldn't we request help from Brial's forces? She fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The Lord spoke up, if you want to minimize losses to the army, it would certainly be better if, when a harsh voice cut in, what are you saying? Fennec, who had somehow galloped over, sat high on his horse and said down from his vantage, the Holy Kingdom will handle its own affairs. Lord, do you think we'd lose to lowly orcs? The Lord waved his hand and smiled, hurriedly explaining, ha ha ha, of course I didn't mean that. Sevilla spoke gently, it's all right, Lord. She stood under the moonlight, her strength enhancing her beauty. She smiled softly, I understand your concern, but we can resolve this matter easily. Thank you for your care. Then Sevilla urged her horse hard and shouted, mount up. Thus a column of knights led by Sevilla thundered down the forest road at night. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and watched the troop galloping off. The young soldier beside him turned and said with a puzzled look, the Holy Kingdom is stubborn indeed. The Lord's face, creased with age, still showed undeniable worry as he added, especially the vice commander, he's even more headstrong. We have no choice. He then turned to the young soldier and ordered, ride to the Brial camp immediately and find the third prince. The youth bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." The lord frowned, his tone urgent. "Hurry, there's no time to lose." Under the bright moonlight against the dark night sky, Raymond approached Yuri, who was reading a paper intently, and asked, "Your Highness, what does the paper say?" His eyes did not leave the paper. With a serious expression he replied, startling the man beside him. The Holy Kingdom's main force was ambushed by orcs. Yuri frowned and continued, "The Alliance asks that we help clear out the nearby orcs as a favor." Raymond said with some concern, "But the request comes from Guide, not the Holy Kingdom." Yuri's gaze lifted from the paper. He glanced up, recalling Fennec's cold remark, "She seems very stubborn." Then Yuri turned and ordered, "Lord Raymond, prepare to march at once." Raymond placed his hand over his chest, bowed slightly, and replied, "At your command." He turned to the young soldier beside him and asked, "What is your name?" Still kneeling, the man nodded respectfully, "Roy, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Yuri said, "All right, Roy, go to the tavern by the Charm Market and summon the Brial troops." He leaned down and whispered a small secret. "Tell them I'll only take the first 10 who arrive and they'll rush over." Roy quickly caught Yuri's meaning. "Yes, Your Highness." Yuri clenched the paper in his hand and watched the direction where Roy rode off. Yuri put the paper back on the table and said, "Now then." He raised both hands and brushed off dust. Then Yuri smiled with amusement and said, "Let's do a little night march." After a while he rejoined his troop, and they rode off to join the battle. As he rode, Yuri looked back and smiled. "I didn't think you lot had sobered up." Immediately the knights raised their swords and shouted, "No, we're sober." Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Ha ha, very well." Yuri glanced at Gerald and teased, "Jared, you don't look well, you're pale." Jared was extremely dizzy but tried to reply, "I'm fine." The sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out loudly. Roland hurried up from behind, smiling as he called, "Your Highness." Yuri answered in turn, "Yes, Lauren." Then his eyes shone with admiration, sparkling as if stars were circling. "Once again, I'm truly amazed by you, Your Highness." Yuri forced an awkward smile as Roland kept talking. "No, not only forgiving the holy knights who offended you, but also reaching out to help them now. Your eyes have learned that petty revenge isn't necessary. I admire you for that." He continued to flatter Yuri, truly the farsightedness of a prince, seeing not just the surface but what's within. Yuri shrugged helplessly, forcing a smile and quickly explaining, "Ha ha, it's not like that." Yuri thought to himself, when did Laurent become like this? A face hidden in the darkness curled into an inscrutable smile. "I am very grateful for your loyalty." He kept thinking about Roland's expression. "He's completely different from my previous life. Strange, but I'm different now too." He kept praising Yuri nonstop. He said he just knows how to appreciate people more. This fool may have been influenced. Raymond shouted and pointed forward, "Your Highness, look ahead." Ahead, a chaotic battle was underway. The Holy Knights of the Holy Kingdom. Yuri's powerful voice rang out, raising all the knights' spirits and focusing them for battle. "Listen up, this is our first fight against the orcs. From now on, I will be the first in and the last out in every battle." He rode forward, a murderous aura already radiating around him. The third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. Yuri's command carried an invisible weight as he ordered them on. Horses neighed across the woods as his dignified voice declared, "No one is to be wounded." Back a short while earlier, before the Empire's knights appeared, Sevilla's face had shown a flash of displeasure. Inwardly, she blamed herself for being too complacent. She should have anticipated an ambush. Images came to her mind of when our protagonist warned her that orcs sometimes appear from inside the border. Thinking that, she chastised herself silently again. She should have been more cautious. As she thought this, they saw the group of knights ahead clashing with the large orcs, both sides hacking at each other fiercely. Someone in Sevilla's group suddenly shouted, "They're still fighting." From Sevilla's perspective, seeing her detached group still holding on brought her slight relief. She thought, "Okay, our banner still flies." Then she turned and ordered her subordinate, Lord Fennec, "We will charge straight for their commander." Hearing that, Fennec immediately nodded into position. "We will charge." At his signal, the band of knights spurred their horses and surged forward, while Sevilla at the rear silently prayed to her pendant. "O holy saint, your servant is devout, grant us strength." Right after she spoke, a white radiance began to emanate from the pendant, enveloping her and her horse. The knight raised her sword forward and shouted, "Faster." Then, led by her, they soon encountered a grotesque skull that looked intensely evil. As the group approached, its eye sockets flared bright red, and some kind of magic array on the ground was activated, causing the ground to split into many fissures. The horses panicked, and the princess, sensing it, shouted, "It's a trap." Unfortunately for her, before the group could react, they fell straight into the deep pits the enemy had prepared. Falling, Sevilla's mind filled with regret. "Have I made the wrong decision again?" People praised her when she awakened her powers as a child, saying she was extraordinary. Their warm words, "I began to learn swordsmanship to live up to those expectations. When my blade defeated my brother, I realized that learning swordsmanship was the worst decision I ever made. My brother pushed me onto the battlefield because he feared I would steal the heir's position." A flash came to her mind of a young man handing her a document and saying, "Miss Sevilla, you must join the Allied forces. It is the will of God. Your soul will be saved and ascend to heaven if you fight for our holy saint." Back in the present, her face twisted as she swore, "What nonsense. He just wanted me dead." All around, knights trembled in pain as they fell below. Still, Sevilla forced herself to reassure them. Everyone focus. Then she noticed the black liquid clinging to her and wondered, is this oil? Then, as if remembering something, the princess hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, standing at the rim of the pit were orcs holding burning torches, ready to throw them down to burn them alive. One orc raised a torch as if preparing to hurl it down. Seeing that, Sevilla's face went pale. Her mind spun in chaos, barely able to think, an ambush leading to a fire trap. What do I do now? How do I survive? What am I living for? Countless questions rang in her head before a familiar voice appeared. Sevilla, open your eyes. Is it so hard to ask for help with your mouth? Are you really okay? The one who appeared was none other than our protagonist, Yuri. At that moment, he had already beheaded the orc with the torch and cheerfully told those below next, while Yuri's men threw down ropes to help Sevilla's group climb up. As soon as she reached the top, Sevilla didn't forget to thank him. Thank you, I owe you this time. Yuri shook his head slightly, it's nothing. At one side, the annoying Fennec also interjected. Your Majesty, Deputy Captain of the Holy Order Fennec, presents himself to the third young master of House Brial. Please forgive my rude behavior at the tavern the other day. I, Fennec, will never forget today. His words surprised the princess. She couldn't believe Fennec was genuinely apologizing. Yuri, however, seemed unconcerned. He smiled and accepted. I accept your apology. Let the Holy Order aid House Brial when we face difficulties in the future. Before their reunion lasted long, the group was drawn by sounds coming from the battle. Yuri turned his gaze toward the battlefield. The fight was raging fiercely. Then suddenly, an orc pulled out a horn made from a buffalo horn and blew hard. Hearing that sound, the remaining 8 orcs scrambled to their feet and fled. Someone shouted, they're retreating. They failed in their plan to assassinate the Holy Knights. Don't let any of them escape, Yuri yelled, and the group answered in unison, yes sir. As they pursued briefly, Yuri narrowed his eyes when he spotted a distinct orc among them. With his knowledge, the protagonist immediately recognized it. It was an orc Val. Knowing its danger, Yuri reached out to stop Sevilla from advancing further. Across from them, the orc Val began to draw its bow, even channeling its magic into the weapon. Then released, firing a sharp arrow aimed directly at Yuri and Sevilla's position. However, this simple attack was not enough to trouble our protagonist. With a single swing of his sword, he easily sliced the arrow cleanly in two. Afterwards, he was so brisk that he even teased, looks like the orc commander is angry. Because of me, I should probably respond to his provocation. Then the protagonist wrapped his body in a soft blue aura and began to step forward slowly. Behind him, Princess Sevilla showed a flicker of worry on her face, but she did not reach out to stop him. On Yuri's side, he bent down slightly to gather momentum and said, I'll be back soon. His words startled Sevilla, who hurriedly asked, Hey Yuri, you're not going alone, are you? Before Sevilla could receive an answer, our knight had already dashed forward to cut down the orcs. Of course, the monsters weren't stupid. They immediately turned to fight back. One orc from the group quickly grabbed a spear from somewhere and hurled it straight at Yuri. The projectile flew toward the protagonist at wind-tearing speed. Seeing this, Yuri instantly brought his sword back, his eyes widening as he tracked the spear's trajectory, and then at the moment it was about to hit him. Yuri began to recall 5 years earlier when Uncle Benar mentioned the soul segment to him. Countless variables arise on the battlefield, terrain, environment, and more. It boils down to expanding adaptive ability through repeated training. But the young master's soul segment is different. He immediately grasps the entire surrounding situation, instinctively recognizing the optimal path, then transforms it into a super sword. When young Yuri heard his uncle say that, he found it long-winded and complained irritably, explain it more simply. Bernard could only sigh and continue, when the moment comes you'll understand for yourself. Your body will react in that way, allowing you to defeat enemies most effectively. Back to Tai. It seemed Yuri now understood the meaning of those words. The corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. He immediately tilted his head to one side, dodging the dangerous spear. However, that was not the end. Yuri immediately sensed another dangerous aura. It was heading for him. He quickly turned forward and saw another spear hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Reacting to this, Yuri immediately dropped to the ground, then sprang up powerfully, just in time to avoid the spear as it struck the ground and created a small crater. Next, his heroic body lightly landed upon the shaft of the spear. He used its rebound to launch himself onto the heads of the monsters. Opposite him, the 2 orcs, surprised that Yuri had easily evaded their attack, were startled. But before they could do anything, they were struck by 2 swords from our protagonist into their chests, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining orcs, seeing their comrades fall so quickly, howled in fury and rushed to overwhelm him. Realizing this, Yuri quickly calculated a response in his head. One-on-many, direct confrontation is too dangerous. However, it's been so long since I returned to the battlefield. There's no way I'm going to miss this opportunity. Thinking this, an expression of intense excitement briefly crossed his face. Yuri's eyes widened, focusing intently forward very quickly. In his sight, cutting streaks began to appear. I see it, the optimal sword path. Following the guides he saw, Yuri began unleashing countless slashes at breakneck speed, causing the unlucky orc to let out a miserable cry as he met the king of hell. Next, of course, the two green-skinned ones behind him couldn't escape the same fate. Following their comrades, hoarse screams began to ring out until all sound faded. Orc bodies lay scattered around in pools of blood. Yuri himself gently sheathed his sword, and in his head he began to reflect on the fight. My body still can't keep up with my thoughts. For now, I'll be satisfied with this. Thinking that, he turned his gaze to a spear lying on the ground, and Yuri reached out and picked it up, raised it high into the air, then shouted, "Orc Val." Not far away, the Orc Val heard the call and turned toward the source of the voice. Immediately, Yuri's hand tightened around the spear. He showed no hesitation, enveloped the spear in an aura, and hurled it forward at lightning speed. Responding to the attack, the big orc hurriedly raised both axes before his chest to block. But seeing its action, Yuri broke into a supremely confident smile. As it turned out, Yuri had never intended to aim at that orc Val. Instead, his spear shattered the enemy's formation, causing the remaining orcs' morale to visibly drop, while the leader of the orcs had eyes blazing red with rage. After a few seconds to calm himself, it seemed to sense it could not win this battle, and began muttering orders for its subordinates to retreat quickly. Turning back to Yuri's thoughts, I thought they'd all charge at once, but they decided further losses weren't worth it. Thinking that, he smiled and said, "Hopefully this is enough to avenge the earlier arrow." No sooner had he said that than Princess Sevilla's anxious voice rang from behind. "Hey Yuri, are you hurt anywhere?" Yuri turned and smiled. "No, I'm fine. After all, it looks like everything's over now, right? So Sevilla, how does it feel to have won your first victory as part of the alliance?" Hearing the question, the princess's face unconsciously broke into a gentle smile, and she said, "Thank you. It's all thanks to you." Cut to the orc Val's location. It still wasn't reconciled to its defeat and vented its anger on a nearby tree, leaving a large dent in the trunk. It began to radiate an intense murderous aura, enough to show how berserk the creature had become. Cut to a small tavern in town, the noisy air thick with beer and laughter. Suddenly, a shout rang out, shattering the bustle. "Really?" Razor clenched his beer mug with one hand and his other into a fist, his whole body trembling with excitement. He spoke sheepishly, voice full of zeal, "I'm serious." He continued, eyes shining as he recalled. Prince Yuri suddenly lunged, snatched the torch out of midair. At the moment it was about to fall into the fire pit, it was truly spectacular. Hearing this, the two nearby soldiers exclaimed in unison, one "ah," the other "oh," their eyes shining with admiration. Another guy, voice full of doubt, interjected, "Rumor says Prince Yuri is useless in combat. I thought he was just a gambler, always partying and playing cards. I'll admit he's good at gambling though." Roland, sitting beside him, immediately rebutted with a proud look, "All those rumors are nonsense." He placed a hand on his chest, exclaiming, "Clearly he carries the noble blood of the royal family, kin to the king." Another soldier quickly cut in a booming tone, "Don't let me tell you in detail about the prince's extraordinary martial skills." Someone else laughed, teasing, "Hey, this guy's drunk, who's been feeding him so much ale?" In a shadowed corner of the tavern, a mysterious figure silently watched the conversation. The purple-haired woman, eyes cold and sharp, murmured to herself, "Prince Yuri, how strange. Just a regular royal, yet he saw through the assassination techniques I hid. And now he willingly throws himself into the battlefield. When I tried to stop him, it felt like he was always a few steps ahead, as if he could foresee the future." She turned and in a low voice called to the innkeeper, "I need to find someone." The innkeeper, wiping a glass, looked up in curiosity. "What kind of person are you looking for?" She replied, cold but clear. "He has dark brown hair, carries a sword, and is a master swordsman." The innkeeper rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That's hard to identify with just that." She continued, voice sharper, "He's not fluent in the continent's tongue. His speech is heavily accented." At that, the innkeeper flinched as if remembering something. He clapped his hands, eyes bright. "Ah, now I remember. Not sure his hair is brown, but there was a fellow who spoke the continent tongue clumsily. He ordered risotto with no seasoning and asked for directions to Balshad." The woman nodded, slid a gleaming coin onto the table. "I understand, thank you." Seeing the coin, the innkeeper's eyes lit up and a broad smile spread across his face. "Ha ha, I'm not saying this for thanks, but I will gladly accept the gratitude of a patron." He turned his back and walked away while the purple-haired woman sank into thought. Balshad, the Orc Alliance's rendezvous point, that's also where the prince is headed. I must set out first and find him, one of the strongest swordsmen in the east. Cut to Yuri. After the battle at Jide, the army quickly moved to the next location. Along the way they made camp many times, and thanks to experience from previous occasions, everyone prepared more thoroughly. Watching the troops grow more proficient, Yuri smiled contentedly. Everyone is quicker after a few drills. I thought I'd have to teach from scratch, but this is great. Raymond, standing beside him, replied, "We've camped many times and are getting used to it." Yuri nodded, eyes sincere. "Thank you, Raymond. It's all thanks to your hard work." With that he turned, calm in tone, "I'll go scout the area. please oversee things. Raymond bowed and replied respectfully, yes, your highness. Yuri walked alone through the vast forest, thinking to himself, just stepping away from camp for a bit makes everything so quiet. The risk of a nighttime ambush may be higher than I thought. Suddenly, from deep in the woods, a loud shout rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Yuri immediately headed toward the noise. There, 2 soldiers were berating Kari. One of them snarled, I told you not to draw attention. He continued, sneering, you filthy orc seller. Faced with the insults, Kari said nothing, tears quietly falling. The soldier grew more aggressive. You look like a spy. Aren't you deceiving the prince, colluding with the orcs? Kari hurriedly looked up, voice trembling, and no, that's not true. I'm absolutely not. The soldier stepped forward, grabbed Kari's hand, and yanked forcefully at the glove she wore. Not true, thief, give it back. Kari begged, I didn't steal anything, please return it. At that moment, Yuri stepped out, voice cold as ice, hey, you lot. People are setting up tents, what are you doing here? Seeing Yuri, the soldier stammered, your highness, this one. Yuri spoke, eyes sharp, it seems you don't understand. I'll say it again, get out. Confronted with his authoritative tone, the 2 soldiers trembled and replied in unison, yes, your highness, sorry. They quickly turned and fled. Yuri looked at Kari, voice gentle, are you all right? He returned the glove with a smile, here, take it. Kari, grateful, bowed her head, yes, thank you, your highness. Yuri continued, I have the authority to punish them. Do you want me to? Kari shook her head, voice low but resolute, no, it's fine. People admire the beautiful and despise the ugly, that's human nature. If you help me, things might be easier, but my dream will become more distant. Yuri, curious, what dream is that? Kari hesitated, then answered, I want to be accepted by everyone, to live in harmony with them. Yuri pondered, that's not an easy dream. He placed a hand on Kari's shoulder, voice warm, Kari, you're with Hernando, right? Learn the orc language from him. Learn the orc language from him. Cut to night. The camp remained on high alert. Inside a tent, someone asked, how are the defenses against nighttime raids coming along? Raymond answered, voice steady, all supply areas have been covered with fireproof tarps. Guards are posted around the wooden palisade. Razor interjected skeptically, is this necessary? You've increased manpower above normal. Yuri pointed to a spot on the map, voice low, this is orc territory. Anything could happen, the likelihood they'll use dark magic is high. While he was explaining, a soldier burst in, panting, shouting, your highness, it's bad, the orcs are attacking. The whole tent shook, and everyone rushed outside. Chaos struck Yuri's eyes. Soldiers fought fiercely with the orcs, flames leaping from the tents. Yuri lamented, this is worse than I thought. A large barrel suddenly fell, releasing a pitch-black miasma of dark energy as it slammed to the ground. Behind Yuri, a massive explosion went off, startling him. What's happening? Looking at the blaze before him, Yuri asked, are they using gunpowder? Hernando beside him shook his head, not gunpowder, that's corrupted mana magic. This is a large-scale attack. Yuri turned, voice firm, Hernando, what's the strategy in this situation? Hernando pointed ahead, they're crafting magical bombs and throwing them down. We must stop whoever's behind it. Yuri hesitated, then shouted toward Raymond and Razor, disperse by units and take command. He tightened his grip on the sword, eyes blazing, I'll find whoever's behind this myself. A surge of mana burst from Yuri, carrying terrifying power. He muttered, voice resolute, and I'll see his face. Yuri looked to Hernando and asked, which direction is the magic coming from? Hernando pointed forward and replied, over there. Without another word, Yuri stomped hard on the ground and said, all right, I'll go and return later. Saying that, he dashed off in the direction Hernando had indicated. While moving, something caught his eye and made him startle for a moment. He noticed the broken flag tied to the back of the orc val that he had previously snapped. Clenching his sword, he lunged forward, teeth gritted, so it was you. The orc val didn't give him the advantage. It immediately drew the axe from its back, swinging it forward to block his incoming strike. After that, the two exchanged blows for a while. Yuri stepped back, looking at his trembling arm, thinking to himself, its strength is no joke, and its movements are very strange. Like someone with a great deal of combat experience, I don't like this, but first I must keep my distance. Before he had time to think, the orc val lunged, raising its axe and swinging a heavy blow at him. But with his quick reflexes, he easily stepped back to dodge that attack. It followed with a series of strikes aimed at Yuri's position, but he used his agility to evade them. This angered the orc val. It roared and launched another attack. This time, Yuri chose not to dodge. He immediately raised his sword to meet its assault. As soon as he parried, he spun his blade and delivered a powerful slash straight at the orc val, making it cry out in pain. His face grew dark as he murmured, I admit he's different from the others. He's on a completely different level. Then his gaze turned serious as he said, all right, let's see how skilled you really are. With that, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword hard toward the orc val's neck, forcing it to flinch away. Suddenly, dense dark energy seeped from around it, as if it were being empowered. It then swung the axe down with tremendous force, striking the ground and shattering the earth. Fortunately, Yuri had time to step back and avoid that attack. Sliding across the ground, he continued to watch every move of the orc val with extreme care. Then he spoke, clear the forward area, this is the moment. Following his gaze, the orc val was completely enveloped in the dark energy. Looking at it, he exclaimed, some kind of mana technique. The orc val tightened its grip on the axe and calmly stepped in front of him, showing no fear. Seeing that, he murmured inwardly, when I heard they were using magic, I should have been suspicious. suspicious. Could that orc mage really wield mana? Recalling the scene of the burning camp, he exclaimed, could they even use gunpowder? Hernando beside him answered, not gunpowder, that's twisted mana magic. Meaning among the orc warriors, one has mastered a form of mana magic. Thinking that, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Then he tightened his grip on the sword, stared straight ahead and said, you're one of those elite fighters, aren't you? His eyes flashed and he used the soul-seizing slash technique. Countless invisible blade marks appeared all over the orc Val's body. Unaware of this, it madly charged at him to attack. He defended while observing the weak points that had appeared on its body, then immediately swung his sword, thrusting straight for its throat, leaving it no time to react. The moment the blade touched its throat, it reached out and grabbed the sword to stop it. Its gaze looked extremely fierce at his action. Seeing that, he exclaimed, you bastard, you're channeling mana into your neck to reduce the damage. It then violently pulled his sword out of its throat, uttering enraged cries. Its arm was still gripping his blade, but he tightened his hold on the hilt and swung a powerful slash, severing the fingers holding the blade from its hand. He immediately used his agility to step back, avoiding the attack it was delivering. Blood ran down his shoulder, a cut had appeared. He clenched his teeth, silently admitting in anger, this one isn't ordinary. Then a smile spread across his lips as he said, so light strikes don't work on you? With that, he infused a large amount of mana into his sword, looked ahead once more and smiled, alright then, let's have a proper fight. Both sides now maintained intense focus, facing each other, not daring to lower their guard. Then they lunged at each other like two arrows, unleashing a flurry of slashes that shook the surrounding air violently. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred where the two were fighting. When the dust settled, only large craters remained on the ground. Alongside them was a fragment of an axe blade stuck into the earth. Yuri's gaze turned extremely cold. He stared at the orc Val kneeling before him without hesitation. He rushed forward, tightened his grip on the sword, and shouted, it's over. Then he thrust his sword hard into the orc Val's chest, making it cry out in pain. Its body then rolled onto the ground. Pulling his sword out, he looked at the orc Val. It was still moving, and he thought inwardly, he's still alive. This one is an elite, so he'll certainly know a lot. Killing him now would be a waste. At that moment, soldiers came running from a distance, shouting, Your Highness. One called out, are you all right? The other glanced at the orc Val and asked, is it an orc? He nodded in agreement, yes. He asked, how's the situation at the camp? The soldier saluted respectfully and replied, it's almost stabilized, Your Highness. Yuri sheathed his sword gently and said, good. Gather all surviving orcs in one place and bring this one along. He glanced down at it and said, from now on, the orc interrogation will begin. Return to the camp. At that moment, Hernando stepped forward, looked at Yuri's wound and said, this is a very vulnerable spot. You must regularly relax it properly if you don't want an injury. He began to treat it. Yuri turned and asked, did you get into another scuffle with an orc again? Hernando smiled and replied, what? You just wander off and let others take the hits. Hearing that, Yuri snapped, you brat. After a few minutes of treatment, Hernando released his hands and said, done. Thankfully, the wound isn't too deep. Yuri lightly rotated his shoulder joint and felt the motion was easier. He smiled and said, feels good now. But before he could finish, Hernando interrupted, Your Highness, please wait a moment. He turned to a soldier and said, bring that chair here. Yuri flinched slightly and looked at him. A finely carved chair was then set down heavily. Hernando spoke, respectfully introducing the chair of a commander who commands respect on the battlefield. Now you shall conduct the interrogation right here. Yuri looked puzzled and asked, what is this, Hernando? Hernando smiled from behind and said, a commander should have presence. I had a soldier who used to be a carpenter make it. Looking at the chair, the corner of Yuri's mouth lifted into a smile. He bashfully approached and said, since you went to the trouble of making it, I can't refuse. He then sat down with a satisfied look. He remarked, not bad, actually quite decent. He cleared his throat a few times and looked down at the orcs below, saying coldly, from now on, the prisoner interrogation officially begins. Now pull them up one by one. Following his order, Jard hauled each orc up and pressed their heads into the cauldron of oil, scorching their faces and making them cry out in pain. Witnessing this, the remaining orcs recoiled in fear. Yuri then said, you have only one chance to answer. Then he asked who ordered the night assault. At that moment, one orc shouted loudly as if trying to say something. Corey beside him began to translate, oh, Your Highness, this orc just said. But before she could finish, Yuri raised his hand to cut her off. Never mind, you can tell it's cursed by the look of it. He then ordered Jard to proceed with his work. Jard immediately grabbed the rope binding the orc, and once again forced its head into the cauldron of oil, eliciting pitiful screams. This served as another warning to the remaining orcs. Seeing this, both Hernando and Corey in the rear flinched in fright. The orc's body was now engulfed by flames as it screamed in despair. Above, Yuri deftly manipulated the small blade in his hand, staring coldly at the orcs below and saying, I'll ask once more and it'll be brief. It's up to your answers. As he spoke, he guided the blade toward the orc lying on the ground. With a single cold motion, the blade pierced the orc's chest, causing a pitiful scream. He continued coldly, I might give you a quick, painless death. At this point, the orc was still alive, and Yuri immediately ordered Jard, continue dealing with him. This made the other orcs below scream in fury. He turned to Corey and asked, what did he say? Corey replied, he said they're just low-ranking soldiers, so they don't know anything. But they confessed that the one who gave the order was Orc Bal. They begged us to punish that one and spare them. Hearing this, Yuri smiled and said, haha, I see he's trying his best. Then his tone turned cold. So this raid was ordered by Orkua, correct? Upon hearing that strange name, those standing behind began to whisper Orkua. I've never heard that name before. The king of the orcs, Orkua, must be the one who stirred the Orc Alliance to rise up, the one who slaughtered countless knights in his previous life. In this war, he is someone who must be killed and erased. Corey turned and translated clearly. He asked if he'll be spared if he answers. Yuri added yes. Then Corey began translating his words to the orcs below. After hearing the orcs' words, Corey awkwardly faced Yuri and said, Your Highness, this orc Val wants an oath. Yuri asked curiously, an oath. Corey continued, he says that betraying an oath and striking an opponent is like dragging your honor through the mud. Hearing that, Yuri smiled and said, haha, seems he's had quite a lot of contact with humans. An orc with muscles in his head speaking like that. Then he immediately said, very well, I swear. Jared behind him was startled by those words. Jard spoke up, Your Highness, what are you thinking, letting that one go? Yuri immediately reassured him, it's fine, Jard, calm down. He then turned to Corey and asked, is it really Orkua's order? Corey translated, he's right, it was exactly the order of the chieftain of the Han tribe. The Han tribe chieftain acted on Orkua's orders. Yuri continued, and the Orc Alliance, how did they know our march route? Corey replied, he said Orkua has his own methods of gathering information, but he himself doesn't know how. Jard next interrupted, Your Highness, so you mean this Orkua knew our march and ordered the attack? Yuri sighed softly and answered, yes, the Qing State's rendezvous probably used the same method. Then he looked down and asked, Orc Val, this is my final question for you. Orkua, how strong is he? At that question, the Orc Val growled a few times, then said something that made Corey flinch. She began trembling as she translated. He says that even a whole pack of Orc Vals charging together cannot defeat him. He swears that no creature in this world is more savage and powerful than Orkua. Thinking this over, Yuri nodded in agreement. Yes, maybe so, but remember this. Humans are more treacherous than the orcs and far craftier than you think. As he spoke, he picked up a pendant, which made the Orc Val below widen its eyes in anger. He continued, you want to provoke me? I intend to keep my oath. Hey, are they really going to charge? The Orc Val was thrashing and trembling now, but the rope around him began to show signs of snapping. Seeing this, the soldiers behind gasped and shouted, the chain is fraying, damn it. Immediately after, the rope snapped completely. The Orc Val stamped hard on the ground, clenched his fist and charged straight at Yuri, letting out a cry of hatred. But Yuri stopped him with a word. He continued, it's a pity, someone who babbles about honor all day is truly not worthy. At that moment, the Orc Val was surrounded from three sides by Yuri's three close guards. Yuri paid no mind, turned away gently and said, take him to meet your elders. As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of hot blood spattered across the ground. Time passed quickly, cutting to the human army's encampment. At the same time, inside the tent, the groans of pain from the soldiers began to sound incessantly. Not far away, a warm voice also spoke to reassure them. Stay still, it'll be fine. He said this as he began using his healing arts to mend the wounds. From the palm of his hand, a stream of golden light began to envelop the soldier's wound, helping it recover at a visibly rapid pace. But before he could rest for even a moment, another urgent voice called out, Priest, please check over here too. Hearing this, Father German simply turned and replied, all right, I'm coming. As those words ended, Hernando's reminding voice sounded from behind, Priest, attend to the patient on the other side first. I'll handle this one. Seeing that, the priest nodded and answered, ah, yes, thank you. On the other side, his old friend Corey, carrying a large bucket of water, entered the tent and said, Priest, I've brought the water. Hearing him, German replied, good job, Corey, step back. After saying this, the priest began to apply his holy magic to the bucket of water. From his palm, countless pale golden sigils floated out, making even Corey, who stood to the side watching, blink in amazement. His mind filled with admiring thoughts. It was just ordinary water a moment ago, but when the priest enchanted it, it emanated a strange radiance. Ignoring Corey's thoughts, German finished his work and said, Corey, use this water to wash the wounds. It's holy water, it will cleanse the evil taint from the injuries. Corey quickly nodded at these words. Meanwhile, German heard another urging voice, Priest, over here, please hurry. All right, I'm coming, German replied and hurried off with his bucket. Back with Corey, he still couldn't take his eyes off the priest. He kept thinking, it's amazing to see the priest use magic. Those contorted faces quickly grew calmer. So this is magic. With that thought, the half-breed's face showed constant excitement. Time quickly passed until dawn. At this point, Hernando, German, and Corey were sitting outside the camp resting, each looking exhausted after a night of rushing around to treat the soldiers. While resting, Hernando, smiling, spoke up. It seems things have calmed down somewhat. Hearing this, Father German nodded slightly. Thank you for your help, Mr. Hernando. At this, Hernando laughed heartily, then slapped Corey's shoulder encouragingly. You did well too, Corey. Hearing that, Corey bashfully pulled his hood up and replied, "It's nothing, I didn't do much." Turning to German, the priest continued, "Fortunately, the damage wasn't worse." German nodded and elaborated, because this was only before the real battle. How could German not understand that? Still, he folded his hands, certain that there would be worse things in the coming fight. If it's God's will, then so be it. From Hernando's perspective, seeing the priest's heavy mood, he also offered reassurance. "But I don't think things will be that bad." His words left the priest somewhat puzzled. But fortunately, Hernando continued, glancing at the soldiers singing all around, then added, "Look, even after a dangerous battle, they are still helping one another, tending each other's wounds, and using our magic as well." At the end of his sentence, Hernando snapped his fingers, releasing a surge of magic that shot straight up into the sky, creating a brilliant radiance that made the soldiers all around look up with beaming faces. Seeing that, Hernando added, "This is just a little strength to bolster their hearts." Speaking of our friend Corey, his face stared blankly up at the sky as the cold wind blew. He turned to Hernando at his side and said, "Sir Hernando, please teach me magic." He spoke with a face full of longing. However, on hearing this, Hernando's body suddenly stiffened. It had been a long time since he'd received such a request. So Hernando smiled, lightly ruffled Corey's hair, and asked Corey, "What made you suddenly want to learn magic?" Corey stammered, fidgeting with his fingers, then whispered, "Your Highness suggested it to me. And because magic makes people smile, I only wish I could do the same." It was a beautiful wish, and Hernando fully supported it. "So that's it, a half-beast using magic for the sake of others. That would be wonderful," he encouraged. Time quickly passed, cutting to the protagonist's location. They were resting briefly when a call suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Your Highness." Yuri turned and asked, "What is it?" The soldier stepped forward slowly and reported, "The Empire's knights have come to visit. They say they wish to meet you." Beside him, the knight who had heard this curiously asked, "Do you want to see them?" Yuri rose slowly and answered, "I must meet them to see why they've come. Balsha is right before us." Then he ordered the soldier, "Bring them in at once." The soldier nodded and hurried away. Before long, the imperial party had come to meet Yuri. Their representative stepped forward and introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you, third young master of the Brial family. I am a knight and the second son of Count Xenon, Rapio Ardum." In response, Yuri smiled and greeted them, "Welcome." "So the Empire reached Balsha before we did?" Rapio nodded and explained more specifically, "We are the vanguard. We confirmed the presence of enemies around Balsha and relayed this information to the nearby armies." Turning toward Yuri's point of view, he suddenly noticed an aide standing behind Rapio and curiously asked, "Who is the knight behind you?" Hearing the protagonist ask, Rapio grew flustered and seemed about to explain, but before he could, the knight stepped forward and spoke. "Apologies for not greeting you sooner. Unfortunately, I am not in a position of honor at the moment." As he said this, he began to remove his helmet. Opposite him, when Yuri saw the knight's face, his expression turned to surprise and sweat broke out. In his mind he thought, "So we meet again like this. The symbol of the past I most wanted to forget, Graham Hartfall." At that moment, Graham drove his sword into the ground and saluted formally. "I, of the Lost 11 who forfeited knighthood, humbly present myself to the third young master of the Brial family." In his previous life, the protagonist had once been forced to kneel before this man to beg for his life. Though a bit bitter, Yuri calmly greeted, "It is an honor to meet you, Sir Graham." Hearing this, Graham slightly bowed to show respect. "Please don't address me with such honorifics, I am no longer a knight." At that, Yuri began to ask back, "If you say you've lost your knighthood, are you fighting in this war without title then?" The protagonist's words made the knight seem embarrassed as he admitted, "Yes, though it's shameful." Before Graham could finish, Rapio interjected, "Graham did nothing wrong, he just ran into a bad superior." Not letting Rapio continue, Graham raised a hand to stop him as if asking him not to say more. However, Rapio still sounded a bit annoyed and continued, "I mean, am I wrong? There's no knight as renowned as he is." Returning to Yuri, he quickly began to piece the story together in his head. Hearing that Graham had been stripped of his knighthood by the Empire for some reason, he hadn't expected to meet him again within this alliance. Yet the man who had been more righteous and knightly than anyone he knew now doubted his own worth and the spirit of knighthood. Thinking this, Yuri spoke up to encourage him. "Indeed, I've heard much about you, Sir Graham. It's an honor to meet you." Graham cleared his throat a few times, awkwardly. "You don't have to praise me so." On our side, the protagonist began to smile and stated his purpose. "I meant to ask, Sir Graham, would you like to come to Brial with us?" The sudden offer left the faces of both across from him visibly surprised. Yuri himself reminded himself inwardly, "I may not hate the Empire's knights, but he is an exception. In my past life, he spared my life, and he paid that price alone." Back in the present, Yuri continued offering, "So, Sir Graham, if you come to Brial, I will treat you well." For a moment, at his words, Graham's face suddenly broke into a faint smile. Then the knight bowed and declined, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Those words left Yuri silent for a few seconds, but then he smiled. He had already expected Graham to say that. It was unavoidable. "I respect your decision," Yuri replied. Time passed quickly. At this point, Yuri's group had moved to Valshard. Gazing at the enormous city before them, Yuri murmured, "We've arrived. Valshard, the Alliance's gathering point. It's much larger than I expected." Hearing this exclamation from their young master, Hernando quickly chimed in. "It's a city in the middle of the plains, and its scale and influence are immense." Yuri continued to scan the walls and remarked, "They even used magic to build the fortifications. It's terrifying." "The ducal family of Valshard is a line of mages, isn't it, Hernando?" Hernando smiled and explained to his young master, "Yes, the Entree family has produced great archmages for generations." Hernando's mood also turned tense as he cautioned, "Relevance matters more than deadlines. Be careful, if you are negligent you will be swallowed." He said this with a face like he was trying to intimidate a child. However, Yuri was not afraid, instead he was curious. "Archmage, you say? A mage, surely an old stubborn man." Hernando quickly pictured an elderly man. By then the city gates had opened, so he set that aside and entered. Time passed quickly, cutting to some banquet scene. The host's voice rang out, welcoming everyone. "Welcome to Valshard. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie-Rose Entree. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie-Rose Entree." Seeing her, the protagonist glanced at the attendant beside him and complained, "Not an old man after all." Hernando chuckled, as if pleased to have fooled his young master, and explained, "The title was passed down not long ago." On the other side, Madame Marie stepped forward to greet the two. "It is an honor to meet you, Knight of Brial." "Are you the third young master of Brial?" she said as she sat down gently beside them. Yuri nodded in confirmation. "I am Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial forces." Hearing this, the Duchess tucked her hair to one side and smiled, "Truly as handsome as they say. If you don't mind, how old are you?" Yuri replied coldly, 18. The number only made the beautiful Duchess more intrigued. She boldly leaned closer and said, "Oh my, you're only 4 years younger than me. We'll get along famously, won't we?" Her words were filled with innuendo, but our protagonist kept a cool head and muttered, "We shall see." Then Yuri quietly acknowledged Marie's beauty inwardly. "She knows how to use her looks. That alluring smile makes hearts flutter. But in my memories, it's not pleasant. Whatever her intent, I can't view it positively." The more he thought, the clearer Yuri became. He offered a reasoned remark, "What does age matter? If goals align, anyone can be friends, regardless of background, age, or gender." As he finished, Marie's mouth fell open in surprise. But then she broke into a seductive smile. "Oh my, so that's how you think, what a world." Not sure what scheme she had in mind, she slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "Knights of Brial, come over here. We have the young master and the Knights of House Brial, the land of knights. From now on, we will go to war together and fight the enemy side by side. By getting acquainted beforehand, why not take this chance to meet one another?" She rattled off, her smile never leaving her face. Meanwhile, to one side, the Knight Jard seemed to sense something off and turned to ask Hernando, "Hey, why is she acting like this all of a sudden?" Hernando glanced at the pretty lady before him and forced a laugh. "Haha, it's probably nothing. She just has a friendly disposition." Back in Jard's view, he still didn't fully trust that explanation, so he whispered, "And she's from Brusen too. Isn't that a small country on the continent's edge?" Yuri nodded and elaborated, "Yes, and it's a maritime nation, tough by nature, with many fierce warriors." Before he could explain further, a voice drew his attention. "Young master of Brial, I am Jonathan, commander of the Brusen army," the elder said as he quickly poured wine for the protagonist. Yuri smiled and replied, "Thank you, sir." However, he was surprised. "What I see, this is truly Zhao wine, a fine vintage. This is not something you'd expect from an outlying country like Brusen." Yuri's words dripped with mockery, and Jonathan's expression turned ice cold. A subordinate behind him could not contain his anger and shouted, "How dare you belittle us? Do you call us a bunch of country bumpkins?" Seeing him get too worked up, another teammate hurried over to pull him back. Still, the blonde knight shouted, "How dare you open your mouth and look down on us like that, you bastard." Not wanting the two to make more of a scene, Commander Jonathan reached out to intervene. "Calm down." After saying that, he looked toward Yuri and asked, "Should I take those earlier words as a provocation against Brusen?" In response, Yuri did not admit fault but fired back, "If that's the case, what do you intend to do? Do you expect me to apologize for my rudeness?" Contrary to what everyone expected, Commander Jonathan suddenly laughed. "No need for that. I see this situation two ways. 1. The third young master of Brial is as rumored, just a bastard. 2. You're testing us before this alliance forms." The uncle analyzed calmly. A subordinate still wouldn't accept it and shouted, "Captain, step aside and let me teach him a lesson." Back to Yuri, he still smiled as if nothing had happened. Nothing is more dangerous on the battlefield than an untrustworthy ally. "So can you prove yourself?" he suggested, and this seemed to suit Jonathan's inclinations. So the uncle agreed at once. Of course, a knight proves himself by his sword. On the other side, the pretty Marie clapped in approval at the prospect of men about to fight. "All right, then let me lead you to the arena." And so the group quickly led each other to the arena to fight. Each side would have to send one knight from their retinue, while Jonathan, Marie, and Yuri happily sat watching from above. Meanwhile, the red-headed woman smiled and asked quietly, "Did you do this on purpose?" Yuri smirked, maybe a bit of provocation, but I'm just glad to see an entertaining show. Murray sipped her wine and replied, oh, and now you've bitten the bait, are you waiting for it? Of course, Yuri had his own motive in provoking Brusen to create this match. In his mind, he thought, testing Brusen's strength is important, but there's another thing I need to confirm. In the future, one of them may receive a title like their father did. A title awarded to the continent's strongest, the 10 strongest, and their names will be carved into the list of the 10 strongest. It wouldn't hurt to know beforehand. Cut to inside the arena, the Brusen knight spoke first, my name is Freund. Seeing that, the Brial knight replied, I am Laurent. Before Laurent could say more, Freund sneered, enough with the pleasantries, let's have some fun, you fool. Laurent answered coldly, I will be honored to receive your instruction. Everyone fell silent, quietly awaiting the duel. The 10 great strongest on this vast continent among them. It is a form of honor bestowed on those nearest to the title of the strongest, the name they carry. In every national conflict across the continent, and in every war, it holds an overwhelming deterrent power. The one sitting at the head of the seat was none other than Yuri. He sat in silent thought, knowing that combining talents like these would surely be a great asset in the future, and as friendships between men often do. It always begins with a duel. Laurent, clad in knightly armor, looked coldly at his opponent, who suddenly called his name. Laurent Flander. The man was one of Jonathan's subordinates. His mocking voice spat out, I've heard a lot about that name. A prodigy who has won countless sword tournaments, right? Name's Freund, a knight of Brusen. The rasp of a sharp blade dragged across the ground came in waves as Freund asked in a hoarse, low voice, aren't those tournaments just playful exhibitions for nobles? He raised his sword coldly and shouted angrily, in the end they're just rich boys playing with swords. Laurent watched Freund approach, observing his movements with a chill composure. He moved like a snake, slipping and dodging Freund's lightning-fast strikes. He frowned slightly, silently guessing, just as I thought, the motions are straight from the manuals, classic footwork and orthodox sword techniques, but suddenly his expression turned sly. With a contemptuous cold laugh, he thought, too predictable. Freund spun inward and thrust his sword at Laurent, shouting triumphantly, I'll be the first to win. Laurent bent down quickly, calmly watching the cold blade skim past his head. The sky remained clear, and the wind swept noisily across the castle. In the stands, Mary Rose and Jonathan wore different expressions. She sat holding her wine glass, letting out in surprised oh. Beside Yuri, he looked down at the arena and coldly murmured his approval. Impressive. Roland's face remained unchanged, as he now pointed his sword at his opponent. Freund's face went pale with fear. He couldn't believe it. The enemy had the tip of his sword at his throat. The crowd in the stands fell silent. Only the wind and small grains of dust brushed together. A smile suddenly appeared on Yuri's face. He touched his chin and smiled. He recalled Laurent's movement and smiled faintly. Laurent never exposed a real opening, yet he intentionally created one. He guided the attack toward his shoulder. Then with a wrist turn, he neutralized Freund's force. At that instant, he shifted his center inward. Having parried the attack, he simultaneously moved into position to deliver the next strike. Of course, the Brusen knight was also excellent. A knight would normally be exposed the moment he couldn't match that speed. But Laurent had read the attack and produced the most effective counter. Laurent excelled another degree in precision. On the arena floor, Freund planted his sword upright, brushed sand from his trousers, and laughed helplessly. Clearly, I was red. Then the two shook hands and laughed excitedly. I concede, Sir Laurent, outstanding skill. This match was very instructive for me. At Brusen's side, everyone clapped and laughed merrily. No one felt envious. In the stands, Jonathan smiled faintly and said, Indeed, Brial, a nation of knights, their level is truly astonishing. Yuri replied modestly, You're too kind. Brusen's knights are also excellent. He shook his head and added, It's not one-sided. Brusen won't concede here, of course not. Then he looked down and called a name, Jose. The man immediately answered, Very well. Jonathan stood on the platform, looked down at Jose, and ordered, You will be the next to enter the arena. He stepped out slowly into the fighting pit. He hurriedly rested his sword on his shoulder and slowly presented himself before everyone. Yuri smiled lightly, silently approving him. Jose, Hull looks pretty strong. Mary Rose covered her mouth and murmured excitedly, Oh my, look at those muscles. He arrogantly declared, I'll use the standard sword stance. My name is Jose Arater, Knight of Brusen. On the stands, Jonathan glanced proudly and said, Jose is the strongest in our squad. He's aiming for Brusen's strongest title. Yuri rubbed his chin and quietly repeated the phrase to himself. The strongest of Brusen, huh? Then he ordered someone to face Jose, Jard. Jard flinched when he heard, Jared, it's your turn. He was surprised, his finger trembling as he pointed at himself and repeated bewilderedly, Me? You scolded, urging him on, hurry up. Jard, weary and dispirited, trudged onto the field while his teammates cheered him on energetically. Come on, good luck. Looking at the small man before him, Jose shook his hand and smiled. Jose Arater, I look forward to your instruction. He replied in a low voice, I'm Jard likewise. He watched Jard's fearful expression and thought to himself, that's it, no question about it from that face. A pure unadulterated hunger to win. Jose suddenly smiled and said coldly, a person who is always probing an opponent. Then I'll strike first. With that, he immediately shifted into a different move. Jard swallowed and stared intently at Jose's movements. A giant figure prepared to swing his sword down at him. Jard trembled and calculated. He had to block that blow. Seeing the cold, sharp blade coming at him, he fearfully sat down and backed away, thinking, no, I can't stop this. Jose prepared to swing his sword once more. Jard went pale and sat frozen, not moving. He watched the sword, wary, trembling, and gasping. Suddenly Jose's dark, demonic voice said, and you still have time to glance around. After saying that, he moved like a coiling snake, slashing and cutting at Jard before he could react. Overwhelmed by strength and power, Jard wearily blocked the cold blade. He frowned at his opponent, his body trembling in waves. Yuri sat dazed in the stands, watching the two duel in contemplative silence. Jose Erater possessed orc-like strength, yet he also mastered techniques beyond human limits. Not only swordsmanship, but fighting arts as well. No doubt, he was a knight who would one day be listed among the 10 great strongest. At that moment, Jose had grabbed Jard's younger brother. The boy panicked at the urgency and raw strength. He hurled him hard into the sand with a thud. Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out, enough. He clambered to his feet, gasping. Jose bent down, extended a hand cautiously, and said in a low voice, Sir Jard, impressive, you held out against my blows for so long. Jard took his hand and smiled in reply, thanks, I've learned a lot because of it. On the other side, Yuri suddenly stood up. A faint smile on his face, he said, 1-to-1, well done. Let's end the bout here. After he said that, Jard's team smiled and applauded. Mary Rose carefully set her wineglass down on the railing and softly said, so, our getting to know time is over, is it? He glanced at her, flashed a grin, and replied in a low voice, seems so, building trust among companions on the battlefield is very important. She slowly approached him, then hesitated sadly and said, but your highness, I feel a bit disappointed. Maryrose then lightly touched the shoulder beneath Yuri's knightly armor. She spoke in a low tone, you said that understanding Brucin is important, but are you really going to postpone getting to know me? Maryrose moved closer and placed her hand on Yuri's shoulder, her tone suggestive and coaxing. You said understanding Brucin is important. She smiled beautifully, eyes expectant and inviting, so are you going to delay learning about me? Maryrose stroked his face gently and in a seductive voice, uttered her last words, Hm, your highness. At that moment her full, alluring figure filled Yuri's sight. He looked at her for a while, then suddenly sighed. Just then Jonathan stepped over familiarly to break the awkward air between them and asked, come to think of it, Supreme Mage Duke, didn't you say you'd show us your study? Maryrose had to give up midway. She turned around, not very pleased, and replied, all right, I did say that. Beside Yuri he sighed again and muttered, that was an act. He seemed not to notice her still cheerful pleading. Could you show it now? Everyone's curious. Seeing him like that, Maryrose knew she couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Very well. She then turned and asked Yuri, and you, your highness. Before she finished, he raised a smiling face and cut her off. I have matters to discuss with my knights. He then bolted away with altar-like speed, his voice echoing from afar as he called over his shoulder, excuse me, I'll go ahead. Obviously Yuri's action infuriated Maryrose. She, embarrassed and angry, shouted so loudly her voice rang through the arena. How annoying. Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, what is it? Why are you acting like this, Supreme Mage Duke? She, embarrassed and angry, shouted so loudly her voice rang through the arena. How annoying. Jonathan beside her, puzzled, asked, what is it? Why are you acting like this, Supreme Mage Duke? At the city gate a tall knightly figure had arrived. The news of his journey clearly spread, and word that the Empire's commander-in-chief had come reached everyone. This prompted plotting and scheming to begin, while knights from different places started to contact each other. Each army began probing and weighing the other's strength. Except Brial, and as mentioned, Yuri was leisurely practicing swordplay in his own camp. Hernando came onto the open ground to meet him, slightly anxious, and asked, Your Highness, are we really only focusing on training? Yuri answered firmly, yes. He remained uneasy and continued reporting on the opponent's situation, nodding that other commanders seemed to be sharing strategies and forming alliances. Yuri glanced at the sword in his hand with contempt and replied, even so, it's only half measures. He assessed the court correctly, they're merely gathering skilled swordsmen from each nation. Facing Hernando, who was still stunned by his words, half measures, Yuri continued before he recovered, do you think their pride will lead to real cooperation? Yuri calmly analyzed, everyone thinks they are the strongest, so words won't create genuine cooperation. Hearing this, Hernando was convinced and stroked his chin in agreement. Ah, that's true. The gleaming sword reflected Yuri's face as he thought solemnly. In the end, only actual strength is the sole proof. Suddenly he turned and smiled warmly, asking, so how about we spar with each other? Responding to Yuri was not Hernando but a third man who stepped forward. As he approached, he replied, "An honor, your highness." It turned out to be Roland. He drew his sword and said appreciatively, "It's an honor to spar with you, your highness." Yuri pointed his sword at Roland, taunting, "Don't think I'll go easy on you." Hearing that, Roland broke into an excited, delighted smile. Then Roland lifted his sword before him and assumed a fighting stance, replying, "Of course." Yuri immediately grew serious, watching him intently and nodding, "Indeed, Roland, his mana is pure." Yuri commented with satisfaction, "A worthy opponent to spar with." Moments later, he readied himself as blue mana swirled around him. In the blink of an eye, Roland leapt forward and launched the attack. Yuri reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block Roland's blade. Seeing this, Roland stomped his foot and changed his technique. He held his sword across his chest and focused mana into its tip. Instantly, he thrust the sword swiftly toward Yuri. Not stopping there, Roland followed with a rapid series of dense thrusts. Yuri glanced at the blade as it flashed past his face and marveled at the precision. Watching each line of Roland's strikes, Yuri silently praised him, a blade honed to the point that it won't suffer even the slightest wavering. Yes, he is always like that. Recalling memories from his past life when he was killed, Yuri appreciated him even more. Even in killing me, as if resisting my erupting emotions, his sword held only purity. Now facing Roland's close-range assault, Yuri smiled confidently. "So, unlike the past, if I can envision a future, I could entrust my back to your blade." In an instant, Yuri shifted from evasion to counterattack. He nimbly swung his sword to parry all of Roland's thrusts, firmly thinking that his duty was to hold the line until he arrived there. Yuri struck strongly and knocked Roland's sword away. Roland was pushed back several steps and braced himself with a hand on the ground to keep his balance. But he quickly sprang up and leapt forward to continue fighting. Yuri also smiled with excitement and charged in. Roland raised his sword beside his head, ready to fight with all his might. Their blades collided violently, sending sparks flying. Outside, the soldiers drawn to the match cheered and shouted encouragement. Gerald crossed his arms and sighed in exasperation. Everyone's really fired up. Suddenly, a shadow seemed to fall over him with words of praise. Prince Brial indeed has formidable strength. Gerald turned to the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise, "And you are?" He looked at the red-haired youth's sparkling, excited expression and confirmed in doubt, "Lord Jose." Suddenly, Jose cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted, "Your Highness, I have a request." Hearing the puzzling shout, Yuri turned to listen and heard his request. "I want to spar too." At that, Yuri stopped and slung his sword over his shoulder, murmuring, "Spar, huh?" Yuri grinned cheerfully and agreed, "Very well." Then he pointed at someone and instructed, "Then you'll spar with Jard over there." The man cried out in fear, "What?" Jose unceremoniously hoisted Gerald onto his shoulder and carried him off while Gerald's pathetic screams echoed, "Your Highness." Yuri ignored the cries, put on a bright face, waved, and called, "Have fun." Meanwhile, Roland sheathed his sword, bowed in thanks, and said, "Thank you for the spar, Your Highness." He replied amicably, "No problem, let's train again next time." Then Yuri stood silently watching his figure walk away. Leaves crowded the branches above, shading out the sunlight. He walked to the base of a tree to rest. Yuri sat down on the grass and exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he folded his arms and asked seriously, "Learn anything?" Just then, the silhouette of another girl suddenly appeared beside the trunk where he had been alone. He called out, "Asana." A breeze rustled the leaves, making the scene feel very peaceful. Below, Yuri watched Asana's abilities and assessed, "It seems your skills have improved a bit." She replied respectfully, "Perhaps they're more effective on the plains." Yuri glanced at Asana and asked calmly, "So, what about the investigation into the stranger?" She leaned against the tree and reported, "We found traces of him in Balsit." Immediately, information about the stranger surfaced in his mind. One of the 10 great Eastern swordmasters, known as the Stranger. In a previous life, he once fought Okua alone. Yuri pondered and devised a plan. At that time, no one knew why he fought, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that, he ordered, "Good, find him before we clash with Okua." Asana obeyed without hesitation, understood. Yuri's gaze was calm as he thought of the horrific blood crystal scene about to unfold and worried gravely, "If we're slow, it'll be troublesome." He, during the battle against Okua, is the one who will inherit a position among the 10 great. The Prince of the Empire, the Emperor's half-brother and the current commander-in-chief. He is Ragnar Gustaf Granzian, a name of someone he had met once in a past life in an antique-styled room. A soft, flustered voice blurted, "Wait." If caught in this situation, the two were holding each other and wearing matching rings as if cast from the same mold. That person was none other than Yuri. She softly called his name, Yuri. He carefully pulled down his collar and replied with a faint smile, "You're worrying too much. It's fine. There's no one here." Catherine blushed embarrassed and stammered, but her gaze looked at Yuri dreamily. She slowly closed her eyes to Yuri's affectionate words, "I'm fine. I'll take responsibility." The two leaned closer until their lips were almost touching. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in annoyance, "Hey, you kids." Ragnar lay on the sofa grumbling, "Go play somewhere else." The two froze slightly. Catherine replied awkwardly, "Uncle." "Uncle, so that person is." He rubbed his head irritably and complained, "Ugh, such a fuss. What a nuisance." Ragnar stood up tiredly and asked her, "Hey, let me ask you something." Catherine hurriedly said, "Yes, sir." He slowly approached her, observed Yuri, and said softly, "Do you really like this one? He looks all right." He patted Catherine's head. She protested, "Wait, uncle, what do you mean?" "Yes, yes, that's right." After she finished speaking, Ragna turned slightly and resigned replied, "Forget it. He can probably manage and take care of himself. I'm leaving now." The two stood stunned watching Ragna leave the room. A new chapter begins, Yuri thought with a meaningful smile. Just a short meeting, but it revealed the depth of a person. In the council chamber, everyone sat facing one another, buzzing with talk. "If it's the commander-in-chief, it must be him. He's the emperor's brother, I heard. This person is president of the Balsid City Council, Your Highness Ragna." He continued in a raised voice, "It's not often you meet him. This is a good chance to get close to the imperial royal family." Yuri watched him silently and guessed that in wartime they are always busy with politics. Suddenly a light voice said, "How fortunate." He flinched slightly, his pupils contracted. That was Ragna's voice. The man stood behind Yuri and croaked, "The atmosphere seems rather pleasant," and Yuri startled, wondering since when. He walked to the head seat and sat down gently. Ragna laced his fingers and spoke coldly. After all, he was Commander Ragna Gustaf Granzian. He explained while tapping his hand on the chair, warning that if things remained lax it would cause trouble. A strong pressure emanated from him as he intoned threateningly, "I'll say this first, I hate cowards." Everyone's faces went pale. At the same time they shared the same thought. This was the Empire's dreaded intimidator. Even Yuri couldn't withstand Ragna's immense pressure. He thought wearily that it was indeed a spectacular entrance. Ragna continued, "I'll cut down anyone who dares flee. The rest will be treated as ordinary knights and rewarded according to the code and outcomes. Any questions?" They stared at one another, probing in silence. Yuri frowned, thinking he knew this man's character. After thinking it over, he calmly raised his hand and asked, "I have a question." Ragna replied softly, "Speak." Ragna watched his face and those around him carefully, thinking he liked people who dared to hold their heads high before they had power, those with confidence even if lacking ability. Then Yuri asked an unrelated question. "How does the Empire assess the strength of the orcs?" Ragna frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Boy, who are you?" Yuri answered calmly, "I'm Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial forces." Hearing his name, Ragna smiled approvingly and pondered silently that among them he liked those who had both strength and composure. He murmured, "Ah, so you're the boy Jorg mentioned." Then he rose and said lightly, "Good question. It has been confirmed that a man named Okua has subjugated 3 major orc tribes. They're growing at an alarming rate," he added, tapping Yuri on the shoulder. He stepped close behind him and explained the strategy in a low voice. "The vanguard is currently encamped near Balsid. We will go into battle the day after tomorrow. This will be our allied forces' first engagement. And that vanguard, will you take it, Yuri Brial?" The council chamber fell silent. At Ragna's question, everyone stole glances at him. Suddenly Yuri exhaled. He looked up at Ragna and said with certainty, "Very well, I'm honored to stand on the front line." Night fell and the tents were erected. Yuri sat on a large log with the firelight dancing across his face when a soft voice suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about that has you so focused?" Marrowrose approached Yuri smiling. He asked curiously, "The High Wizard do?" He didn't look at her, merely asked, "Is something going on in our camp?" She kept a smile and sat down carefully. She, hitching up her skirt, replied, "You seized that coveted vanguard position with such grandeur. Yet your expression isn't good at all, which makes us curious." Yuri glanced coldly at Marrowrose and said, "You all care about me too much." She turned to him, smiling broadly, "Isn't it you who wouldn't give us a chance to get to know you? I'm worried about this battle because of the lives and livelihoods of the people in Balsid. We cannot entrust the vanguard to anyone who will blindly follow, so I feel uneasy. So instead of that worried look, please answer seriously, Your Highness. Then you can have my support on the battlefield the day after tomorrow," Yuri said, turning to Marrowrose with a puzzled question. "How?" She explained softly, "You haven't forgotten. I'm the Supreme Legal Duke of Magic." A blaze of red fire burst from her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "On this stretch of the plains, wouldn't I be more useful than that Hernando fellow?" Hearing her explanation, Yuri fell silent and waited in his mind. Then he finally spoke, "The day after tomorrow, many will likely die." Yuri rose quietly, prompting Marrowrose's curiosity. He looked at the knights, his comrades, watching them laugh together and said, "The front line is the most visible place on the battlefield and also where most die. Someone who once shared meals with us here, talking and laughing together, will become cold corpses. Because I've decided it today." Suddenly Yuri's fingers clenched together. He said with a wry smile, "I'm not putting on a sorrowful face, it's just, I want to take on that responsibility seriously." Hearing him, Marrowrose's eyes widened and sparkled as she looked at Yuri, a touch of admiration in her. She suddenly stood up and said cheerfully, "Good. That's an answer I'm very pleased with. You are the sort who looks to the soldiers rather than at me, though I'm not satisfied with that still." She quickly stepped close to him, then gently stepped back and held out her hand. The beautiful red-haired maiden said softly, "I am Marrowrose Anter, Supreme Ducal Mage of Balsid. I will support your highness in the first battle. They agreed. Yuri took her hand and replied with a faint smile, thank you, I will rely on you. And a few days later, the day of our allied forces' first battle had finally arrived. Ragna and Mary Rose, along with the knights, stood on the balcony, coldly watching the vanguard below. Sunlight poured down while the banners fluttered gently in the wind. Yuri's sharp, majestic eyes chilled as he issued an order to all the troops. Behind him followed the Empire's strongest cavalry squadrons. He said coldly, prepare to fight. The Empire's blazing red standards snapped in the wind. Yuri's gaze grew keener. Everyone. He gripped the hilt of his sword and, leading the formidable army, commanded, prepare to fight. Prince Ragna stood atop the high wall, observing below. His face was tense. The vanguard was about to begin the engagement. Ragna's eyes flicked back to the woman and asked, why are you here, Archmage? Mary Rose smiled and replied, someone asked me to do something. He frowned in puzzlement. Asked? She nodded slightly yes. The bugle sounded, echoing as the signal that the great battle was commencing. Mary Rose's voice drifted amid the horns. Barely audible, she began to recount from the Prince of the Betrayal Kingdom. Ahead, Yuri rode at the lead holding his spear. To the young, skilled knights behind him, he called loudly, everyone. Yuri solemnly asked, ready. The army answered without hesitation, shouting, ready. Hearing that, he held the reins to guide the lead horse and declared, let's go. Immediately, Yuri led the force charging swiftly toward the Orkville horde. Seeing his conspicuous figure among the ranks, Ragna mused, is the Prince of Betrayal leading the charge? He coldly and calmly judged it reckless. What if something happens? Too risky. But at that moment, Mary Rose suddenly raised her staff and used magic. Permission, Commander. Hot flames swirled around her. Seeing this, Ragna exclaimed in surprise, Archmage. Mary Rose conjured a massive fireball before them and explained calmly, this is the aid he asked me for. A moment later, she raised her staff and pointed straight ahead. The fireball Mary Rose willed dropped from above onto the Orkville ranks. Ragna frowned, objecting to the disadvantage. They're too close, this could sweep up our vanguard too. Mary Rose closely monitored the situation there and replied gravely, that may be so. Under the blinding flames, Yuri charged forward like a war god with his spear. He flashed a confident smile as he looked down at the Orkville. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly cut down a monster, and at the same time, Mary Rose's final words reached Ragna. This was what Prince Yuri wanted. Yuri halted his horse to press the attack. The steed struck the ground with forceful hoofbeats. And before him, the fireball finally fell, spreading flames everywhere. Seeing the moment had come, Yuri thrust his sword forward. A ribbon of blue water at his summoning appeared, hovering in the air. Yuri directed the water to assist the soldiers in attacking the enemy, ordering sternly, advance. After a time, Ragnar silently observed the course of the battle. Through his eyes, a desolate, blazing scene unfolded before everyone. Within that roaring fire, there often appeared streams of cool water that dispelled the heat. Yuri majestically produced the water to shield the troops from the flames. He then urged his horse forward at the head of the vanguard, charging. Wherever Yuri and the soldiers went, they hacked down a swarm of Orkville. But the Orkville were not fearful. They viciously surged forward to attack. In the distance, the spear Yuri had dropped stood stuck straight in the ground. He quickly rode his horse back toward it. Then he pulled the spear free and hurled it directly at an Orkville. The spear struck its head true, ending its life. Suddenly, a monster leapt at Yuri from beside him and attacked. At that moment, a knight rushed up and swung his spear, beheading it to protect Yuri. Seeing this, Jose smiled appreciatively and praised, no wonder Betrayal is called the Kingdom of Knights. So then we. Moments later, he leapt down from his horse, swung his sword to cleave another Orkville, and excitedly called out, push forward a bit faster. Elsewhere, a red-haired female knight loudly commanded the troops for the Holy Empire cover the Betrayal Knights. She assessed the battle and shouted an order, their formation is broken, let no orc escape. Behind him, Ragna stroked his chin in surprised admiration. Impressive. He watched the Orkville, who had no protection as they poured through the flames, and praised analytically, by breaking their formation, the vanguard's morale was lifted. Then he looked to his own troops with satisfaction, thinking, above all, they struck the orcs with the Archmage's magic while shielding the soldiers with water magic. Ragna turned to Mary Rose and sternly criticized, still, that was too reckless, Archmage, did you know and yet do it for him? She replied nonchalantly, I tried to stop it when I first heard the plan. Mary Rose tucked her hair behind her ear, amusedly praising, but he executed it very skillfully. She watched Yuri's heroic figure slay monsters ahead and asked with delight, a man who can accomplish the impossible, isn't that marvelous? The wreckage and carnage of the Orkville flashed before Ragna's eyes. He could only concede approval indeed for the Allied forces' first battle. A red flag stuck into an Orkville corpse by someone fluttered in the wind. Ragna assessed with satisfaction, not bad. Time passed and night fell. In a vast, opulent castle, a few rooms remained lit, showing signs of life. In one of those rooms, Mary Rose sat working. She held a quill and concentrated on writing something on paper. Suddenly she frowned in annoyance. Good that Prince Betrayal won, she muttered. Mary Rose put down her pen, folded her arms, and demanded, who allowed you to barge into my room like that? She coldly called the name, Hernando. In the empty space before her, a man suddenly appeared. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Why so formal when greeting?" Hernando asked helplessly, "We were teacher and student. Can't you at least ask how I am?" Mary Rose sneered, "One who abandons their pupil has no right to call himself teacher." She calmly inquired why he had come. He walked to a chair, sat, and answered, "To see the achievements of my former pupil." When she remained silent, Hernando added seriously, "I'm referring to advanced interpretive magic." He looked at the scattered books on the floor and judged thoughtfully, "It seems to be effective." Mary Rose calmly reported, "Originally this spell links languages so others can understand. I've now successfully connected it to an ancient rite." Hernando, with a grave expression, made a request, "If there is any progress, let me know." She coldly asked back, "Why should I?" But his next words stunned Mary Rose. "You seem concerned about Prince Yuri, don't you? It's because of his fate, help me." She looked at him doubtfully, then admitted, "The prince's fate must indeed be important." Mary Rose then warned sternly, "You know a grand archmage should not meddle in human history." Hernando sighed in vexation and replied, "I know." He turned toward the window and with a complex tone expressed, however, "Too many people are already involved in this matter." Hernando looked at the bright moon in the sky and solemnly confessed, "I think that also applies to the Empire's commander." At the same time, in a distant camp, a blazing fire lit up the space inside a tent. Inside, Yuri stood opposite Ragna, startled. "You are?" He asked incredulously. "You entrust me with reconnaissance duty." The prince merely smiled in trust and watched him in silence. It was evening at their camp. Flames flickered outside and the command tent remained lit. Yuri stood before the table and said, "You intend to assign me a reconnaissance mission?" Granzian smiled and confirmed, "Exactly. Tomorrow we will move into the eastern grasslands, the orcs' territory." He pointed to a spot on the map. "There will likely be ambushes. The entire allied army will march cautiously." Hearing this, you added, "So you want to form a separate unit to protect the main portion of the allied army?" Granzian praised, "You grasped that quickly." Yuri fell quiet in thought, his eyes still seeming to hesitate about something. Then he made his decision, "Thank you for entrusting me with the mission. However, Brial was at the forefront in the previous battle. I think it's only fair to give other kingdoms a chance." Granzian turned away and sighed, "Are you speaking of those who think themselves superior? I only trust skills I witness with my own eyes." He then addressed Yuri, "Therefore, Brial, your highness." Suddenly Granzian paused. At that, Yuri smiled confidently and looked down. "What if we do it this way?" On the other side, she sprang to her feet. "Form a scout unit." He picked up the letter and said, "Yes, your highness once proposed that. I will accept volunteers who wish to join the scout unit to protect the main force." Jonathan smiled at the paper and added, "And not merely volunteers. Kingdoms that volunteer will send troops to compete against other kingdoms." Cut to another scene. Zane set a large cup of wine on the table. "See, His Highness wants to make us compete with one another." He smiled and affirmed, "That means he despises those who merely wander and do nothing. It's been a long time since I felt this excited." On Hernando's side, after reviewing it, he exclaimed, "Seek out orcs on the roads and cut off their right ears. Future allocations will be based on these achievements." He turned back puzzled and asked Yuri, "Prince, did you propose this?" Yu replied gently, "Yes." Yuri smiled confidently, "It's the Supreme Commander's order, so people will sign up. Based on the results, we'll learn each kingdom's capabilities." Gerald still asked anxiously, "But Prince, reconnaissance is quite different from regular battles." He hesitated fearfully, "We really have no experience in this." Then Yuri suddenly raised a hand to stop him. "It's all right." He bowed his head, smiled mysteriously, and said, "I have my own method." His words echoed across the fields where horses grazed. "From now on, I will lead the main force out into the grasslands." Granzian, having prepared his troops solemnly, ordered, "Move through the grasslands until dusk, track the orc bands, and destroy them." He turned to his subordinates and said, "The kingdom with the most orc ears will receive priority in future task assignments." Zane listened and maintained a stern, unwavering expression. Yuri said nothing, his gaze sharp as he looked straight ahead. Then Granzian looked down at them and shouted, "Very well." He flipped the hourglass and said, "Starting now." Next, the three of them turned their backs to one another. The atmosphere grew tense. Granzian observed and curved his lips into a slight smile as he regarded the three of them, as if calculating something. Beside him, Sand asked, "Your Highness, you seem to greatly anticipate Prince Brial's actions." He heard this and still looked forward. "Do I appear that way?" Granzian raised his head in praise. "He's still very young, yet he always stands out." At that moment, the army surged forward with renewed vigor. "If Brial stands out again this time," he mused, "I might grow closer to him." At that, a confident smile also appeared on Yuri's lips. From behind, Yuri's subordinate chased and asked, "Prince, do you have the whole plan ready?" He immediately replied, "No, I'm just looking for a few orcs first." Hearing that, he broke into a sweat in anger. "Just looking for them? What good does that do? I told you this before." Yuri laughed firmly and said, "Don't worry, there's always one." Suddenly he warned, "Prince, look toward 1 o'clock over there." At that moment, an orc host streamed past them like a tide. He exclaimed in shock, "A band of orcs." The creatures were like holes of beasts, with blood-red eyes and long, sharp fangs. Yuri waved his hand and said, "Good. then shall we lure them this way. At that moment, the red ruby stone gradually flared brilliantly, surrounded by strands of blue magic. The orcs, upon seeing their group, immediately turned back aggressively. One opened its fang-filled mouth and roared as if to threaten. Then the entire pack changed direction and attacked them in unison. Yuri looked straight ahead and reminded those behind him, "Everyone knows what to do, right?" They all listened solemnly and silently, each knew what to do next. He added, "We only need to cut off their right ears, that's enough." Then they shouted charge, and the whole troop thundered forward. Gerald rushed forward with his spear. Zane moved like the wind. Next, Jonathan also charged with his sword straight at an orc. The blade pierced the creature's body and red blood spurted. One monster was felled and lay motionless on the ground. Another creature was felled and lay motionless on the ground. At that moment, an even larger foot appeared. The pack leader stepped forward, raising its weapon high to strike. Yuri charged at the same time. The sound of hooves rang across the field. The huge orc gathered momentum, spun, and prepared to bring its weapon down, its eyes flashing with a fierce red light. But suddenly something flashed across its throat like a decisive, lightning-fast strike. That something was none other than his sword. Before it could reach Yuri, it was destroyed. He raised his head, eyes determined, calculating the next move. Now the beasts lay strewn across the ground, not a single one left. I had prepared 2 things for this mission. Yuri recalled thinking. One of them was the crystal pendant I stole from the bandits, and the other was. Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If this continues, we'll surely outdo the other kingdoms." Suddenly Gerald turned and said, "We caught 10. If this continues, we'll surely outdo the other kingdoms." Hearing that, he stood dazed and broke into a cold sweat. What? Yuri suddenly threw the knife down. The blade plunged deep into the ground. Immediately, a column of golden light shot into the sky, and a violent wind rose. He gaped in amazement, eyes wide. Amid that golden flame, a striking blue magical fire flared up from Yuri's body. He smiled and affirmed, "We will only return after we've cleared all the orcs in this area." As is known, spirit severance is a strange magic technique that can transform according to the user's will. A unique method of manipulating mana. The sword, with great power, plunged into the ground. It senses the earth's tremors through the sword's seismic feedback, which transmits into the strength of the earth. If you follow that rhythm with spirit severance and expand the sensation, it can detect the movements of the orcful. It senses each deliberate step they take. And above all, it revealed that a cavalry force was riding toward the forest. Yuri Brial's thought surfaced. You can sense everything beneath the ground, far beyond what the eye can see. A frigid aura radiated from his gaze as he said, "But I cannot be satisfied with merely that. We will hunt down every orc in this area." The third prince's eyes and face were resolute as he affirmed they would only return once every one of them was destroyed. Cut to Lion's place. He watched the hourglass run low and said, "The time has come." Knights approached with worried looks as he continued the order. "Now we will inspect the competition results. Submit the bags containing orc ears." Lion's finger tapped the table, increasing the pressure in the room. He frowned, picked up an empty bag, and demanded, "Which nation is this from?" They volunteered as scouts instead of the expedition team and handed in an empty bag, bold. Then he instantly hurled the bag to the ground and shouted, "Pathetic, next." But the bags Lion received continued to be empty. He shouted angrily, "This one too." The successive empty submissions only fueled his fury, and this one as well. Lion finally covered his face in helplessness and asked, "Have so many nations failed to kill even a single orc?" Suddenly he caught sight of something that made him pause and question, "This is?" Jonathan stepped forward to answer from Brucin. He smiled proudly and said, "6 ears, the best so far. We were lucky to run into a scout team." Lion handed the bag to the soldier beside him and praised, "Luck is also a kind of skill. Many have died relying on it on the battlefield." Then he slammed the bag on the table with delight and added, "Our empire also sent a scout team. We can't miss out on such fun." After a few minutes, the soldier reported 12 ears. Everyone buzzed, "Truly the empire." Lion couldn't help but praise, "Not bad at all." Jonathan gritted his teeth and thought, "We all know the empire is strong, twice the numbers, and even an hour behind us. The gap is huge." One of the nearby knights also ground his teeth in discomfort. Jonathan continued, "It seems we've officially become the supporting role now." Unexpectedly, Lion rallied everyone's spirits. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. What matters is what comes next." Then he turned to the soldier beside him and asked, "Is that all?" The man quickly replied, "One more." He placed the bag on the table heavily and announced, "It's from Brial." Everyone there gaped in astonishment at the size of the bag. Lion, slightly surprised, asked, "What is this?" Then he turned to the man standing there and asked, "Yuri, what is your secret?" Yuri Brial confidently stepped forward and replied, "Nothing special, just doing my best." After that answer, dusk gradually fell. At that moment, Gerald loudly ordered his subordinates, "Move that over there, careful, don't drop it." "Yes, sir." Suddenly someone walked by and nudged his shoulder, and none other than Rosso. The two instantly exchanged murderous glances. Gerald rubbed the shoulder that had been bumped and blinked, "What, who is that?" After a moment, he went over to where Yuri Brial was tending the campfire and called, "Prince." As soon as he arrived, he complained, "Lately knights from other nations have been picking fights with Brial. Yuri Brial rose calmly and asked, really? Gerald grew more indignant as he spoke. There's also rumor their clients aren't very polite. Yuri Brial calmly explained, it can't be helped, Brial is attracting the most attention. We got the last scouting slot, the others must be jealous. The two stopped somewhere and on his advice agreed, let them be. What's important is this scouting operation. They were standing before the cage holding the orcful. Yuri Brial then changed the subject. We've captured a living orc mage. He suddenly approached the man in the black cloak and pressed, Corey, did you find anything? The man began to say, ah. Then the orc mage suddenly screamed a piercing string of words in some language. Yuri Brial immediately asked, what is he saying? The strange man beside him answered timidly, he's saying Black Hound. Then that man worriedly inferred, it seems that nickname is spreading to the orcs. He continued, they say there's a black-haired knight who can scent orcs like a dog. Yuri Brial seized the point, they're talking about me. The strange man immediately comforted him, take it as an honor when the enemy gives you a nickname, it's an honor. Yuri Brial, slightly annoyed, frowned and asked, all right, but why a dog, not a wolf like Count Sidor? At that, Gerald nearly burst out laughing. Yuri Brial turned black-faced and snapped at him, are you laughing? Gerald, trying to hold it in until he trembled, answered, no, sir. So he forced a positive spin and said proudly, at least it means my reputation has reached them. Right, my feats are significant. The man agreed, yes, precisely. The tale didn't end there. He added that there were rumors the Emperor's Black Hound had its sights on Okua's throat. Yuri Brial stiffened in doubt, the Emperor's dog. In an instant he understood and, furious, exclaimed, so it's those bastards. His face twisted with anger as he drew his sword and muttered, now they think I'm the Empire's lackey. Just then Gerald shouted, Prince. Faced with his superior's rage, Gerald could only advise restraint and leave the interrogation of the orcs to the men. But Yuri Brial, still deadly serious, ordered, making the orc mage tremble, kill every one of them for me. But after a moment he seemed persuaded and said, fine, I understand. Then the strange man spoke up again, Prince, about the orc village on the hill. His tone grew serious as he recounted. Under Okua's command is Kurui, leader of the hill tribe. They say he's completed all preparations to face the alliance, and Kurui, who unified the tribes by force, is an extremely powerful warrior. Before he finished, Yuri placed his hand on the man's head and said, they say the alliance will be swallowed by Kurui before they reach Okua. Yuri Brial smiled and praised, well done, Corey. The man still shyly replied, yes, thank you, Prince. Then he ordered, watch Jard's back. The man quickly responded, understood. Yuri added, I will report this to the Supreme Commander. A while later in Lion's tent, something left him momentarily stunned. Lion asked with interest, do you have a girlfriend? Yuri Brial immediately answered, no, I don't. He continued, how old are you? And Yuri replied briefly, 18. Before he could ask more, Yuri Brial interjected, and what's this about? Lion, sipping wine, began to explain, not a matter to bring up during war, but his next words hit him like a weight to the spirit. I have a very beautiful niece, you know. Lion, ignoring Yuri Brial's ashen face, stood and said, let's go, we'll talk about that later. Outside, he still thought in bewilderment. A niece? What if she's Prince Ragna's niece? Unbidden, Catherine's face came to his mind, and he muttered, don't tell me. For a moment, his emotions spun into chaos, and he shouted, impossible. Yuri Brial grabbed his head as if going mad and said, of all people, I don't want anything to do with her. Suddenly, a clear voice called Yuri. The speaker asked him anxiously, is something wrong? Are you all right? You look unwell. Yuri Brial recovered his composure as if he'd found a solution. Here we go. Seeing the girl before him as if bathed in light, he silently gave thanks to his saving goddess. The bewildered knight asked, why are you looking at me like that? The late night was quiet, the torchlight flickering and throwing shadows. Yuri thought silently, to avoid meeting Ragna, I must pretend to be dating someone, anyone will do. A light sparked at the corner of his eye, someone who doesn't truly love me but owes me a favor, someone who cannot refuse my request. Yuri fixed his gaze on the girl before him, and it was you. He suddenly gripped her shoulder, she asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Yuri's voice turned serious, Sibylla. He asked again, do you remember when I saved you? Sibylla nodded softly, yes, of course. He asked again, do you remember when I saved you? Sibylla nodded softly, yes, of course. Without explanation, he dashed off, leaving only a request, I'll meet you later. Sibylla reached out, wait, you should at least explain what's happening. Yuri's figure faded and she murmured to herself, wondering what it was about. Just then someone suddenly appeared, Your Highness. Sibylla startled, Lord Fennec, is something wrong? He smiled with meaning, you two look very good together. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Fennec gave a thumbs up and declared, I, Fennec, will truly support you two. He shot a starry glance at Sibylla. She merely returned a judging look. In the peaceful night came a weary sigh. I just want everyone to disappear right now. The next morning the army resumed its march, columns stretching on. Gerald suddenly asked curiously, Prince, I've heard some news. Yuri turned, what is it? He hinted, about why the princess keeps calling you. Gerald lowered his voice and said, rumor has it you're discussing marriage. Yuri responded in disbelief. That's not true at all. Wake up, my friend. Yuri then glanced back at those behind him in warning. Are you bored, stuck on such nonsense rumors? At that moment, the sound of wings sliced the air. A flock of black crows appeared, circling the sky. Everyone looked up in wonder. Why are there so many crows? The crows suddenly cawed, spooking the horses. What's going on? Gerald urged his horse forward. I'll go ahead and see. Yuri said, I'll go with you. Before they could act, Prince Ragna had already galloped ahead. The two hurried in pursuit, Your Highness. They stopped in the middle of the gorge, everyone frozen. What is this? Before them was a blood-soaked battlefield. Hundreds of human corpses impaled on stakes, mutilated, the stench of blood thick. Black crows perched densely on the bodies. Gerald turned pale. What is this? Don't tell me that's all of them. Prince Ragna curled his lips slightly. A strange kind of welcome from these orcs. Yuri covered his nose. They use human bodies as decoration. He pictured the horrific scene of the recent battle. They impaled bodies on stakes and didn't even finish them, only to show off to us. Basically, they're saying, this is your worth. Thinking that, Yuri suggested, Your Highness, this will sap our morale. Let us handle this section. Prince Ragna nodded slightly. Very well. Immediately Yuri ordered Brial, prepare torches. The torches were quickly lit. The entire force dismounted to clear the field, gathering the bodies into piles and burning them. A knight frowned as he worked. How could they do such a thing? Yuri comforted him. Don't let it affect you. He then turned to survey the others. Yuri shouted a warning. Guinness, Dyke, don't go in too far. Pull back now. The two reported at once. Yes, sir. We'll return immediately. Guinness hesitated, but doesn't this place feel odd? Dyke brushed it off. How could it be? He analyzed. The arrows are lodged in the ground, but they're pointing the opposite way from the way the orcs impaled the bodies. Guinness guessed briefly. It's like they shot from above. While Dyke was still skeptical, really, an orc on the cliff raised his bow and fired at the two of them. Hot drops of blood splattered across Dyke's terrified face. Guinness was pierced through the torso by an arrow, vomiting fresh blood. He collapsed. Dyke cried out in panic. Guinness. He immediately drew his sword in alarm. Enemy attack. On the cliff, countless orcs strained their bows. They loosed thousands of arrows downward in a sudden assault. Dyke stood stunned. It's over. I have to run. But what about Guinness? What should I do? At that moment, Yuri leapt forward and shouted, Dyke, your hand. He grabbed Dyke's shoulder tightly. Yuri then turned, shoved Dyke back, and at the same time swung his sword. The flashing blade carved bright arcs through the dense rain of arrows. After a bout of fighting, Yuri landed and softly called Guinness. Countless arrows fell around him. Yuri's voice was resolute. He still seems alive. Yuri ordered Dyke and Simon, send a request for aid to the Holy Empire. He emphasized, they'll help if you give my name, Yuri Brial. Simon and Dyke obeyed and supported Guinness away. After that, Yuri turned and looked up at the cliff. There the orcs stood watching. They had clearly set a trap for them. They did not continue the assault, and in their contemptuous manner they fell back as if they'd given sufficient warning. Yuri ground his teeth. Do they mean they can kill us at any time? Fine, I accept your provocation, but... He sheathes his sword with determination. I won't let this pass this time. The sunlight receded behind the mountain. Prince Ragna sat on a rock, arms crossed, and asked, an ambush unit hidden on the right, is that it? He growled, not good, we have no way through, so we must eliminate the ambush. Ragna looked straight at Yuri. What will you do, Yuri? He curled the corner of his mouth. Do you really expect any other plan? Yuri made a request. Your Highness, I only need your supply units to press the ambush positions so they can't come out. His hands clenched behind his back. From Yuri surged a boiling, determined power. Meanwhile, we'll take the hill. Above on the cliff, the orcs lay in wait to ambush. One of them suddenly heard an odd sound. He stood up cautiously and peered down. Suddenly, countless arrows shot up and hissed through the air. They struck into the cliff where they stood. The orcs screamed in fright. Below, Prince Ragna commanded the archers into position to draw their bows. He ordered, do not let the orcs escape. This is a hunt for the orcs. At that moment, a persistent hand clung to a protruding rock. Some soldiers tried to climb the high cliff. The vanguard was Yuri, since Ragna had ordered that Brial lead this hunt. He climbed faster and faster, leaving the others behind. Someone shouted, Your Highness, you're climbing too fast. Gerald panted while advising, Your Highness, if you want to fight, you must conserve your strength. Yuri teased back, saying things like, conserve your strength, you're young but your stamina is limited. His expression turned serious. Now is the chance while the archers buy time if we miss it. Suddenly Yuri's eyes widened, his pupils contracted. Above on the cliff, the orcs were pushing a huge boulder down toward him. Someone below shouted anxiously, Your Highness. Yuri clenched his hand and condensed a thread of magic. He used strength to draw the short swords at his hips, commanding them to fly out of their sheaths. The short blades stuck firmly into the cliff beneath Yuri's feet, startling the two men behind him. With footholds secured, he gathered force and stomped his heel hard on a sword hilt for momentum. The moment his body sprang up, Yuri immediately drew his sword. He lunged toward the huge falling boulder. Yuri's gaze was icy. A slash of his blade flashed and cleaved the rock. Then he drove his sword into the cliff to brace himself and hang on. Once he secured secured his position, Yuri shouted, "Is everyone all right?" They answered, "Yes, we're fine." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, everyone follow me." With that, Yuri drew his sword and made a rapid dash up the cliff. In no time his figure shot upward. Yuri gently landed on the ground. Truly, how can I ever express my gratitude for this? The orcs were now surrounding him. Yuri couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected such a warm reception. They screamed wildly as he walked calmly among them. "Right, it's me, you orcs." One of the pack roared in fury. Yuri immediately launched himself at it. With a single stroke, he severed the orc's arm. It counterattacked suddenly, striking at Yuri with its remaining hand. The blow sent a sharp pain through him, his brow knitted reflexively. The orc raised its large axe with the other hand. It brought it down hard, but Yuri blocked it with his sword. "Perhaps you think losing one arm is all that matters." He sneered. "How is it? Can't use your strength like you thought, huh?" But this was getting tricky. At that moment, two more orcs appeared behind Yuri to try a sneak attack. He quickly knocked the attacking orc's axe away, then spun and sliced off the ambusher's weapon. It attempted a kick, but Yuri was too fast and cut it off with his blade. At that instant, another orc took advantage of the opening, thrusting its spear straight at his back. Yuri spun around instantly, his blade rising in time to parry. Under the orc's overpowering force, he struggled a bit. Yuri shouted, "What are you waiting for? Move." No sooner had he finished than a hand reached the cliff top. "We're up here." The vanguard soldiers had finally climbed up. They quickly joined the fight, swords flashing as orc after orc fell. Yuri broke free from his tight spot and counterattacked, quickly killing the orc. He turned and ordered, "No time to rest, press the attack." The others, having arrived, surged forward with momentum. The clash was fierce. One by one the orcs fell. Below the cliff, Prince Ragna watched quietly. Pride was clearly visible on his face. The battle ended. That night in the camp, fires still flickered from the tents. At Yuri's quarters, Gerald reported that thanks to their handling of the ambushing orcs, the main force had passed through the gorge with no significant losses. He added that ahead was the camp of Kylyui, a subordinate of Okua. Yuri nodded slightly. "Understood, thank you for your effort." Gerald wasn't finished and relayed a message from the Queen of the Holy State. Yuri was surprised. "Sibylla," he recounted her exact words, "your deeds have earned too much credit and vex me, but if you need troops, I will send them." Suddenly Gerald's expression brightened as if a thought struck him. "Your Highness, could it be the two of them? Could it be?" Yuri cut him off at once. No, could it be? What could it be?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Anyway, it's done, pull back." Gerald bowed. "Yes sir, rest well." Alone in his tent, Yuri rubbed his chin thoughtfully and stared at the map on the table. He suddenly spoke up. "I thought I'd get a little rest." Yuri glanced over. "Since when have you been here, Asana?" She stepped forward to report, "I've found the stranger." He brightened. "What? Perfect timing, where is he?" Asana hesitated. "Right now." She pointed to a spot on the map. "He's here." Yuri was astonished. The stranger is inside the orc camp. He propped his chin and frowned, speculating, could he be collaborating with the orcs? Asana objected. "On the contrary." She explained, "Their guard is tight, so I couldn't get deeper. The stranger is currently a prisoner." Asana also warned, "I know you care about him, but be careful, Your Highness. He may have come here for some purpose and is posing as a captive." She emphasized, "If his purpose is obstructed by the allied attack." Asana concluded slowly, "Then who knows, he may turn and regard the allied forces as enemies." At the same time, in the orc camp's prison, a tall figure was bound in chains. In the darkness, his eyes opened slightly, flashing a sharp glint. In the dim light, someone spoke. The stranger deliberately became an orc's captive, did he? Asana offered, "Let me try to infiltrate again," but Yuri declined. "No, that's not necessary." Because he thought it would be fine, I'll meet him directly, and secretly thought that since the stranger's target was Okua's head, if they shared a goal, he could always be persuaded. Then Yuri instructed Asana, "When the battle breaks out tomorrow, enter the orc camp immediately and check on the stranger before I arrive." Seeing her silent, he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Asana insisted, "If you plan to meet the stranger, I'll go with you." Her reason was, "He's very dangerous, I'll protect you." Yuri stared at her for a moment, then said, "Asana," and coldly reminded her, "I'm not hearing you as a bodyguard. My body, I'll guard myself." Asana bit her lip. Of course she was unwilling, but she had to grit her teeth and reply, "I understand." Putting that aside, he issued an invitation. "Also, Asana, want a late-night snack before you go? I just got some." Yuri enthusiastically added that it tastes really good. But when he looked up, she had already left. Elsewhere in the Gerald forest, a different time was recounting. Then a death knight suddenly appeared behind the prince. He loudly boasted that he had stood up to protect the prince, didn't he? Seeing his comrades' admiring looks, Gerald smirked inwardly. What a liar. Nearby, he mocked silently. "The man who was on his back until I kicked him groaned quite a bit, huh?" Rosso eagerly asked, "Prince, is Gerald's account true?" Yuri nonchalantly confirmed, "Yes, he tried very hard." They admired him more. "You're amazing to face that terrifying death knight." He pressed on. "After all, the death knight has a body, can block a sword and fight." Suddenly, Gerald grew serious. "But isn't the most fearsome enemy the one without a physical form?" He exaggerated, "Like a ghost, slashes that miss." You smiled at the others, thinking this is fun. Suddenly Yuri felt something was wrong. He wondered puzzledly who had torn that man's clothes to rags like a rag. but when he clearly saw the shadow in the recess, Yuri was startled. Immediately he ordered everyone, raise your swords. Gerald blinked. Prince, what's the matter? Yuri warned at once, it's an orc. The answer froze him for a moment. Still Gerald asked doubtfully, Prince, could you be very tired? Because clearly there was nothing there. He lost his temper and shouted, what are you saying, Gerald? It's right there, can't you see it? Yuri pointed to shadowed corner, that orc. He could clearly see the dark aura emanating from it, slowly spreading everywhere. Seeing Yuri lunge forward, he shouted, Prince, where are you going? Yuri replied quickly to catch that orc. Yuri thought to himself that one seemed visible only to his eyes, a stealthy scout perhaps. He summoned his own power at once, then focused his attack with the thought that he couldn't let it get away. A gust of energy shot out from the orc's eyes. That cloud of energy drew closer and closer to Yuri. It closed around him, making him groan. What is this now? Yuri hurriedly used mana to counter that filthy aura. He thought to himself that a tainted energy spread through his body, though he reflexively used mana methods to shake it off. He muttered beside himself, what on earth is this? That night when Yuri recounted it, Hernando was puzzled. An invisible incarnation, definitely suspicious, and agreed. Yes, it's serious, an enemy prowling the camp unnoticed. He didn't forget to tease a bit, so at this late hour you had to come to see the esteemed royal mage of Brial, rushing here in a hurry, feet sweating, right? Yuri laughed loudly too, as if to say he had come to find him at a very inconvenient time. Hernando dismissed it and analyzed. He probably used a spell to avoid detection, and the prince's keen aura sense is why he noticed. You pondered the variables for the upcoming battle, any countermeasures, like eliminating Blenny as Marie Rose did. Hernando countered that being near Balshed made that possible, and such blatant magics are easy to dispel. Yuri, annoyed, thought complicated. Leave that for later. What about the suspicious magic you mentioned earlier? He hesitated and replied, I'm not certain, but it seems he was using a forbidden power, possibly mixed with dark magic. Yuri was quite surprised. Isn't that very dangerous? Hernando reassured him, don't worry. That's been studied long ago at the Tower of Magic, and if handled properly, dispelling it is relatively straightforward. He revealed further that for now he'd focus on unraveling that spellcaster's tricks. Yuri nodded, all right, I'll rely on you. Suddenly Yuri called, hey Hernando. He replied, yes Prince. Yuri coldly reminded him, I'll let it slide today, but next time you set up a gambling den you must invite me. Hernando grinned and agreed, I'll remember. Despite being punished, the night squad chattered among themselves. How'd it go? Win a lot. Of course, I'm sweeping them all up. They teased each other in turn. Hey, how could you lose at cards? Let me show you my real skill. Meanwhile, in a desolate graveyard, carrion birds circled, stained with death. Strange incantations echoed from within. A regiment of orcs was performing reverent rites. On a high dais, a massive skeleton sat firmly on a throne. Standing beside it was an orc mage guard. The chanting continued steadily, as he absorbed power from the remains. At the same time, the orc army channeled those flows of energy. They respectfully shouted, Leberang leader. The new day began with trumpets blaring from the knights amid tense atmosphere. The next day, at Kullal camp, Ragnar stood tall, hands clasped behind his back with dignity. Rows of knights aligned behind him, awaiting the signal. The full-scale assault on Kullal's camp had begun. At that moment, Yuri, with a solemn expression, called out Brial. Then he forcefully commanded, forward. No sooner had he finished than the knights surged with morale, spurring their horses and raising their swords. They galloped at full speed, aiming straight for the Orville camp up ahead. At the sight of the knight formation, the Orville immediately raised their bows and took aim. Then a volley of arrows was unleashed, slicing through the air and raining down on the ranks below. Yuri keenly detected the danger and immediately ordered a change of formation. No sooner said than done. They swapped positions at once and continued charging forward without hesitation. Several knights were pierced by those arrows, their faces instantly contorting from the intense pain. Pained cries echoed everywhere, and Yuri couldn't help but feel sorrow, yet he forced himself not to look away. Yuri of Brial must press onward. Thinking of his situation and that of the other knights, he grew more resolute. We've become bait. This is our chance while they're focused on us. On the other side, Ragnar, full of vigor, ordered a breakout, strike and shatter the orcs' frontal line. The soldiers obeyed immediately, maneuvering the battering ram while shouting in unison, forward. Moments later, the ram smashed into the wooden gate, splintering it into pieces as wood flew in all directions. Once done, everyone shouted that the main gate was open, and the knights quickly spurred their horses to surround the Orville while yelling, Empire troops, attack. Back in the present, Yuri had escaped its attack and signaled to halt, then mused in a low voice that His Highness seemed to have begun breaking the main gate. Yuri reined in his horse and declared loudly that the bait phase was over and they should now join forces. But before he finished, he was interrupted by another voice asking if it was necessary to turn back there. Seeing Sir Jose riding over, Yuri exclaimed in surprise, Sir Jose. He assessed calmly that since the main gate was under assault, the orcs wouldn't have the strength to worry about the rear. Jose continued, analyzing that if the rear were also attacked, it would hasten their collapse. Hearing this, Yuri smiled in approval. Good idea, but Yuri hesitated a moment, then pointed to the gate and calmly noted that here there was no battering ram, and unlike the main gate, this place was surrounded by a wall built purely for defense. Hearing that, Jose grasped the hilt of his sword behind his back and laughed with excitement. It's not always necessary to use siege weapons. Then Jose decisively drew his sword. At that moment, a surge of mana radiated from the blade and he confidently declared, "I'll break this place." Sir Jose hoisted the sword on his shoulder and strode toward the gigantic wooden gate. From behind, he smiled and watched that steady back with admiration, truly impressive. Jose clenched the sword, causing the mana to flare violently. He then hefted the blade high to gain momentum. Watching Jose slam the sword down and the mana surge along its path, Yuri couldn't help but marvel. It was a tsunami of mana. Instantly, that mana swept toward the gate along the blade's trajectory, shattering the gate's sturdy structure and sending earth and stone flying. The orcful that had been hiding behind the dust began to emerge. As the dust cleared, the orcful became more visible and roared in fury. Yuri spurred his horse forward and called out in praise, "Well done, Sir Jose." Immediately, he severed the head of an orcful. Then Yuri turned and shouted "Brial." He then boldly raised his sword forward as a signal. At that very moment, Yuri then shouted boldly, "Clear the way." Immediately, the knights behind adjusted their stances to prepare for battle. Etching into their minds the true might of the alliance, the entire cavalry surged into the enemy camp with overwhelming momentum. They shouted in unison the force of Brial, while the orcful in front gathered into dense ranks, spears gripped tight, ready to meet them. But before they could act, the orcful's weapons were cleaved in two. The thunder of hooves rang out in rapid succession, kicking up dust that filled the air. Jard rode forward and shouted for Brial. Yuri watched from behind with concern. Gerard wasn't acting like himself. He's too excited, while Laurent remained silent and pensive. After a pause, he strode forward eager to join, saying, "I must take part too," prompting the man behind to helplessly call out Laurent. Laurent charged straight at the orcful perched on the back of a giant green monster. In the blink of an eye, he vaulted up and leapt off the mount with lightning speed. It startled and reared its head, eyes wide in confusion as it looked upward. Seconds later, the orcful was struck heavily before it could react, while Laurent landed lightly with a razor-sharp gaze. Then he drove his sword into the orcful's body, sending blood spraying. Laurent then raised his hand to the sky and shouted the rallying cry for Prince Yuri. From afar, Sir Jose observed and remarked excitedly that all the flashy feats belonged to Brial anyway. He then urged that they shouldn't be outdone, and with his men charged forward enthusiastically to fight them. A short while later, all the orcful were finally wiped out, their corpses strewn across the ground. Jose breathed easier and said, "Good, the defense is weakening, the battle's outcome is clear." In contrast, Yuri remained serious, his gaze darkening in thought with a growing unease. It's odd not to see the main force. By now they should have been inside the camp. Just as everyone relaxed slightly, a large number of orcful suddenly streamed in from the distance with fierce momentum. Everyone tightened formation at once, weapons raised, shouting a warning, "The orcs are coming." But the orcful seemed strengthened. They easily hacked into armored soldiers, causing them to cough up blood in agony. Not only that, they killed horses too, throwing the cavalry's formation into chaos. Gerald went pale, panicked, and couldn't help shouting, "Damn it, why are there so many of them?" No sooner had he spoken than another orcful appeared beside him and lunged in a surprise attack. Its face was savage and murderous as it raised a crude wooden club high, ready to bring it down. Gerald's face drained of color as he cursed in despair, "Damned, we've been set up." Seeing him frozen, Yuri spurred his horse over and urgently warned, "Snap out of it." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block its attack. Yuri's short sword halted the orcful's massive weapon, the two blades clashing with sparks flying. Seeing Yuri shield him, Gerald cried out in horror, "Prince." Yuri, while parrying, glanced back and scolded him, "Are you planning to die spouting heroic lines?" Then Yuri immediately ordered, "Get ready to move, Gerard." Though terrified, Gerald gritted his teeth and raised his sword to fight. They struggled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand, then both simultaneously swung their weapons hard, creating a brief opening. Seizing that moment, Yuri flashed a signal to him. Gerald quickly caught on to his intent. At the same time, they rode past the orcful and slashed fiercely at it. In an instant, the orcful collapsed heavily to the ground, dead before it could gasp. After finishing it off, Gerald bowed his head in apology, "I'm sorry," while Yuri kept a tense expression, scanning warily before warning, "It's okay, don't let your guard down." He glanced into the pitch-dark room ahead, anxiety gnawing at him. There was surely something else inside. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. And the culprit was none other than Orkua, an extremely brutal and cold-blooded being. The fighting between the sides grew increasingly fierce. The Brusson people kept whispering that Kullul's camp must have fallen. "Brusson, don't let Brial be left behind." At that moment, Brial noticed something intense, calling out Gerard. Gerard followed Brial's gaze and saw a gloomy tent. He asked seriously, "I feel it too. Are you going in?" Brial curtly replied, "All right, follow me, I'll enter the camp." Saying that, they ran swiftly toward the camp through the smoke and flames. Gerard couldn't help worrying and asked if the allied regulars had encountered something inside yet. Brial answered, as if to himself, "We can only hope it's not too late and that there are still breaths left." Suddenly a body was hurled toward them. Brial and Gerard nimbly dodged. Then a gigantic foot stomped forward. A figure sprang up. Laurent, caught off guard, mumbled, "What was that just now?" Brial couldn't help cursing, "Damn it." The Orcville charged at Brial like lightning. The soldiers shouted in alarm, "Your Highness Brial, watch out." The Orcville suddenly changed direction. It raised the axe in its hand high. Then it swung down, a strike that ended several lives. The axe blade reeked of fresh blood. The Orcville lifted its red glowing eyes and locked onto its target. It swung the axe again, sending off 2 more lives. Seeing the scattered corpses at its feet, it advanced slowly forward in satisfaction. Laurent called out fearfully, "Your Highness." Brial clenched his sword and tersely ordered everyone, "Fall back." He hesitated and said, "From now on, I can no longer control my power," and without hesitation Brial stepped forward toward the Orcville. Hearing footsteps behind it, it slowly turned to look back. Seeing that, Laurent anxiously called to him as if to stop him, "Prince Brial." At that moment Jose came up to him and advised it was useless. Perhaps he wouldn't hear any words now. Seeing him, Laurent instinctively called, "Jose." Jose shouldered his sword and said solemnly, "I will fight alongside the prince." At that moment on Brial's side, he swung his sword down with force. He attacked Orville directly, and it did not hesitate to block his blow. Thus Brial stared coldly at it. It arrogantly locked eyes with him. Without warning, it counterattacked, but fortunately Brial's reflexes were sharp and he leapt back in time to avoid it. His feet scraped the ground as he held his stance, but he reminded himself that if he took even a single hit, he might die instantly. Suddenly, a sword plunged into the ground before him. Brial couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What kind of situation is this? Looking up and seeing Jose, he cried out in surprise, "Jose." Jose chuckled half-jokingly and teased him, "You look like you're having a hard time." Then he offered, "May I join you?" Brial, somewhat flustered, stalled and said, "I beg you." There was no need to say more. Jose understood his meaning and simply stood silently behind him. Jose gazed into the distance, troubled in thought. I know those eyes well. Like a mother driven to the edge of a cliff. From Brial's silhouette, he unconsciously recalled the image of a mother wolf bracing herself to protect her pups. Jose understood why. There was something to protect, and that purpose had wiped away all fear in his eyes. Remembering Brial's fighting stance and his hardened, determined face, Jose felt some pity. Clearly still young, he had already learned what war was. The Orcville swaggered and waved its hand, taunting Brial. Brial tilted his head slightly and signaled Jose with his eyes. Jose quickly caught on and nodded. The two immediately fought in tandem. Jose would strike at the Orcville while Brial supported from the side. Jose thrust his sword powerfully toward the Orcville. It quickly used the axe in its hand to block his blade. Blade and axe clashed with a shrill screech. Irritated, the Orcville pulled its axe back, and Jose likewise sheathed his sword. Brial stood to the side watching its every move, silently judging it to be truly monstrous. A flash of annoyance crossed the Orcville's eyes. It wildly swung its axe about, and Jose simply continued to parry. Brial took advantage of the opening and launched a sudden attack. But unfortunately, the Orcville noticed and ducked, avoiding his blade. It immediately turned and grabbed him with its massive hand. Then it violently hurled him away. Seeing this, Jose couldn't help but shout in concern, "Prince Brial." The Orcville raised its huge hand again. Reading its intent, Brial smirked faintly, blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked up directly at it and mocked, "You have underestimated me. But haven't these matters been troublesome enough for you?" As he spoke, he stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. Under its blood-red glare staring at him, he calmly taunted back, "The orcs you sent have all been wiped out by our knights. Show me how you can fight us when you're the only one here," Brial said, regaining his composure and raising his sword. Following him, Jose also lifted his sword high. Before long, the two of them quickly agreed and charged together at Orcville. It found itself surrounded by the two of them. Orcville could not fend them off empty-handed. In the end, it couldn't hold on and grimaced. It roared loudly. At that moment, dark clouds began massing in the sky. Jose asked uneasily, "What is this?" Brial also feared and wondered silently, "What is this power?" Orcville was enveloped by a gloomy aura. It seemed reborn as its red eyes flared. An Orcville with a completely different presence than before. Brial noticed something amiss and thought, "Oh no, it can't be." Brial urgently warned Jose, "Jose, fall back," but it was too late as Orcville swung its axe straight at Jose. Seeing this, Brial couldn't believe it and shouted Jose's name. Seeing it prepare another blow at him, he immediately yelled a warning, "Dodge." Jose did not dodge, instead he stared at it provocatively, as if saying something like that would make him hurt him. Hearing his words, Orcville grew angrier and chopped the axe down. Jose blocked with the flat of his blade but gradually weakened and was pushed back. Brial immediately lunged and slashed at Orcville's arm to assist him. It then shifted its target to him, and the two struggled again for a while. When Orcville gathered momentum to swing the axe, Brial nimbly leaped up to avoid it, not forgetting to check on Jose. "Jose, are you alright?" Jose shouted back, "Yes, I can still fight." The two stood a short distance from Orcville. Jose whispered to him, "Since that black smoke appeared, my physical strength suddenly increased a lot." Brial agreed, "Yes, I noticed it too." Brial suddenly remembered someone. He worriedly churned with questions inside. This feeling is like the illusion from that wizard last time. But Hernando was using a dispel against dark magic, yet the thought trailed off as he returned to the present. Seeing the orcs writhing and rising before him and glancing at the pitch-black sky, he grew more confused and wondered what what on earth was happening. Under the storm-darkened sky, the growls of the monsters made the area feel more like hell, each of them glaring with red eyes. Among them, a beast holding a hammer raised its neck veins and roared. The savage rips on its body emitted purple smoke, and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Regaining strength, the monster stamped the ground so hard a knight collapsed and trembled. Before him loomed the large, ferocious silhouette of the monster, raising a giant axe to finish him. Seeing the terrifying scene, Yuri rushed over and told his companion Jose, "I'll leave this side to you." Jose heard this and calmly smiled, "Yes, sir." The moment the orcville swung its axe, Yuri managed to stand before it and stop the blow, successfully protecting the knight, who panicked and cried, "Prince Brial." But right now, he was busy blocking the monster's strike and had no time to respond. Unable to solve it that way, Yuri shifted his blade to one side, causing Orcville's axe-holding hand to move as well. And immediately after came two swift, graceful, and no less deadly slashes from the third prince, making the creature howl in pain. Two wounds gushed hot blood from the orc's body. But then the familiar purple smoke billowed out again, stronger than before. Its sudden appearance made Yuri frown and raise a hand to shield his face. Suddenly his eyes widened at what he saw. From where the smoke poured out at the two slashes on the orc appeared a pair of terrifyingly red eyes. The next sight was horrific. A clawed hand crawled out of the beast's chest. Although something was emerging from its body, the orc looked utterly calm and felt no pain. Seeing this made Yuri frown and ponder. Regeneration? No, magic. What exactly is that thing? Before he could think any further, the thing that had just emerged raised its palm and thick black smoke shot outward. Yuri could neither dodge nor block, and the force enveloped him. Dark energies wrapped around his throat, the most vulnerable spot, and only then did Yuri, dazed, realize how dire his situation was and blurt out a curse, "Damn it." As Yuri tried to wriggle free from the restraint, a pupil blazing red with a black iris appeared before him. Don't resist anymore. Seeing it, he felt a terrifying aura, a deep, more menacing force, certainly dark magic, when his thought was cut off by a hoarse voice calling, "You, Rai." Serdic, bloodied and with white-rolled eyes, raised a hand. "Why are you still alive? Why only you?" Around him appeared countless dead from his past life, their voices and emotions full of hate, pleas, and reproach. "Prince, your highness, please save. Live, we beg you, Yuri. Why did you abandon us? Why alone? The Holy Kingdom's destruction is your fault. By what right do you shamelessly survive?" Their presence reminded him of his own destitution in his previous life. "You are the stain and shame of House Brial. You abandoned duty and honor to flee. And your child form, the age most affected. How dare you speak that name?" The bright eyes of the third prince gradually dimmed, whether from the encroaching black power or the hateful words of those apparitions affecting his psyche, Yuri Brial. Seeing his state, that eye widened further, its tone quickening as if nearing the fulfillment of its wicked wish. "You can do nothing, this is fate," only for Yuri to snap, "Nonsense." No sooner had he finished speaking than blinding light radiated from him. Fragments of memories from his past life surfaced in the third prince's mind. The future was revealed. Questions poured out in succession. The destiny had been set. Amid the thick black mist, even a little light stood out brilliantly. Familiar hands gently touched the hands that held Yuri's sword. The image of his old age from a past life briefly appeared. What era was that already? Yuri held the sword enshrouded in dazzling light like his mind and soul now, and he appeared older and more composed. His child form also surfaced, still babbling about fate. Outside, the one who caused these events calmly watched as the dark magic enveloped the third prince. Sensing something, it slightly lifted its head. A massive beam of light suddenly shot out from the pitch-black barrier. The third prince, the one responsible, had appeared. He gently landed on the ground. With power surging, Yuri launched forward at an astonishing speed. The beast reacted in time and struck back. Those spells meant nothing against the now powerful third prince. A sharp slash sliced through the air. The creature was hit squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking like breaking glass echoed through the space. Gradually, the familiar sky reappeared, confirming Yuri had shattered the barrier. Although the monster had lost a quarter of its body, he remained on guard with his sword raised. It gaped and spat blood, its face even paler. Then, as if unable to endure any longer, it collapsed to the ground. Seeing the monster gradually dissolve, Yuri let out a quiet sigh. The black energy was fading. This was the chance. Acting on that thought, he shouted loudly to those outside, "Their magic has been broken." The orcs heard his shout and looked up. Bolstered by the third prince's momentum, the cavalry surged forward full of vigor toward the monsters. Suddenly, the clash of sword and axe rang out across the wilderness. The loud noise made Yuri start and turn to see the battle. The orc sneered with glee and swung its arm. It drove a punch straight into Jose's belly, a blow that felt like every bone shattering. Though his body was in agony and blood poured from his mouth, he still screamed to keep everyone focused and charged forward. Witnessing that sight made Yuri shudder all over. As the knight with broken bones fell, the third prince's cry of pain and anger rang out, Jose. The orc kept that scoundrel's grin and raised its axe. And just as it prepared to strike down, Yuri sprinted swiftly toward them and came to a stop. Jose tried to shout, "No, don't if you come." Although another human appeared, the orc was unfazed and turned around. The blood-slick axe aimed at the third prince. Seeing the blade about to strike him, Yuri calmly thought, "I will not run away until the moment of death. I will carve your faces into my sight." His eyes reflected the image of the orc until the very end. A spurt of blood flew out. It was the blood from the orc's severed arm. It could no longer keep its smile and screamed in agony. But that cut wasn't made by Yuri, it was made by someone else. You. A quiet chuckle sounded, indeed, a formidable one. Before Yuri stood a burly, handsome, older man who praised him. "I like you already." The suddenly appearing man raised his hand and decisively swung his sword down, hot blood spurting out. From behind one could see the solid, muscular back that left both women and men swooning. The orc, though in pain, still roared to assert its dominance. About to teach the human a lesson, the foe suddenly grabbed his helmet. Although smiling, his eyes were filled with killing intent. No hint of levity, too noisy, that bastard even denied me food. Yuri stood silently behind, hearing the man's words and seeing his appearance. Ideas sparked in his head, an unmistakably clumsy tone, a robust build. As he described it, the man acted accordingly, swordsmanship of the East, completely different from ours. The descriptions leaked from Yuri's thoughts, certainly this person. His eyes tracked every neat, economical movement of the man's swordplay. The blade moved so smoothly that if you weren't alert you would miss it. In the blink of an eye, the sword's edge was at the creature's throat. The man swung down, flinging droplets of blood, and behind him lay the beheaded body of the orc, blood gushing like a fountain. Seeing that scene, Yuri's thoughts finally snapped into place. He's the one I've been searching for. Noticing the bewildered face of the knight before him, the man chuckled. "I acted because you did something pretty cool, but thanks to you my plan's been messed up." Suddenly the man's voice dropped dangerously. "Sir, earlier." The abrupt action of that person cut off the old man's intended words. "Thank you for saving us." Yuri seized the moment to add superior martial skill, felled the orc general with one strike, masculine build, handsome face, and outstanding strength. At Yuri's final claim, the man's composed expression shattered. One of the famed 10 strong across the continent, aren't you the foreigner? Recovering his composure, the foreigner slowly stepped toward Yuri with a gloomy face. "You know me? What do you mean?" Despite the pressure from the man's terrifying killing intent, Yuri forced a smile and asked, "I know you intentionally let the orcs capture us for some purpose." Seeing no reply, Yuri grew bolder. "The orc king, Okua, I believe the foreigner's target is him. For that reason, please join us." The foreigner raised an eyebrow, interested, and uttered an intrigued "oh." Memories from a past life surfaced. When Kyulyu died, the orcs quickly lost the will to fight. A soldier threw a spear toward the horde of monsters. It successfully pierced an orc's throat, then a large-scale slaughter ensued, wiping out most of the orcs in the camp. A bloodied hand gripped the spear. That was the prince who had impaled Kyulyu's head on a pike. That head became a hallmark on that battlefield. In the previous life, the allied forces never achieved such a great victory, and now predestined history had been altered. Back in the present, as Yuri wearily stepped in, someone greeted him. "You've worked hard, Prince." The third prince turned to ask the knight beside him about the damage. Gerald replied seriously, "I'm assessing it, but the losses are minor." But then he worriedly reported the next issue. After witnessing the scene inside the orc camp, the number of soldiers suffering psychological shock is rising. Hearing this, Yuri didn't panic, understandably so. He recalled the dark scene from before, a sight similar to that at the Sedur domain. The tortured women and the terrifying imp-like creatures struck fear into everyone. "I don't want to live anymore, please, kill me." The sight was even more horrific. Regaining his composure, Yuri ordered the nearby men to comfort them. "Don't let them be too shaken." The man complied, still worried. "Yes." As if remembering something, Yuri asked another question. "What about the foreigner?" At the mention of this, Gerald looked exhausted and replied wearily, "I'm following your orders, meeting all his requests, but..." The foreigner's drunken face reappeared jokingly. "So hungry, so filthy, hey knight, the broth's too salty." After demanding food, a bath, and a shave, now he's back to eating. Hearing these reports, the third prince couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He seemed extremely annoyed with the foreigner and complained at length. "No one has ever been this troublesome. He called the soup bland, so we reheated it. Now he says it's too salty and overturns the table. He even tantrums that he won't eat unless there are more than 5 side dishes," making Yuri blush and lower his head a bit. Not wanting to hear more complaints, Yuri said, "Fine, I'll go. Where is he now?" The man thought for a moment, probably out there now. Outside the tents, the fire was the only source of light in the dark night. The foreigner was sitting on the ground by the central fire. He was absorbed in chewing meat when a voice came from behind. "So you're here." Yuri politely asked if the meal suited his taste. The other sighed and commented, "It's passable." A while later, after eating a pile of food, the foreigner finally sighed and rubbed his belly. "Now I feel alive." Seeing this, the third prince, who had been waiting, spoke. "If you've finished eating, I have a few questions," only to be cut off by the other. "Wait." The foreigner put his hand forward, his gaze serious with none of the drunkenness. Let me ask first. His expression darkened as he asked, that mage, how did you kill him? Being questioned like that made Yuri hesitate. That matter. Before he could explain, the man continued, you say you know my goal, then speak plainly. Don't be vague. A sharp sword slowly slid from its sheath. The foreigner now radiated a powerful pressure that cowed others. Depending on your answer, you may die by my hand. Yuri fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly answered, I don't know exactly. My mana method reacted, and I only swung my sword accordingly. The man echoed his words. A mana method, you mean an internal martial art. To prove his claim, Yuri emitted a faint glow of energy. His demeanor was wholly different now. This is a mana method passed down from my ancestor, Betrayal. Seeing such strong mana, the foreigner stared intently. He suddenly turned away and said, it seems you and I are fated. Yuri, now back to normal, asked baffled what he meant. The old man had to explain more clearly. The internal art and your ancestor's name, both are very special. Suddenly, the foreigner slapped his other palm with a fist. Bowing respectfully, he said, I am the last true disciple and head of the Than sect, and guardian Madung Tan. I pay respects to the descendant of the benefactor of old. The Than sect has never forgotten its friendship with the Ba-Thien swordsman. Being suddenly called a benefactor shocked Yuri. What, a benefactor? Facing his surprise and confusion, the man calmly said, there's nothing to be surprised about, it's all old history. The image of a young man appeared in his mind. Your ancestor, Irui, whom we called the Ba-Thien swordsman. Scenes from the past surfaced. He and the Than sect's master were friends and greatly aided in eradicating the demonic cult. Yuri's attention immediately went to a sacrificial altar. Demonic cult? The foreigner's bitter voice answered, those bastards used living people as offerings. He continued, the Than sect's duty is to hunt demons and destroy fiends. I came here to cut down the unlucky star that appeared in the west. Yuri pondered and thought, now I understand. A demon hunting journey, so that's why in his past life he was obsessed with killing Okua. The foreigner's words drifted in his thoughts. Even so, the sect was completely destroyed, wasn't it? The third prince's gaze hardened with determination. I can't let such a powerful fighter go off alone. Decision made, Yuri said at once, then you must come with us. The man blinked in surprise. What? Yuri continued listing benefits of traveling together. We'll grant you an honorary knighthood from the Brial family. You'll carry out the demon hunting campaign with the allied army. The old man still seemed hesitant. With no other options, Yuri played his final card. Food, bathing, anything you want we'll provide. With a knighthood, no one on the continent will dare look down on you. Of course, wealth won't be lacking, and when the war ends, we'll arrange a position for you in a major trading guild. Hearing this, the foreigner excitedly exclaimed, a major trading guild. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly, then said seriously, if that's the case, very well. Then he held up a finger, but I have a condition. The foreigner curled his lips in an amused grin and stated his term. I rather like you, from now on call Madung Tan your master. The third prince froze a bit. Before Yuri could refuse, the foreigner decided immediately. Starting today you will become an adopted disciple of our Than sect. One wonders what life will be like for this prince now. Hearing that, Yuri raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, an adopted disciple? The foreigner smirked arrogantly. Normally these things cost, but I'll personally instruct you, be grateful. Although the rare offer thrilled him, remembering that terrifying old man dampened his excitement. Thank you for the offer, but I already have a master. As expected, the foreigner erupted with anger, so fierce his words sounded abusive. A sword demon, a terrifying man, be his disciple and then mine, is that it? He acted like a 3-year-old, folding his arms and looking away while muttering loud enough for those nearby to hear, then smiling faintly. You don't know how noble my status is and still show no gratitude. But he immediately returned to seriousness and demanded more. Also, I need to meet your allied commander, lead the way. Being suddenly asked to call out the leader left Yuri bewildered. What? Seeing the boy's dumbfounded face, he raised an eyebrow and said, you said you'd help me achieve my goal. The sun gradually set and the moon prepared to rise. There's something you need to know about the orcs. In the dark night, a tent flying a royal banner remained lit with a yellow glow. A voice from within declared, it's living sacrifices. Ragnar propped his chin on his clasped hands, his face very serious. So that Okua is using humans as offerings. The three sat on chairs discussing this terrifying matter. The foreigner, who held much information, continued. He sacrifices lives to perform dark rituals. Using live offerings proves he is steeped in forbidden arts. Yuri also contributed to the discussion to find something out. In the most recent battle, the orcs' combat effectiveness surged suddenly. We believe the cause was that dark magic. If the orcs are capable of continuing to use that dark magic, I think we need to prepare. Hearing the third prince's suggestion, Ragnar nodded in agreement while frowning and condemning the inhumane acts of those fiends. They are doing truly disgusting things. The foreigner grumbled irritably, anyway, that's why I disguised myself as a sacrifice to get close to him. Then he raised his voice more, but you all ruined my plan. Seeing the others' growing irritation, Yuri quickly intervened to quench the spark in him. Commander, the foreigner has agreed to act with us. He explained excitedly that his goal is to kill Okua, so he'd be a great asset to the allied forces, but the army leader stroked his chin pensively. Seeing the leader lost in thought, Yuri called out, "Your Highness." The call snapped Ragna back to the present, his face suddenly turning fearsome. But that expression lasted only a moment before he returned to normal. "Very well, I understand. Regarding the dark magic, we'll investigate." Ragna turned to assign the task to the man beside him. "Put the foreigner's matter in your hands." Yuri smiled and replied, "Thank you," secretly relieved that he had succeeded in recruiting the foreigner to the allied army. Suddenly his highness hesitated as he called, which made Yuri curious. "But Yuri." He placed both hands on the table and asked, "I've heard there's a half-orc in the Brial army." Though the prince's sudden question was odd, Yuri answered, "Yes, that's correct." Hearing the answer, Ragna did not look relieved at all and instead sighed wearily. He issued a request. "I've handed the captured half-orcs this time to Graham, but there are too many conflicting opinions on how to deal with them." This final remark officially ended tonight's discussion. "I want you to resolve this matter." Yuri slowly looked at the orcs in the prison and frowned in thought. It's not bad to have Ragna's trust. Thinking about it, a dark aura of anger exuded from him, but it seemed she was pushing the troublesome task onto him. Suddenly a shout rang out in the silent night, making him start and look that way. "So are we just going to let the Brial people dominate?" It was two cavalrymen speaking to each other, but their expressions and actions made it clear it wasn't a pleasant conversation. One cavalryman drew his cheek in and angrily demanded of his counterpart, "Why are you being so stubborn?" He tried his best to persuade him. "If we use them, our empire will have the most orc language interpreters, won't we?" Graham remained calm but replied decisively, "Many survivors have endured horrific abuses at the hands of those half-orcs." His words referred to the wretched women who suffered torment. "Shouldn't we listen to the victims' voices?" The cavalryman, lacking the other's empathy, shouted back loudly, "But we cannot miss this opportunity." After silently listening to the whole exchange, Yuri sighed in frustration and thought, "So that's how it is." At that moment, the third prince stepped into the conversation and said, "Then I'll ask you this." The presence of a royal made the cavalryman flinch. "Are you sure those half-orcs will be useful on the battlefield?" Hearing the question, he shouted his answer, but his tone softened, perhaps out of deference to the prince. "Of course." The cavalryman presented his idea confidently. "They're very obedient. With a bit of training, they can be used." But Yuri merely said calmly, "Is that so?" You shot back at the ambitious, foolish cavalryman. "In an emergency, could you entrust your life to that half-orc?" As expected, he hesitated. Not giving him a chance to argue, Yuri continued with the truth. "To fight together on the battlefield, you must be able to trust each other with your backs." Those words were both convincing and noble. You must be able to protect one another even at your weakest. Having settled that conversation, he calmly stepped forward toward the victims. The woman at the front was quite startled by the sudden approach of a man. Seeing her fear and caution, Yuri took a step back and gently raised his hand in a soothing manner. "Could you tell me what you saw?" With each of his words, the pale hollows of her gaunt face revealed how they treated the weak. At that question, she could no longer hold back. Trembling, she recounted everything. "My younger brother, when he was injured, he couldn't move." The images of that dark prison kept resurfacing in her mind. It was the most horrific, unforgettable memory of her life. Her brother's mangled, bloodied body lay on the ground. They had torn him apart until he died. She could only tremble and force herself to witness that horrific scene, as if they were ripping off the legs and wings of an insect. The cruel monsters tormented people, the woman's voice growing more and more shaky. Piece by piece, they laughed as they enjoyed the boy's screams. To them, my brother was simply entertainment. The death of her kin made her lose control and scream. Orcs like them are beasts. Hearing the story, Graham behind them frowned with sorrow and anger. Yuri slowly placed a hand gently on her and asked softly, "Name, where are you from?" She answered dazedly, "Jane from Sidor." After replying, she glanced at his appearance and then looked up with resolve. "That hair, you're the Prince of Brial, aren't you?" The third prince nodded, "Yes." Hatred filled Jane's eyes as she pleaded to the noble prince, "Please avenge me." Yuri, pained, responded, "I promise." A moment later he called Sir Graham. The man behind quickly replied, "Yes." His face grew more solemn than usual. "Today I speak as the Prince of Brial, not merely as the Allied army's commander." Across from him were victims who had endured so much pain. They had slaughtered innocent citizens of our country and left survivors with deep, unforgettable scars. This statement was both a warning and a sermon from Yuri. Granting any value to those who trample humanity is not worth discussing. Orcs will never change. As he declared this, the third prince seemed to shine, compelling people to look up. "I am determined to kill them all, spare none." Graham placed his hand over his chest in salute, carrying out the authority entrusted by his highness. The red banner fluttering in the night marked a knight's vow. "I will deal with the half-orcs." Time passed and at last dawn broke. A low, throbbing cry echoed through the air. a sign that war was about to erupt. The cavalrymen hastily gripped their swords and shouted for all to hear, "Orcs, the orcs are approaching." The familiar red banners of the orcs flew in the strong wind. Each rode a beast looking more formidable than in yesterday's skirmish. What exactly are they plotting? Ragnar frowned and voiced his suspicion. Did the orcs come here to negotiate? A cavalryman standing nearby answered, "Yes, your highness, they say they have news and requested the gates be opened." This reason made him trust them not at all. What trick are they planning? But endless warfare isn't acceptable, so his highness ordered his men to open the gates. A few orcs stood chatting boisterously at the corner of the camp wall. Seeing the monsters who'd left them battered in yesterday's fight made the cavalrymen extremely irritated, yet they restrained themselves. Because it was the leader's order. Yuri stared at the opposing man and without hesitation asked, "Your highness, may I ask what the letter says?" Ragnar clenched the letter so one side became crumpled. He looked extremely upset. Yuri. He didn't hand the letter to him but instead posed an odd question for the moment. "Why do you think I became commander of the allied forces?" Yuri, obediently cute, blankly said, "Yes." Then Yuri answered the leader's sudden question seriously, "Because your highness is skilled on the battlefield." But this reply did not satisfy Ragnar, who irritably asked, aside from that obvious reason. Sensing something, Yuri earnestly asked, "Do you mean political reasons?" Mentioning politics darkened the leader's mood. "Yes, I don't know if you realize, but the emperor and I are not on good terms." He recounted their relationship and his own feelings. "As an imperial prince with corresponding power, me serving as commander of the allied forces seems reasonable, but the empire's politics don't operate so simply." The image of an imposing yet cunning emperor came to his mind. Whenever things appear to follow a pattern, the emperor's hand is always meddling behind the scenes. He also pictured victory with crowds cheering, and of course, if I win the battle, I'll be famed across the continent as a hero. A brilliant path secured by praise and support, but drenched in blood. His tone grew despondent over the illusion that might never come true. But that was only if and only if we win. Hearing his confession, Yuri couldn't help but recall memories. In a past life, Ragnar abandoned power, took responsibility for the allied forces' defeat, and the emperor fully manipulated the empire so the alliance had been formed to fail. He pondered, in the end Ragnar is just a discarded pawn. The third prince's mood became genuinely irritated and sad. "Do you think this is a trap?" Ragnar didn't answer but handed the crumpled letter to him. "Look at this." After reading every line on the letter, Yuri was stunned on the spot. "This is." The letter contained a threat and exposed the royal family's dark truth. The empire's emperor signed a secret pact with Okua. "Don't become a useless sacrifice. Withdraw." The idea that others arranged a plan to trap them made Yuri furious and disgusted. Does this mean the outcome of this war was decided from the start? His teeth clenched in anger, but as royalty his curses remained mild. "If it were me, I'd curse 3 generations. What a despicable scheme." Seeing his expression, Ragnar said, "I heard this letter was sent by an anonymous force opposed to Okua. It's all a staged play. The allied forces' plan to return alive never truly existed." The prince's question left Yuri silent for a long moment. "So, what do you think, Yuri?" After a while he spoke up. "Your highness, may I present a proposal?" The prince had no reason to refuse, so he said, "Go ahead." As if seeing something, Ragnar's golden glow flared. The straight line of his mouth, which had been still, lifted with interest. Yuri crushed the letter underfoot. Whether its contents were true or false, a plot or anything else, it didn't matter. We must return victorious. Though his handsome face betrayed no emotion, the third prince's tone was utterly resolute, with no hint of surrender. The already difficult war would only become a bit tougher, nothing more. No sooner had he finished than Ragnar laughed heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits. After laughing, he rose and said cheerfully, "Right, perhaps that's how it is." The leader, excited, said that regardless of the emperor's schemes, if we don't return victorious, we will have no standing. Regaining his composure, Ragnar placed his hands on his hips and said, "Now only the letter bearers remain," when Yuri suddenly interrupted, "Your highness." He curled his lip in a satisfied smile. "Please entrust those to me." The leader said nothing, but his expression showed agreement. The orcs outside were still gossiping, when one suddenly noticed something. Its face gaped, looking both panicked and terrified. The orc pointed at Yuri, who was emanating a mana like mist but brighter. His anger flared, he drew his sword swiftly and swore, "Too noisy, you bastard." Sharp arcs of steel appeared in the air. The orcs were cut through body and neck by the deadly blades. When it was over, Yuri instinctively flicked his sword so the filthy blood of the orcs dripped to the ground. The surrounding cavalrymen gaped at how cool the third prince looked. One move to take down 3 orcs. Their impressions shifted quickly to admiration and awe. Who would have thought the Prince of Brial was such a master? Ragnar slowly stepped out, saw the scene, and praised him. "Isn't that splendid to have such power at only 18? An experienced writer behind him, displeased with Yuri's showmanship, grumbled, "Isn't that excessive?" The man continued, "I heard he swore an oath." 3 orc heads were pierced on spikes and placed outside the corner of the camp wall, as if to mark something. Yuri's face was filled with hatred, vowing to take revenge and make them pay. At dusk, Ragna and his senior cavalry silently admired the picturesque scene. Then he said, "Bring Eisen here." The man behind immediately nodded, yes. A moment later, a figure quietly approached. An elderly man with a staff like a mage's bowed in salute. "You summon me, your highness? This is the Empire Grandscene's magic advisor, Eisen." Ragna ordered the old man, "Explain everything you know about dark magic." The man did not hesitate and replied, "Dark magic is a long-lost secret art. Very few can use it, and it's easily dispelled and countered." Hearing this, the leader pressed on, "What is the most unimaginable power of dark magic that you know?" The old man continued slowly, "There are legends of attempts to resurrect the dead, but today it's dismissed as superstition." But the leader's next words contradicted the old man's explanation. Intelligence reports suggest Okua is immersing himself in sorcery using dark magic. They say he augments his power through living sacrifices. We experienced that in this battle, so the orc should be expected to grow even stronger in the future. After recovering from his shock, Eisen rested his hand on his chin and thought, if that's the case. The old man proposed a suspicious hypothesis. Could the orcs have obtained a grimoire of ancient dark magic long forgotten? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Ragna echoed it with curiosity. Grimoire. Eisen's seasoned voice carried across the peaceful grassland. Much on the plains remains unexplained, such as the kingdom called Adelvain that once occupied this land. A knight riding through a dark, seemingly haunted forest appeared, and even the heart that protected that land was said to be the work of dark magic. When the rider turned, he was a skeleton, and red light shone in the empty eye sockets. The fallen knight Gert was like that. Ragna listened silently, then asked another question. If Okua is using dark magic, what do you think he would do with it? To avoid fully trusting him, Eisen replied cautiously, "This is entirely hypothetical." Could it be to summon something? I think so. Ragna repeated the word thoughtfully. Summon. His mind seemed to clear, so the reason he prolonged our march despite casualties was to buy time. Eisen nodded in agreement. Yes, if he obtained the grimoire, he may have found a dungeon within the ruins of the ancient kingdom. The prince said in a low voice, "Down there." In the cavern's gloomy night, a beam of light radiated around. Could there be something? It looked like a magical staff planted on a stone statue. A desolate wind swept across the forlorn grassland. Yuri rode his warhorse with the unit's banner hanging from the mount. The cavalrymen behind him carried the same. Jard approached his commander to report, "Your Highness, supplies from the Valshard convoy have been cut off." Yuri nodded slightly in response. "Is that so?" He looked ahead and said it may be due to repeated attacks, leaving them no choice. Jard agreed. "Yes, orders demand we prioritize protecting provisions." After hearing this, Yuri worriedly propped his chin and thought, "Although we've stocked enough supplies, the situation seems less favorable than I thought." Riding, he surveyed the surroundings. This is the center of the plains, and we are very close to Okua. If the entire orc host attacked, it wouldn't be surprising if they formed ranks and started an attrition war then. Just imagining that scenario was untenable, so Yuri steeled himself. "We must fight decisively and resolve it before that happens." Suddenly the ground shook violently. The horses panicked and reared. Yuri on his mount was affected somewhat by the sudden tremor. Seeing the disturbance, he quickly ordered everyone, "Dismount." The moment his feet hit the ground, his whole body shivered. Jard and Yuri sat down simultaneously to steady themselves. "Why is there an earthquake all of a sudden?" he asked. "No, it's different from an earthquake," Yuri replied. As he spoke, Yuri emitted his mana, indicating the situation had become dangerous. "This is." A massive stone structure suddenly rose from the ground at breakneck speed. Something was surfacing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fortress with 3 pillars fully emerged in the clearing, rising from beneath the earth. Dust and smoke from the event spread, and everyone's view slowly cleared. Ragna and the mages were casting spells on that rising structure. From afar came an urgent call, "Your Highness." Seeing who had arrived, Ragna lowered his spyglass. Already, he skipped formalities and asked, "Your Highness, what are those ruins?" The leader looked rather disappointed and shook his head. "I still haven't found any connection to the orcs. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary ruin." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "The worrying part is we can't see inside." Yuri beside him smiled faintly and suggested, "Then let us go and inspect it." He placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "It suddenly appeared before us like this. Something is definitely wrong." The confident smile on Yuri's handsome face gave the impression the prince had a plan. Wouldn't verifying it himself prevent future disasters? Ragna replied with a slight smile. "Very well then." Before Yuri could celebrate, the leader's next words froze him stone still. Take some of our empire's knights with you. A moment later, someone respectfully spoke. I will obey, your highness, and accompany the prince. He introduced himself. I am Rodin at your service, one of the empire's knights, Rodin. Seeing those men, Jared showed a displeased expression and whispered to Yuri, must our prince really go with them? Yuri reluctantly soothed him. What can we do? Orders from above must be followed. A strange thought suddenly occurred to him about the sudden decision to have the empire's knights accompany them. Those men said nothing, only silently watching them. One wonders if they have other intentions. After some time getting to know each other, the knights stood before the unfamiliar ruins, looking fully prepared. Yuri looked up. It seems this is the door. Jared suggested, let me check around for any mechanisms. Two subordinate knights cautiously scanned the area, hands gripping their swords ready for anything. But Yuri refused. Don't bother. If that fails, I'll just break the door open a little. He channeled his mana into the door with his hand. The currents of mana gradually strengthened. Suddenly, Yuri felt something that made him shiver all over. The door that had been tightly shut swung wide open. Everyone else was astonished. My lord, what did you just do? Yuri shouted, I don't know either. His gaze went into the dark interior of the ruin where no light shone. I only touched it and it opened so easily, as if it were waiting for someone. Smoke from the structure billowed out, blowing away his thoughts. At last everyone began to enter. Let's go. After going a short distance, the first remark was, it's too dark in here. Yuri turned and asked, Gerard, don't you have a torch? He replied sheepishly, I did not bring one, your highness. He glanced at the imperial knight whose hands were empty. It seemed those men didn't have torches either. Yuri came to a stop. A new thought suddenly struck him. Remember, the door earlier seemed to respond to mana. Thinking that, he infused magic into his cup to kindle a flame. If the structures inside the ruin were designed similarly then. Sure enough, what happened next matched his thought. The cup flared to life with a pure white flame. Jared exclaimed in surprise, have you been here before? Yuri gave up on his suggestion. Of course not. Laurent obediently praised, you are amazing, your highness. No joking, Yuri snapped, let's go and stay alert. Both answered in unison, yes. The knights remained expressionless and silent, only watching Yuri and the others ahead. Rodin snorted coldly, but the sound was too soft for others to notice. Someone's foot stepped on a bone. After walking a bit, everyone's eyes had become accustomed to the dark, so they could clearly see what they had stepped on. A dry skeleton sat before the door. Yuri glanced around. What's this? Jard volunteered. Let me inspect it first. While cautiously looking around, Jard suddenly called out loudly, your highness. He stood by the skeleton and pounded hard on the sealed door. It's a dead end. Yuri knelt to examine the strange skeleton. All around were orc bones. Are those the only human remains? From examining the place, he could deduce part of what happened. Judging by the battle marks everywhere, it seemed they fought to the death to protect something behind the door. Laurent emitted a faint blue light. Your highness, even after infusing mana, there's still no response. Yuri also unconsciously poured mana into what he touched and said, there's no choice, let's go back and check if we missed anywhere around here. As he told everyone to prepare for any danger, understood, the skeleton's fingers suddenly moved. In an instant, the dry skeleton seized Yuri's arm. Jared shouted in panic, what is that, your highness? Laurent called anxiously, Prince Yuri. The Empire's knights rushed over only after noticing the tense situation. Light burst forth, illuminating the dark interior of the ruin. Yuri covered his eyes with his other hand against the dazzling light. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his head. Remember this is their salvation. The dry skeleton seemed to smile gently at him. The final words severed Yuri's consciousness. Salvation and repentance are the key to escaping this place. In the blink of an eye, Yuri was transported to a completely unfamiliar place in a dazed state. Startled, he quickly glanced around. Where is this? A kid suddenly ran past him excitedly, shouting, Master, look at this. The man heard this and smiled smugly, asking, where have you been that you're only back now? The boy replied excitedly, I was just reading for a bit. At that moment, Yuri was shocked to realize, the armor, could it be the same as the skeletons? He immediately turned cautiously, so this is the world inside his memory. Yuri guessed in a low voice, to leave such a clear memory must be a fairly advanced magic. What exactly does it want me to see? Seeing the scene before him made him more suspicious about the owner of this memory. Very quickly, the boy dutifully knelt before the man's calm voice. Then let's study today's lesson. Have you prepared your exercises thoroughly? The boy didn't answer, only showed a sullen face. Seeing this, the man scolded, if you haven't, at least say so, don't try to dodge the question. The boy frowned in grievance, reading books all the time isn't fun at all. Hearing this, the man grew angrier. How will you become a real hunter like this? Yuri stood aside watching the whole scene and smiled softly. Such a nostalgic atmosphere, this reminds me of Bernardo. The man suddenly rummaged through a small pouch and called out loudly, look at this. His voice instantly grew solemn as he declared, this is proof of an orc hunter. You must have one too if you want to be a proper hunter. Looking at the stone, Yuri suddenly understood a few things, so it's that important, no wonder. a voice abruptly rang out, but the boy asked puzzledly, I don't understand why we have to kill orcs. He awkwardly pressed, what if there's still a chance to talk to them? At that the man sighed helplessly and replied, perhaps it's time I told you the truth. He immediately spoke sternly, listen carefully, orcs are people tainted by dark magic. The words instantly frightened the boy, his face turning pale. Yuri standing nearby was also stunned and shouted, what? The man slowly recounted the tale. Long ago there was a nobleman obsessed with murder who invented all manner of excuses to slaughter people in his domain. But thick skins have sharp claws. When the royal decree banning murder was issued, a dark mage sought out the noble, who was frustrated by the ban. The mage wily suggested, the king only forbids you from killing humans. He never forbade using humans to create other things. The noble was overjoyed at the idea of transforming humans into killable forms. Without hesitation, he drove the entire village into dark magic madness. The dark mage then secretly performed black rituals on the opportunity. Before long, those exposed to the dark magic began to change, losing human form and becoming horrifying monsters filled with hatred for humans. The man asserted firmly, and those are the people corrupted by dark magic, the orcs we know. Yuri's body trembled unconsciously. He horrifiedly blamed himself. Orcs are humans? Does he mean the ones we've been killing are descendants of former humans? The boy, curious, asked further, was that dark mage ever punished? The man helplessly shook his head. No, it said that when the noble's crimes were exposed, he fled far away. He continued sadly, people tried to turn the orcs back into humans but failed. In the end, the kingdom decided to abandon them. Hearing this, the boy's throat seemed to choke and he stammered, why? The man explained painfully, to take the cursed lives and grant them salvation is to give them a peaceful death. That is the work of hunters like us. Yuri quickly understood and thought to himself, so dark magic is not only the source of the orc shaman's power, it also ties into the living sacrifices that the outsider mentioned. When Yuri wasn't looking, the man and the boy suddenly vanished into the air, startling him. Yuri panicked for a moment and frantically scanned his surroundings. The sky seemed to tear open, and Yuri realized in horror that the timeline within the memory was shifting. In an instant, the scene jumped to an abandoned ruin. Yuri looked around suspiciously, wondering inside the ruin. At that moment, an urgent voice suddenly cried out, Master, you mustn't. The man decisively shoved the boy away and shouted, let go. The boy, tense with worry, demanded, are you going to face them alone? Be sensible, doing that will be a pointless death. Despite the warnings, he stubbornly insisted, must we just wait for reinforcements? A Delvine has fallen. Observing their expressions, Yuri guessed inwardly that about 10 years had passed. The name Adelvine sounded familiar, probably the name of an ancient kingdom. The boy shouted angrily, so you're planning to use yourself as bait for the orcs? Can you even hear yourself? The man remained resolute. They've already poured in. If we delay any longer, it won't matter if we want to be bait. After saying that, he lowered his voice to reassure the boy. You must survive to pass on our will. That is the responsibility of those who come after. The boy replied, anyway, I can't get far if I run off alone. His eyes flared with determination as he firmly declared, in that case, I'd rather stay in this ruin to pass everything intact to future generations, the memories of orc hunters. The man sighed helplessly, stubborn as ever. Yuri watched the whole scene and thought to himself, so that's why they preserved these memories. Immediately, the atmosphere inside the ruin grew increasingly eerie. A decisive blow was struck, then a heroic voice rang out, we entrust these things to posterity, to those who will find this place one day. The boy tightened his grip on the staff with burning resolve, affirming the secrets of the orcs and the experience and techniques of orc hunters, the one called the strongest of Adelvine. He emphasized painfully, we will fall here. The final testament followed. We hope that in your era our wish will surely come true. The boy then lost all his strength and collapsed to his knees. In an instant he fell to the ground, whispering, may our deaths not be in vain. Watching that strange sight, Yuri wondered in astonishment, could it be that he's looking at me? The boy with his last breath added, beware the demon grimoire. This made Yuri even more suspicious. The demon grimoire. A stone glowing with radiant light then appeared. But for some reason it shattered into pieces in an instant, and a flurry of voices cried out, Your Highness, Prince Yuri. Yuri snapped awake immediately, his face pale with fear. Clutching his head, Yuri demanded, where is this? Graham replied seriously, we're in a ruin. He breathed a sigh of relief. The skeleton suddenly lit up and vanished. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Seeing this, Yuri said at once, it's good that you're safe too. He thought anxiously to himself. The hunter's memories feel not simply like reliving their past experiences, but more like recalling old memories buried deep in the subconscious. Yuri, as if realizing something, suddenly asked, hey, was that your doing? How many times did you batter that door? Graham could only smile weakly. We had a hard time, sir. He anxiously asked further, did you see anything, sir? Hearing that, Yuri sighed gloomily. Should I say I saw something or not? A loud noise suddenly rang out and Yuri was startled in panic. An earthquake. He quickly noticed something off and urgently warned the others. No, the tremor this time is different from before. This is. Elsewhere, a large number of orcs were surging forward. They rushed in like a wave as numerous as an army, making Yuri jolt and orc rage. Graham cried out in horror, orcs at this hour. Could they have discovered us here, or is this an ambush they've set? Yuri stood up calmly and warned sternly, don't overreact. Having finished, he swept his eyes to observe the formation around them. Immediately, Yuri quickly guessed that this had once been an orc hunter's base. Seeing the remnants of a long-time enemy rising up, they must want to smash it at once. He tensed inwardly, thinking the intensity of the tremors indicated a group riding Komodo dragons. Yuri grew uneasy. A scout team, 5 no, sweat rolled down his cheek as he counted tensely 10 of them. Graham, unable to hide his worries, spoke up. Your Highness, you should return to headquarters right now. Yuri agreed inwardly. Normally, that would be right. He added in a low voice, you all should leave too. Yuri gave a slight smile and firmly declared, prepare to fight. Rodin looked puzzled and asked, aren't you withdrawing? Yuri replied calmly, there's no need to retreat. Saying that, he calmly sat down beside the dry skeleton lying motionless on the ground. Yuri said nothing as he silently picked up the mysterious sword. A self-satisfied smile spread across Yuri's face. Now I can see clearly how to deal with these orcs. At the same time outside, the orcs were advancing like a storm. One of them suddenly howled, pointing directly at the ancient ruin. Suddenly from the bushes, a series of lights flared bright red. The orcs immediately froze, each wearing a momentary stunned expression. Their faces now showed ferocity, as if they wanted to devour the people alive. In an instant, they began to scream as if maddened. The lights grew ever brighter, becoming more imposing by the moment. This unnerved the orcs. One was so frightened it broke into a sweat. At that moment, a stately figure stepped out from deep within the ruin. Without hesitation, Yuri loudly gave the order, now. In an instant, 2 figures sprang up from behind the bushes. Then 2 more figures appeared just as swiftly. Yuri targeted the savage orcs and shouted the command, attack them. A vanguard knight launched the first strike. In a blink, his blade pierced straight through the giant orc's head. Seizing the moment, Graham nearby also unleashed murderous slashes, effortlessly decapitating an orc. Rodin, though tensing and frowning, still gripped his sword tightly. Without hesitation, Rodin aimed a clean stroke at the monster's throat. The struck orc cried out in agonized wails. Surveying the scene, Yuri thought with satisfaction, it really works. He remarked with pleasure that the remains of the hunters in the ruin proved unexpectedly effective. Using ground tremors to gauge orc numbers and set traps, things I never would have thought of, Yuri thought as he quietly drew his sword. He smiled excitedly, clearly thrilled, wondering if this was why they showed him that memory. At the same time, a giant orc charged forward furiously. Yuri's face remained expressionless as he calmly fixed a cold gaze on it, as if techniques honed over decades had suddenly come into view. Yuri asserted decisively that attacking the orcs' heads was the most effective. A murderous glint flashed in Yuri's eyes, and he suddenly lunged forward. A decisive strike was unleashed, and the unlucky orc was hit. Blood splattered everywhere as it let out a pitiful scream. Its arm was severed in an instant. Yuri thought calmly that there was no need to exert brute force or use any spiritual slashes. Immediately after, he coldly swept his blade across the orc's throat. The orc was felled in despair, dying before it could utter a word. Yuri stared coldly at its massive body collapsing to the ground, saying nothing. A few seconds later, he turned and said, I'll make good use of this legacy. Yuri proudly shouted a name, the Hunters of Adelvine. Night quickly fell, and in the camp, a familiar voice declared that the area around the ruins had been secured. His Highness Ragna praised satisfactorily, well done. Yuri replied calmly, thank you, Your Highness. Curious, he asked if the ruins had been home to hunters. Yuri answered honestly, yes, the battle traces of the last hunter remain. At that, Yuri's throat tightened for a moment and he pressed his lips together. Yuri hesitated, then said there was something troubling him, making Ragna even more curious. He asked tensely, do you know anything about the demon grimoire? At this, Ragna immediately denied it. No, it's the first time I've heard of it. Ragna asked in puzzlement if it was connected to the ruins. Yuri replied solemnly, yes, I only speculate that it's related to dark magic. Hearing this, he responded coolly, very well, if I find anything I'll report back. Yuri bowed respectfully and thanked him, my gratitude, Your Highness. Yuri then turned his back and left, quickly stepping out of the tent. Someone who seemed to have been waiting for him all along suddenly called out, Prince Brial. Seeing him, Yuri unconsciously smiled. Who are you, an imperial man? Rodin introduced himself at once. I am Rodin. He kept praising that the prince's recent combat was truly impressive. Yuri replied modestly, you were excellent as well. Yuri asked curiously if he usually smiled like that, since earlier he seemed stiff. Rodin explained frankly that imperial military discipline was strict. He added hopefully that most first-time soldiers freeze in fear, but the prince resembled a seasoned mercenary with extensive battlefield experience, truly a veteran mercenary. At this, Rodin suddenly wondered in a low voice whether the prince had a lover waiting at home. Yuri could only smile wryly. He bluntly demanded, Rodin, were you sent here by His Highness, which left him stunned. Rodin nervously asked what he meant. Yuri calmly guessed that if not His Highness, then perhaps the vice commander. Your prying into my love life is too blatant. This made him hesitate, as if the prince disliked that. Yuri admitted calmly, of course, I refused any involvement with the princess. Rodin asked in astonishment why, since the princess is someone admired by the entire empire. She was beautiful and kind-hearted, truly gentle, so everyone adored her. As he spoke, he showed obvious admiration. Yuri was left speechless. Yes, that must be it. He winced inwardly, thinking that such gentleness makes people imagine they're being specially favored. Ekaterina. Then Yuri suddenly declared, anyway, I already have a girlfriend, which startled Rodin. Oh. He shamelessly added, it's true, our relationship is deep. At the same time, he sincerely thought, sorry, Sibylla. Yuri said loudly in exasperation, just accept it. I have a girlfriend, leaving Rodin flustered. Understood, sir. He quickly composed himself and continued, but you still look very happy. I also have a girl waiting for me to return and propose, so I understand the prince's feelings. Hearing this, Yuri snapped, don't say that on the battlefield. This left Rodin puzzled, sir. Yuri explained, saying that will surely cause trouble. No sooner had he finished than a loud explosion went off right behind them. Yuri frowned in anger. See, completely different from you. Rodin now wore a look of panic. Yuri quickly drew his sword and voiced his guess to Rodin. An enemy attack. In moments the camp descended into chaos. Knights shouted that the camp was on fire. Some hurriedly urged each other to fetch water and split up to protect the supply stores. Staring at the devastation, Hernando helplessly wondered if they'd tunneled up. Dozens, no, hundreds of orcs were pouring into the camp. His face went pale as despair crept in. The problem wasn't just that, it was identical to before. Don't tell me the wards are broken. Worse, our magic is being dispelled by them, and thinking this, Hernando clenched his fists in anger. A loud voice suddenly rang out, can it be dispelled, which made him start. Hernando quickly recognized the familiar figure and unconsciously called out, Your Highness. Hernando reported tensely that it seemed the enemy casters struck first. Yuri replied calmly, I'll handle it, wait there. Once the dispelling ends, cast your spell immediately. He nodded confidently at him, I trust you. With that, Yuri dashed toward the blaze, leaving Hernando stunned. Your Highness. He shouted worriedly, how do you intend to identify the enemy caster? Yuri thought calmly, of course I can't tell who the caster is. But as he considered this, he suddenly stopped in front of the monsters. Yuri recalled the advice of that respected knight. Orc casters lose their sight under the influence of dark magic, so look for the one with the oddest gait. Yuri briefly smiled. This was something that existed only in his memory. He quickly spotted the abnormality in one orc there. Without hesitation, Yuri went on the offensive, gripping his sword tightly. A straight, decisive stroke was delivered, driving clean through the creature's body. The creature couldn't react in time and was flung by momentum into the corner of the wall. In pain, the creature weakly strained to pull the blade from its throat, but Yuri had already noticed and, without hesitation, lunged forward. In an instant, Yuri appeared like a phantom in the creature's sight. A great spray of blood instantly burst out in all directions. Immediately after. Yuri cast a cold glance at the monster that had completely lost life. He tightened his grip on his sword and calmly turned. Yuri shouldered the blade and smiled with satisfaction. He'd killed the caster. But I'm cornered, Yuri thought helplessly as he stared at the ferocious orcs surrounding him. At this moment, each of them had eyes glowing red, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yuri glared in annoyance and asked disdainfully, do you think I'd say that? No sooner had he finished than he called out loudly Hernando. From afar, a massive surge of power shot toward them shortly after. Yuri showed no fear before that imposing force. He only frowned calmly. A decisive sword stroke was immediately unleashed, easily cleaving the force in two. Yuri stood alone amid the flames, radiating a dazzling aura like a god. Looking at the stupid orcs within sight, Yuri called out confidently, how's that, you orcs? He laughed provocatively, do you still think you have the advantage now? At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly went off behind Yuri. He felt a jolt and turned around. Words can get you killed indeed. Yuri looked at the monsters with a weary expression. They just kept coming out without end. With no other option, he shouted in order, Hernando, fire another orb. Hernando replied helplessly, I'm sorry, Your Highness, there still seems to be another caster. Hearing this, Yuri angrily shouted, hey. Facing the monsters, he cursed in frustration, damn it. Yuri cried out in despair, hey, spare me. At the same time, the orcs closed in around him. Yuri cried out in despair, hey, spare me. At the same time, the orcs closed in around him. But I've already died once. Thinking this, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword. Shouldering his sword, Yuri resolved, Yuri Brial, even if I die here today, I will not die in disgrace, he declared as he confidently pointed his blade at the monsters. Yuri shouted challengingly, come at me, you pests. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly darted in well-done determination. The stranger appeared like a god and easily dealt with the orc before Yuri's stunned eyes. Master. The stranger turned with satisfaction to praise Yuri. One who serves others understands heaven's mandate. Where all die, there is life. Where all live, there is death. You must have such spirit to be my disciple." Then he grinned arrogantly. "Today I'll show you the holy sword of Than Than." After that, the stranger took a deep breath and quickly assumed a battle stance. In an instant, the stranger's sword blazed with will, the Than Van Zich Ha sword technique. The crescent strike, a powerful blow, was immediately unleashed straight at the snarling orcs. In that situation, the stranger faced the horde without hesitation. The next moment, they were all cut down, bodies dismembered in a frenzy. Yuri watched the whole scene in horror. It resembled His Majesty the King. The sword of the 10 strengths. At that, the stranger quietly turned an appraising gaze toward him. He said sternly to Yuri, "I'll only help you halfway, handle the rest yourself." Yuri immediately replied loudly, "Understood." With that, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and dashed straight at the monsters. The stranger looked at him and thought helplessly, "What a strange fellow." The stranger silently observed that although crude and mixed with unnecessary movements, the stroke was nonetheless seasoned and practical. He suddenly exclaimed with hope, "Truly a rare talent. Someone like that will never be alone. Surely others will willingly follow." Thinking this, the stranger spoke up. "The heavenly order is in chaos, and evil stars spread darkness everywhere. But I have found a faint star of light in these western lands. If this isn't the guidance of destiny, what is?" he said as he slowly approached the orcs. The stranger couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. "I'm very curious then." He looked at Yuri with curious wonder. What will that child become when he grows up? Will he be swallowed by the black stars covering the world, or will he give birth to a new belief? Meanwhile, Yuri continued to land blow after blow, cutting down the monsters. The stranger cried out excitedly, "Let's wait and see." The orcs kept pouring in, making the scene increasingly chaotic. The successive large explosions left the knight stunned. A savage arm suddenly grabbed hold of the cliff face. The orcs then swarmed in, dense as if an anthill had been broken. In the critical moment, Yuri shouted tensely, "Jard, Lauren." He ordered loudly, "Hold them back." The knight obeyed without hesitation and rushed forward. His comrade also gripped his sword and charged. They joined forces to slaughter the monsters. They worked together to wipe out the creatures. Soon a large number had been felled. Observing the surroundings, Jard was astonished. Too many tunnels and their movement speed is very fast. Yuri agreed, "You're right, at this rate of movement, something is very strange." He cautiously scouted the ground, thinking to himself that besides the orc caster, there was something else down there. This made Jard curious. He called out, "Your Highness." Yuri closed his eyes tight and silently asked, "Where? Where are they tunneling?" Before long, a large number of orcs appeared within Yuri's sight. A deep pit with razor-sharp teeth soon appeared nearby. Yuri instantly snapped awake and exclaimed, "Found it." Without hesitation, Yuri lunged forward shouting, "This way," which made Jard alarmed, "Your Highness." He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure about that direction?" Laurent, hearing this, reminded him, "Don't doubt His Highness's judgment." He glowed with admiration. "Our prince is always right," leaving Jard speechless. Yuri silently guessed that the place where the ground constantly trembled was the center. With that thought, he decisively charged toward the monster standing rooted before him. Seeing Yuri, the monster immediately roared and hurled its hand forward without hesitation. At that command, the ground split in two, forming a yawning chasm. The orcs seized the opportunity and burst forth from the earth in waves. Just as predicted, Yuri couldn't help but grin smugly. Indeed. He glared at the monsters, his fighting spirit boiling within. "So you won't let me pass easily, huh?" Very quickly after, Yuri and his subordinates confronted 3 giant orcs. One of them suddenly let out a savage roar. Seeing that, Jard leaned close and whispered to Yuri, "It seems that one has chosen Your Highness." Hearing this, Yuri felt slightly annoyed and resentful. "Why does it have to be the biggest one? I knew that without you telling me." Yuri immediately shouted, "Each of you take one, don't lose." At this command, the 2 subordinates promptly replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Yuri tensed inwardly, thinking that there's something under the ground. If we don't destroy it, the raid won't end. With that thought, he shouted angrily, "Don't get in the way." In an instant, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and lunged up, cursing in fury, "Damn leg." But unfortunately, his blade was directly blocked by the orc. The next strike wasn't much better and was easily parried by it. Yuri attacked with all his might, but was pushed onto the defensive. In a moment of opening, he failed to dodge the orc's attack. A large gush of blood spurted out immediately afterward. Yuri narrowly escaped death by a hair and clicked his tongue in irritation. Yuri looked at the savage creature and thought, "What a nuisance. This one knows how to use the advantage of that cleaver." On the other side, the knights were desperately fighting the monsters, shouting, "Fight on." Seeing this, Yuri couldn't help but be irritated. He angrily wiped the blood from his face. "Hey, I need to finish quickly so I can get back to my kids." At his words, the creature briefly grinned and raised its hand in clear provocation. Seeing that, Yuri seemed furious. He yelled, "Stop stalling, finish this in one go." A blade was suddenly unleashed, but the creature easily dodged. The more he missed, the more irritated Yuri became, swearing, "Damn it, this one." He faced the beast with hatred. gun, it had just enough strength to deflect his killing blows. Many of Yuri's successive pressuring strikes were repeatedly blocked. He frowned in annoyance and avoided ordinary strikes with minimal movement, as if he'd anticipated them. Yuri couldn't help but suspect inwardly that it was deliberately stalling to hold him back. At this rate, the troops. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. Because your mind is chaotic, your blade veered off course. Bernard immediately appeared in his familiar form and sternly emphasized, setting impatience aside, if the sword cannot keep up with the mind, it cannot touch the enemy. Hearing this, Yuri asked curiously, what should I do then? A destructive slash came hurtling in, but luckily he dodged in time and narrowly escaped death. Yuri couldn't help but angrily shout, seriously, if you're upset, say it with words, almost had me killed. Bernard sternly stressed, you must make a choice, then decisively swung a powerful sword stroke. Bernard suddenly loosened his grip on the sword's pommel in his palm. Then he tightened his grip again. Bernard said in a low voice that combat is unpredictable. Besides the direct, obvious path, there are many other ways, so always remember the reason your highness. Standing on this battlefield is what it is. Back in the present, Yuri's boiling will side in admiration, truly a master. Even an old scolding is enough to awaken me. Saying that, he quickly lowered his center of gravity and silently concentrated a large amount of power. Without hesitation, Yuri dashed straight at the giant orc to confront it head-on. The sight stunned the orc sorcerer. It froze for a moment. The other orc couldn't help but be terrified, its face immediately going pale. Yuri now appeared like a god. He shouted angrily, surely you wanted to see me flustered, didn't you? But my original goal had been this from the start. As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck the ground with a powerful blow. The orc's eyes immediately filled with panic. It stared at him in a daze. The ground was split in two by the impact, and Yuri quickly stepped back. At that moment, a not insignificant tremor suddenly occurred. A grotesque monster shot up from the earth, its jaws full of sharp teeth. Yuri tensed slightly and stared intently at it. He broke into a satisfied grin, indeed, charging straight and felt the best. Yuri's blade was driven deep into the ground, creating an indescribable pressure. In an instant, the surroundings were completely blurred out. Jard, who was fighting the monster, was also terrified. Shock showed on Jard's face. He cried out in alarm, your highness. Over here, Yuri stood motionless, watching the monster collapse before him. His sword suddenly plunged straight into the ground. Yuri collapsed for a moment, panting. He thought to himself that not only his whole body but he'd also drained all the mana reserves in his magic core. Damn it, recoil greater than I thought. At this, Yuri's face gradually darkened. He told himself he'd need some time to recover, but anyway, with that blow, the tunnel had. Elsewhere, Laurent was struggling to fight the monster. His eyes suddenly widened. Laurent turned around in horror. His eyes suddenly widened. Laurent turned around in horror. It lunged at Yuri without hesitation, leaving Laurent stunned. Your highness, that's too dangerous, he muttered desperately, damn it. At the critical moment, Jard appeared in time and hoisted him onto his shoulder. He quickly carried Yuri away, saving him from death's door. Over here, Laurent rushed in without hesitation. He swiftly struck at the grotesque creature. At the same time, Jard had just managed to bring Yuri to safety. I'm truly grateful, thank you, he said. Hearing this, Jard unconsciously sighed and replied, if you're really thankful, next time at least give me a heads up, please. Jard quickly stood up and asked worriedly if he could continue fighting. Yuri, exhausted now, replied reluctantly that he wanted to, but his body couldn't keep up. Hearing that, Jard muttered in disappointment, this is going to be tough. He looked at the scene before him and, despondent, wondered if we could make it back alive. Contrary to Jard's worry, Laurent seemed excited. His eyes lit up at the thought of dying on the battlefield alongside the prince. There's no greater glory than that. Yuri could only give a wry smile, while Jard nearby scowled in annoyance. Here he goes again. Though exhausted, Yuri forced himself up and asked the two, we can't fall here, can we? Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and declared firmly, until the last moment, I will take down at least one more before I die. Without hesitation, he shouted orders, Gerard, Rodin, fall back. At that command, both immediately obeyed. Yuri volunteered to lead, sprinting forward, I'll clear the way. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, don't overexert yourself, causing him to pause. In an instant, a flash of white streaked past Yuri's sight. A burly figure appeared and cleaved the monster's body in two. He was surprised to recognize the familiar face, Sir Graham. Graham arrived with a large force and announced that he had acted on orders from Your Highness Ragna, leaving the others stunned. Graham immediately radiated an imposing power and declared firmly that from now on they would support the prince. A while later, still at that camp, a familiar voice asked, so they fled? The other side answered frankly, yes. Graham reported sternly that when they arrived, the largest sandworm among them had already been dealt with by Prince Yuri. He speculated that they likely thought they had no chance once the entrance was blocked, which made Your Highness Ragna remark with some regret that it was a pity, if only they could be interrogated. Saying that, he turned to encourage Graham, well done, Sir Graham, if you had been a bit later we'd have nearly lost the Alliance's core forces. Graham bowed respectfully and replied, thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness Ragna ordered, you may withdraw, and the tent quickly emptied. He carefully pulled out a chair, cleared his throat and asked, You always cause such a commotion, don't you? Your Highness, Ragna sighed helplessly, feeling as if the entire Orc Alliance existed merely as a stage for Yuri's appearances. He looked at him with hopeful admiration and remarked, indeed, if one wishes to be Yekaterina's consort, one must be of your caliber. The next morning, when the sun reached the mountain peak, birds took flight and scattered throughout the forest. Yuri suddenly woke with a start, sitting up with a panicked look on his face. He frowned and thought to himself, what accursed dream felt like a portent of some terrible future. At the same time, someone slowly approached from a distance and asked, awake now? Recognizing the familiar voice, Yuri quickly realized it was Sibylla. He asked anxiously, how did the battle go? Is everyone all right? Sibylla reassured him, calm down, the battle ended smoothly. She calmly explained that during the 2 days he was unconscious, the alliance had moved on and everyone had been careful to let him focus on recovery. Sibylla asked kindly about his condition. How are you feeling? Has your mana recovered much? Seeing him improved, she smiled with her hands on her hips. You should thank me. Do you think being treated directly by the princess of the holy nation with sacred magic is easy? Yuri, slightly exasperated, chuckled and replied, all right, thank you, Sibylla. He glanced around for a moment and then asked, so where are we? Sibylla stood up and offered to go outside and take a look. She spread her hands before him, full of hopeful expectation, and said he'd be surprised. Very quickly afterwards, Sibylla helped Yuri out. Seeing the surroundings, his expression went blank for a moment. Yuri couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, that's, Sibylla pleased asked, what do you think? The Alliance's final destination, the fortress of Okua. Before them, a bright future was beginning to unfold. Yuri felt moved and said, we finally made it. Sibylla agreed, yes. Then she turned to Yuri and said, Yuri, I think I need to thank you, which surprised him. Sibylla continued, without your senses, we probably wouldn't have reached here. Even if we had, many more would have died. We're lucky to have you by our side, thank you. After saying that, she broke into a satisfied smile. Yuri was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. After a while, Yuri lightly touched her hand and suggested, if you really want to thank me, could you do me a favor? This made Sibylla curious. What favor? Without hesitation, he took her hand firmly and proposed, Sibylla, if you don't mind, could you? Faced with Sibylla's expectant gaze, Yuri hesitated. After some thought, he blurted out a shocking request. Could you pretend to date me? Sibylla angrily demanded, what are you saying all of a sudden? Yuri, embarrassed, explained that someone was coming to propose to her, someone he wanted to avoid at all costs. He awkwardly reasoned that this arrangement wouldn't be so bad for her. When they return, her brother would certainly try to marry her off immediately. Moved by his sincerity, Sibylla reluctantly agreed, all right. Yuri's eyes lit up and he excitedly asked, really? She suddenly pointed at his face and said sternly, but I have one condition. At that, Sibylla's face flushed and she radiated a peculiar aura. Yuri asked in surprise, a condition? Sibylla nodded smugly. This stakes my honor, I can't do it for nothing. She tilted her head and suggested softly, the neatest would be a wish token, how about that? Hearing that, he hesitated. A wish token was a bit much, which annoyed Sibylla. What? Are you afraid I'll ask for something weird? She turned away somewhat disappointed. If you don't like it then fine, go ask someone else. Yuri became even more flustered at her words, helplessly rubbing his head. Seeing this, Sibylla curiously pressed, so who is this marriage you're trying so hard to avoid? Yuri answered despairingly, the imperial princess, which made her go rigid. What? Sibylla questioned in confusion, wait, why? That's someone you should be grateful for. Yuri crossed his arms irritably. I'm a prince too, what is there to be grateful for? She snapped back, what are you saying? Her national status is higher than Brial's. Sibylla frowned and emphasized that, more importantly, the imperial princess's beauty and virtue are flawless. Even bowing in thanks wouldn't be enough. At this, Yuri's face went pale and he pressed his lips together in frustration. Knowing that explanation would be useless, he gave up and turned away, thinking he didn't like her anyway. To him, her personality seemed wholly fake. Yuri hesitated and glanced at Sibylla. Sibylla, about the wish you mentioned, he thought to himself, I'll put that aside for now, I need another plan. At that moment, a loud call rang out, Yuri, you're awake, leaving him completely frozen. From afar, Your Highness Ragna approached with a radiant smile and said, I was just about to report your deeds back home. He exclaimed with satisfaction, I thought you'd be bedridden longer, but you've recovered so quickly, truly an extraordinary young man. Yuri kept his calm and replied, thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness Ragna suddenly slung an arm around him and murmured, by the way, Yuri, my niece heard about you, she's particularly interested in you. The news struck Yuri like lightning, darkening his face. He kept patting Yuri's shoulder with a delighted expression, saying what wonderful news this is. With nowhere else to turn, Yuri desperately appealed to Sibylla, clenching his teeth and thinking, wish token or anything. Do whatever you want, save me right now. Sibylla, but in response to that look, Sibylla simply smiled serenely. She stepped forward and said courteously, Your Highness, Prince Yuri has just regained consciousness. Sibylla tactfully suggested, please consider letting him rest a bit longer. Your Highness Ragna, annoyed, asked immediately, the princess of the holy nation, what's her name? She lowered her voice and introduced herself, Sibylla Arsent, Your Highness. He curiously remarked, "Ah, she cares for Yuri quite a bit, seems close." Seizing the moment, Sibylla linked arms with Yuri and emphasized, "It's more than that." Then she leaned lightly on his shoulder and feigned affection, "We have feelings for each other." The sight immediately turned Your Highness Ragna to stone. He stood frozen for a long moment. Ragna, furious, demanded, "Really, Yuri?" Yuri could only force a smile and reply, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Your Highness Ragna boiled with rage and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ragna showed his displeasure and turned away, saying, "Very well, a fine match," which left the mock couple stunned. Did he just click his tongue? He continued sternly, "We'll discuss this later. As you both know, we are about to begin the decisive battle with Okua. After endless battles and a long march, we will advance once we've rested sufficiently." At that order, Sibylla and Yuri nodded without hesitation. Your Highness Ragna added that since this is the decisive battle, they must prepare meticulously. He stressed with concern that the orcs would likewise try to exploit their weaknesses in new ways. Here he cleared his throat and declared that with the Brial Empire and the Holy Nation's champions gathered here, surely we cannot lose to the orcs. He pointed toward the distant horizon with fervor and affirmed, "From this moment, we will root out those disgusting, unknown creatures," then squeezed his hand into a fist. Your Highness Ragna loudly and solemnly declared, "And our names will be renowned across the continent." Yuri suddenly remembered his original purpose for joining the alliance, to change the failure of his past life. We have marched to Okua's throat without defeat. Thinking this, he closed his eyes for a moment as a flood of memories rushed back. For 5 relentless years since reverting at 13, Yuri trained his body and skills intensely, reclaiming the ancestors' legacy. And under the whirl of fate, I kept close the friends who would share my destiny, and a few successes beyond expectation occurred. Yuri couldn't help but hope for a journey markedly different from his previous life. Returning to the present, he looked up at the high sky. Now I have reached a level where I can stand alongside the continent's mighty. Yuri mentally congratulated himself. Finally, I have faced the mastermind who brought about Brial's destruction. Yuri's gaze gradually hardened, a flame beginning to boil within his will. Yuri resolutely affirmed that his goal was singular, to prevent Brial's extinction. This time, he would definitely protect it. Night gradually fell over the palace of the Grancine Empire. In a lavish room, wine glasses were skillfully stacked into a tower. A maid slowly carried a tray of wine in with a composed bearing. Some nobles were completely drunk, dozing stupidly atop one another. A noblewoman suddenly spoke up, "By the way, have you all heard the news about the allied army?" Someone nearby replied, "I don't care much, anything interesting to entertain us." The other calmly added, "I heard they're about to enter the final battle." The noblewoman gasped, "They've never lost a battle, right?" From another seat, a man interjected with some irritation, "Indeed, his prince is formidable." "Does his majesty take notice?" he said, arrogantly raising his glass. Hearing that, the noble opposite chuckled. "This one in the court dares to say anything, it seems." A noblewoman cut in, "Let's set those boring matters aside." She asked curiously, "Do you know the one who's very active in the allied army, the third prince of Brial?" At this, another noblewoman quickly replied, "Of course, that face is exactly my type, so I remember him well." Any new gossip? At the same time, from afar, a pair of long, slender legs walked briskly toward them. The noblewoman continued, "That person, I've heard he's discussing a marriage with the Holy Nation's princess." Hearing that, the others exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my," they didn't even realize a newcomer had appeared so suddenly. The nobleman went on nagging, "His name is Yuri Brial, right?" She blushed and sighed, "Yes, love blooming on the battlefield, how romantic." A slender hand suddenly landed on the back of their chairs. A familiar voice sounded immediately after, "What interesting conversation is going on here?" sending the entire assembly of nobles pale with fear. They instantly bowed, each of them stammering and unable to speak. The atmosphere in the room immediately grew oppressive. The group nervously said in unison, "We pay our respects, Your Highness the Imperial Princess." Catherine seemed displeased. She covered her mouth with a knowing smile at the earlier conversation. "Could you tell me more about it?" she said, and her gaze suddenly turned as cold as ice. The scene shifted to the camp where the knights chatted continuously. "I'm planning a big business venture back home. Hey, did you try what I offered the other day? How did you like it?" They all showed obvious excitement on their faces at the thought of returning home. Contrary to the others, a mysterious man was now glancing around. He was Proin, a knight of Brusen. Puzzled, he thought to himself that lately everyone keeps coming and going to rest. On the first day, they barely even looked at each other. A voice suddenly rang out, "Have you heard? They say we're extremely famous in the Empire," which immediately froze Proin. The young man across laughed and replied, "Really? We're famous? It must be the pull of Your Highness Ragna with the Prince of Brial." The man beside him grimaced and added, "I'm so jealous." Proin stared at the flag hanging high and thought to himself, "Prince Yuri of Brial, huh?" The first impression was indeed powerful. Proin suddenly recalled Yuri's striking face and had remarked then that wine didn't suit that place. Back in the present, he reasoned that the one who achieved the most overwhelming successes was indeed that lord. Proin watched the scene intently, thinking that creating the current morale for everyone to fight together was also the prince's accomplishment. That was the prince's achievement. In the distance, Yuri was now training with swordplay enthusiastically. His opponent suddenly froze, glancing toward the distance. Very quickly afterward, a knight excitedly called out, "Lord Proin, when did you arrive?" Seeing this, Proin awkwardly stepped forward. "I saw you sparring and just wanted to stop by." Yuri teasingly jabbed, "Sounds like you're jealous." He offered, "Do you want to spar too? I'll inform Master Mo Yunjin. Lately you seem rather bored." Proin immediately declined. "No, really, that's not necessary." He smiled and suggested, "Instead, Your Highness, after the war ends, please visit Brusen once." At that, the knight exclaimed in surprise, "I'd love to show you Brusen Sea." Yuri laughed with satisfaction. "Fine, I'll remember. When the war ends, we'll all raise a glass to celebrate." He asserted firmly, "As long as we defeat the orcs, we'll definitely do that." Very quickly after, the alarm bells began to ring incessantly. From afar, the orcs swarmed in like ants whose nest had been broken. Seeing that sight, a knight cried out in panic, "Enemy attack." Your Highness, Ragna's gaze filled with fury. He looked at them as if he wanted to devour them alive. In an instant, a mighty army was assembled and ready for battle. Yuri sighed with some weariness. "They come in such terrifying numbers that you can't even see the horizon." Laurent interjected, "I hear the opposite flank is the same." Seeing that, Jart cut in, "Our base has been completely surrounded by an orc legion." Yuri smirked teasingly. "What's wrong, scared Jared? You've gotten so quiet." He immediately denied it. "Not at all. While you insisted, you've changed." Yuri continued, "If it were before, I'd say I don't want to get involved in such troublesome matters." Jared sighed helplessly. "Why bring up the past now, sir?" Yuri suddenly grew serious. "I mean, we've come a very long way. And we'll go even further in the future," he added, glancing for a moment toward the orcs in the distance. "And we'll go even further in the future," he added, glancing for a moment toward the orcs in the distance. An orc of exceptional strength was moving stealthily at the rear. Jard noticed and exclaimed in astonishment, "That's insane." Given the situation, Yuri remained unfazed, frowning as he thought, "Is that him?" The king of the orcs, Okua. At that moment, the leading orc suddenly shouted loudly. In an instant, the entire orc horde went mad, screaming and shouting wildly. The war horns of the Knight Brigade sounded immediately. Your Highness, Ragna resolutely ordered, "Attack," and a line of knights then sallied forth. The orcs surged forward like a swarm of disturbed ants, kicking up dust everywhere. Before long, they were directly confronting the entire corps. The Knight Corps, blazing with resolve, pressed the attack in rapid succession. Yuri led the column, raising his sword high and shouting, "Fabrial." Immediately, a large number of orcs were quickly cut down in an instant. But with their massive bodies, they still inflicted considerable damage on the corps. A blade flashed, and the orc was executed on the spot. Yuri streaked past under the astonished gaze of the knight. He whipped his head back and warned sternly, "Everyone focus." The sky suddenly darkened. Yuri hurriedly looked up. The knight, puzzled, couldn't help asking, "Why has the sky?" A vast expanse of wings suddenly appeared before them. They realized in horror it was wyverns. The orcs had filled the sky. Each of them had a bow and arrow ready in hand. A volley of arrows shot forth immediately afterward. Yuri, somewhat excited, wondered they planned a fight like this. He cleared his throat at once, though it would consume considerable mana. As he finished speaking, a great amount of power gathered around the small blade in Yuri's hand. Without hesitation, he launched them straight up into the high sky. Once more, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and resolutely concentrated his strength. In a flash, the blade tore through the air. Yuri shouted, "But we must quell their morale." An unlucky orc was struck a killing blow and screamed in agony. Seizing the moment, Yuri sprang up on his horse from that height. He did not hesitate to leap into the air, aiming directly for the badly wounded orc. Yuri instantly grabbed the reins of the unlucky orc. In a blink, he had easily slain the creature. Yuri quickly subdued the wyvern, while the orc was hurled to the ground. He angrily demanded, "Now you want to wreak havoc in the skis, all of you here." Yuri's eyes flared with killing intent, and a massive power rapidly gathered around his body. Yuri declared triumphantly, "I'll drive you all head first into the earth." At this moment, the battle between the Knight Brigade and the orcs was growing chaotic. A knight ran up urgently to report, "Your Highness, the archers are ready." Seeing Ragna stand motionless, he couldn't help approaching and calling loudly, "Your Highness." He was still reeling from the earlier scene and blurted, "Truly." Meanwhile in the air, Yuri was riding a wyvern alone against the orcs. "Your Highness," Ragna added helplessly, "there really is no one crazier than him." Yuri's face suddenly darkened. He instinctively glanced back. At the same time, an orc raised an arrow, aiming straight at him. Arrows shot toward them in succession. Yuri barked sternly, "Here they come." In an instant, he effortlessly cut them all down. Gripping the reins, Yuri praised with satisfaction, "Well, you're not bad." He leaned in and whispered to the wyvern, "Think about it. You don't want to die disgracefully for the orcs, do you?" Yuri proposed, "Come on, if you help a little you can save your friends," which left the wyvern stunned. It then let out a loud cry. Seeing that, Yuri laughed excitedly. Such a fierce reaction, seems like it knows how to listen. All right then. Let's make some noise, he finished, and immediately surged forward with it. As they charged, he shouted resolutely, break through the front. In moments, Yuri had easily dispatched the orcs riding the wyverns. Another orc seeing this angrily lunged forward. At the same time, another orc on a wyvern swooped in to attack from a different side. Faced with that, Yuri didn't attack head-on but shot upward. After rising a certain distance, he suddenly spun around. In an instant, Yuri tightened his grip on the sword and plunged down. He chuckled with satisfaction, finishing them cleanly in one strike. Immediately after, a tremendous power quickly gathered around his sharp blade. Yuri decisively delivered a killing blow, and the two orcs were cut down at once. Having won, he declared proudly, all right. At that moment, the wyvern promptly swooped in to catch Yuri midair. He couldn't help but praise, well done, my strategic piece. Observing the situation, Yuri hesitated slightly. Taking them out one by one was too time-consuming. Thinking so, he decided to gather a great deal of mana. Yuri gripped his sword excitedly, time to put this to use. Meanwhile, below, the Knight Brigade was struggling against the orcs. One shouted encouragement, do not fall back, hold the line. On this side, Jard kept launching attacks at an orc. He grew momentarily exhausted and cursed, damn it, this never ends. Shortly after, he was left aghast and dumbfounded by the sight before him. Jard cried out in horror, Prince Yuri. Sitting on the wyvern, Yuri tense thought to himself, mana can be shaped by will, spiritual sever, use the rotational force of the wind-encased sword to channel into guilty, then release it all in an instant. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing fierce determination. Yuri decisively struck at the monster before him. At that moment, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The immense power instantly coalesced into a swirling vortex. Yuri said with satisfaction, all right, the power has been confirmed. Now let's widen the range, he finished, and continued his attack. In moments, 3 successive vortices appeared, and Yuri easily defeated the monsters. Below, the knights realized in astonishment, could that really be the third Prince of Brial from the rumors? One of them couldn't help exclaiming, his personal combat power, it's on par with an entire army. He asked in disbelief, is this truly the nation of Brial's knights? Seeing Yuri land, Jard scolded irritably, your skills are too showy, and Yuri, hearing that, replied annoyed, already complaining as soon as I get down. Yuri asked expectantly, so, cool right, I'll name it the Whirling Tornado Sword, what a nomming talent. Jared was left speechless and said, yes, terrible. Then he asked sternly, more importantly, Jard, how's the fighting on the ground? Jard answered honestly, thanks to the prince there are no losses from the air, but that's all sir. He added, the battles between the main units are fierce. If one place is pushed back, the defensive line will collapse. Yuri quickly understood and thought, seems I have to go support them. Having said that, he looked puzzled and turned to the nearby man, and you are. The man replied tensely, a knight of Yoheim, Baron Pibane Kant Muchin. Greetings to the third Prince of Brial. Yuri patted Pibane's shoulder kindly, very well, Lord Kant, you're a strong ally, ask anytime if you need help. The man cheerfully replied, thank you, Prince. Saying that, Yuri turned away coldly, then let's drive these orcs back. Yuri looked at Jard and grinned, Jared, you weren't tired just now, were you? He immediately denied it, of course not, sir. Yuri warned solemnly, the more we swing our swords, the more lives we save, hold the front line to the death. Jared did not hesitate and firmly answered, understood. Thus the battle continued relentlessly. Yuri's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. He didn't hesitate to charge straight at the ferocious monsters. Sadly, countless knights fell, but many orcs also perished. Cries and the clash of metal rang everywhere, so much that one could vaguely sense the battle was reaching its end. The scene before them was eerily devastated. The sun slowly set and silence paid for lives. After the battle, perhaps thousands had been lost. Then at that moment, a giant orc suddenly let out a roar. A piercing sound immediately rang out, causing the Knight Brigade to stagger and clutch their ears. Yuri was affected as well. He panted, so he's only showing himself now. At last Okyua had acted, appearing ferociously among the orc ranks. Yuri thought tensely, if Okyua joins in and our master Moyang-chan sides with them, both sides would fall into a war of attrition, though somehow. While he was still pondering, a sinister face suddenly appeared. Yuri was momentarily terrified, his face drained, and he unconsciously ground his teeth. Then the leader orc's loud shout echoed once more. Yuri thought in despair, damn it, those guys were already dead, and without hesitation he shouted, Brial, prepare to fight. The orcs were about to go berserk. Quickly they went mad and lunged forward. Before the Knight Brigade could regain their composure, a giant orc suddenly charged. A collision of tremendous force occurred immediately afterward. Yuri arrived in time to save a life, his will boiling as he shouted, do not fall back. Receiving the signal, Jard immediately reported, Your Highness, look over there. He noticed something amiss in the distance and called out, Okyua is trying to retreat. At that, Yuri ground his teeth in furious hatred. He decisively launched an attack to push the monster back. Yuri struggled forward, firmly declaring, no, Okyua must not be allowed to escape. For a moment he stubbornly shouted, chase him, despite being surrounded by orcs. In a moment of carelessness, Yuri was unfortunate enough to be struck by an orc. This caused him to fall far behind the lead orc. That night in the camp, a sudden loud laugh rang out. Victory is ours. Some knights smugly told each other, Okyua fled. What else could this be but a great victory? One man suggested proactively, the enemy has retreated. I think we should rest a bit. He sighed briefly. Orkua must be gravely wounded. Let's use this time to recover. The man next to him eagerly agreed. I agree. This forced march has been long. Accumulated fatigue will reduce combat effectiveness. But before they finished, Yuri angrily interrupted. What nonsense are you talking? He asked sternly, have you forgotten where we are? We're deep in enemy territory. We don't know what Orkua might do, and you want to rest here. Yuri suspected that Orkua was controlling the orcs and was surely concealing something. At this, the man immediately spoke up. In this battle, I dispatched mages to monitor Orkua's camp. His Highness Ragna suddenly spoke sternly. They reported an evil aura rising from his camp. He then said decisively, there is no reason to delay. At dawn tomorrow we will march, ensure everything is perfect. Hearing this, the entire Knight Corps responded in unison, understood. Quickly afterward, the meeting concluded and the group dispersed. His Highness Ragna suddenly called out Yuri, which startled him. He bowed and asked, you called me? Ragna quickly produced a small pouch. I need to discuss something with you. His Highness Ragna cleared his throat. What I'm about to tell you must be kept absolutely secret. Can you do that? Yuri answered seriously, of course, sir. Hearing that, a satisfied smile quickly appeared on his face. Very good. A barrier was formed immediately afterward, overwhelming Yuri. He wondered suspiciously, is he using mana to muffle sound? At that moment, His Highness Ragna said with sorrow, I hesitated to tell you this because you are not of the Empire, but here you are the only one I can trust. He pressed on, Yuri, do you remember the letter we tore up before? Yuri replied honestly, yes, I recall it said the Emperor had made a secret pact with Orkua. His Highness Ragna continued, there is someone inside the Empire using dark magic. He frowned and added, and today we saw what Orkua did with dark magic. He can control enemies. At that, His Highness Ragna hesitated for a moment. How far does that influence reach? We still don't know. Yuri asked curiously, do you think there's a traitor in the coalition? He answered with a taut face, for now it's only suspicion, which is why I called you. This matter I cannot entrust to an imperial knight. Hearing that, Yuri quickly understood and solemnly accepted the order. I'll secretly watch them. At Yuri's response, His Highness Ragna showed clear satisfaction and smiled smugly. After a moment's thought, he suddenly leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered, Yuri, about that? Yuri reflexively answered yes. His Highness Ragna spoke quickly with a pleased expression. After the war, would you like to meet Ekaterina? Yuri immediately emphasized, I already have a girlfriend. This made His Highness Ragna furious. He snapped, I don't believe you. Yuri desperately pleaded, please believe me, please. His Highness Ragna continued to chatter on, romances can be fleeting, while Yuri insisted, even painting a single portrait would be disrespectful to Sibylla, your highness. The next morning, when the sun shone brightly over the mountain peak, a warhorse awakened and lifted its head high. Yuri bravely carried the banner and led the cavalry. A knight announced, Prince, everyone is ready. Yuri immediately lowered his voice. Very well. He asked anxiously, what about the mage Moyang-chan? The man answered honestly, he is currently in the camp. Yuri thought to himself that the mage said he was cultivating his inner power and would act when the opportunity came. Back in the present, Yuri nodded slightly and murmured, when the time comes. Then Yuri suddenly turned, casting his eyes over the ranks of knights around him. Yuri hesitated, thinking there were too many empty spots. Facing the whole group, he felt a surge of thought. After so many near-death moments and stepping over fallen comrades, we've reached this place. Empty words of comfort cannot soothe the deaths of comrades. After a moment, he called out without hesitation, Brial. Yuri cheerfully raised the flag and declared, at last, it's almost over. Yuri added firmly, let's meet again with everyone alive. The atmosphere among the knights began to ease. Once more, Yuri shouted resolutely, I'll treat you all to a great feast. The trumpet signaling the start of battle sounded immediately. Without hesitation, Yuri tightened his grip on the spear point. All troops. He charged forward and shot off like a heroic vanguard. Nearby, a man was being pushed to the brink by a giant orc. As he was driven into a corner, a strange sound suddenly rang out and the knight hurriedly turned. A blazing red banner then appeared against the blue sky. The whole company cheered excitedly. Brial has arrived. Their fighting spirit instantly ignited. One man shouted triumphantly, open the way to the fortress. A wide path was quickly cleared for Yuri's troops. Noticing this, he ordered loudly, increase speed, follow me. All the knights behind answered in unison, understood. Surveying the surroundings, Yuri said sternly, it's the siege tower, use it to storm straight into the fortress. As if sensing something, he suddenly froze in place. From afar, a ferocious orc suddenly charged in a rage. Seeing it, Yuri wasted no time and spurred his horse into a full gallop. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly, yes, it's me, you bastard. With that, Yuri tightened his grip on the spear. He decisively thrust the sharp spear straight at the beast. In an instant, the spear tore through the air. But the orc was no pushover, it managed to block the blow. In a flash, it used its bulk to hack the spear in two. Seizing the opportunity, Yuri suddenly surged forward with a killing strike. Before the furious orc could react, he silently drew his blade. With a single blow, Yuri easily took the unlucky orc's head. After finishing it off, he quickly climbed back into the saddle. Then Yuri used the momentum to launch himself high into the air. In a moment, he landed perfectly. Yuri put on a look of disgust and stared down at the vile orcs. It's been a long time, comrades. This is the final battle of this war. A large number of orcs in a demonic state quickly appeared before him. Yuri eyed them tensely, thinking the aura of dark magic. Indeed, he placed sorcerers inside. At that moment, Jard suddenly spoke. Your Highness, everything is prepared as you ordered. He calmly replied, good work, Jared. Jard continued in a serious tone, they are elite troops enhanced by dark magic like last time. Yuri admitted, yes, this time the dispel doesn't seem to work either. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked, the stage is set, shall we go? Immediately, Yuri shouted an order. Simon, wave the flag to signal the commanders. The knight obeyed at once, understood. Yuri took the lead and jumped down, calling out, let's go. Nearby, a knight urgently reported, it's the Supreme Command's signal. Brial has located Okua's position. His Highness Ragna smiled with satisfaction. They found it faster than I thought. Well done, Yuri. He did not hesitate to order the signal to summon the elite force. Soon the elite troops appeared in succession. One couldn't hide his excitement and laughed. Finally, it's time to assemble. His Highness Ragna loudly ordered, Fennec, move out. The female knight obediently replied, understood. Elsewhere, Graham watched the battle silently with a thoughtful expression. The cavalry units quickly launched their assault in unison. At the same time, Yuri anxiously asked, has everyone received the orders and understood? He reminded sternly, our mission while the main force holds the rear is to take Okua's head. On the other side, the ferocious orcs kept emitting that eerie cursed aura. Yuri pointed his sword straight at them and shouted, then everyone. Yuri firmly repeated once more, don't lose your lives. No sooner had he finished than the entire force surged forward. The knights fearlessly confronted the savage orcs head-on. One of them quickly felled an orc. Sibylla clenched the sword in her hand and glared. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sibylla immediately ordered, Fennec now. The female knight quickly complied, understood, princess. Surveying the situation, Graham thought proudly that people of different backgrounds and statuses were advancing together, trusting their backs to one another. For a knight, what battlefield could be more glorious than this? With that thought, he surged forward and severed the monster's head. A tremendous burst of power quickly erupted immediately afterward. Graham, without hesitation, lunged into attack. At the same time, Yuri was also facing a ferocious orc. He inhaled deeply for a moment. A colossal force immediately enveloped his keen blade. Yuri did not hesitate and thrust straight at them. While he was distracted, a giant orc suddenly charged to attack. Fortunately, Yuri detected it in time and turned. He easily parried the monster's strike. Observing the battlefield, Yuri thought tensely that Okua still showed no sign of moving, and his master hadn't appeared despite the situation. Clearly we have the advantage, yet for some reason I feel an indescribable unease, he thought as he kept attacking the orcs. Yuri wondered suspiciously whether he had missed something. The next instant he suddenly froze. Yuri was momentarily stunned as realization hit. Could it be? Yuri's face went pale and he trembled with rage. Without hesitation, Yuri dashed forward and shouted, Okua. In the distance, a savage monster began to reveal itself. Its face glowed red as it looked toward Yuri. While he was still off guard, it suddenly unleashed a killing move. A terrifying quake followed immediately. The monster murmured, so you've recognized me. It laughed and kept taunting, how foolish, you idiots. The lead orc emerged gradually from the thick black mist. It cried out triumphantly, but it's too late, become a sacrifice yourself. In the dusty haze, Yuri collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Around him echoed the mad laughter of Orkua. At that moment he realized why Master Moyong couldn't arrive immediately. Meanwhile, the creature surged forward, giving Yuri no time to rest. He quickly prepared to counterattack. The ground shook and cracked as the two collided. As expected, Yuri was once again knocked back. He told himself silently that he couldn't hold out like this for long. Yuri's mind was in turmoil. Facing such a monster, he didn't know how much longer he could last. Nevertheless, he resolved that with the target now plainly in sight, he could not retreat merely to preserve his own life. In the end, Yuri decided, I'll risk my life. Orkua whispered in his ear, that strange sword, it sees through our true nature. Yuri issued a challenge, fine, brace yourself, for I will not stand still and take it. At the same time, he subtly noticed that the things reaching out from behind were being sucked into Orkua. Those things were gradually being drawn deep into its head. Orkua cried out in pain, begging help, get me out of here, it hurts too much. It kept muttering, I want to die, and Yuri froze, stunned, how awful. Hatred filled Yuri's heart, so this is the source of the dark magic. Because of that, Yuri grew more determined, I must sever it. When it regained composure, Orkua was surprised, dared to charge straight at me. Then it sneered, how utterly foolish humans. Neither side wasted words, they lunged at each other directly. And unsurprisingly, he remained on the defensive. For some reason, Yuri suddenly opened his eyes wide. It turned out it had vanished from his sight. Soul tendrils were advancing to encircle encircle him. In that razor-edge moment, Yuri blurted, "Damn." The result was the same as before. He collapsed once more. Now the tendrils had wrapped tightly around Yuri's sword hilt. Orkua mocked, "It's useless. Your life ends here." He snapped angrily, "Shut up." Beside him, someone shouted in fury, "In this life, I bear many responsibilities." Then Yuri summoned all his strength and cut the tendrils off. A keen slash of his sword cleaved the air. Those souls were cut away as well. He and the souls were drenched in light. And finally, they exploded under the power of the radiance. Orkua praised, "Not bad." Yuri felt relieved. The vengeful spirits were gone. Yuri raised his head, thinking, "I did it." At that moment, it seized the opportunity to strike from ambush. Where Orkua had struck, a large fissure split the ground. He was buried beneath that rubble. Yuri helplessly thought, "My reaction was too slow. My left hand and most of my ribs are broken." Just then Gerald appeared, "Your Highness the Prince." At the same time, he was steadily closing in on them. Orkua couldn't believe a knight could cut through dark magic. He was shaken inwardly. Language of the continent. A spellcaster, sure, but even Orkua. He, however, remained excited. Since it had provided him entertainment, the reward would be. "That is, I will grant you the honor of dying by my hand." Orkua prepared a knockout blow. "Die." He and Yuri cursed under their breath, "Damn it." They understood silently that this strike could not be withstood. Gerald frantically cursed, "You bastard." At that critical moment, a figure appeared to intercept. He breathed a sigh of relief, "You're late." The man replied, "Sorry, now you all fall back. And taking charge, leave this monster to me." Blocked, he snapped angrily, "Do not interfere with me." But the outsider ignored him and focused his mana. Then, as swift as an arrow, he shot straight at Orkua. He flew in a dead straight line toward it. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion and a blinding light enveloped them. He caught him while worrying, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yuri replied coldly, "Alive is good enough." Watching the battle, Gerald remarked, "The momentum is terrifying," and Yuri agreed, "Indeed." It was clear this was truly a battle between monsters. He maintained a steady composure in the fight. At the same time, he broke apart the enemy's attack patterns. The outsider targeted Orkua's legs. Though struck, he wore a mocking smile. Orkua taunted, "These petty tricks are not bad," but he immediately realized that his wound was regenerating. He haughtily declared, "Do what you will, you are still insignificant. I'll show you the gap in our levels." The outsider leveled his sword at the foe and said, "You damn monster." Hearing that, he cried out to the man, "Lord Okua, I sense great power from him. I'll support you," and Okua began to ponder. The man glanced around to assess the situation for a moment. Finally, overly confident in his own ability, Okua replied, "Unnecessary." No sooner had he finished than he suddenly placed his hand on his comrade's head, causing him great alarm. Then he screamed in pain as Okua directly drained his ally's power. Seeing this, the old man ground his teeth in fury and spat, "You absorb your ally's power too, devouring your own subordinates." Okua, shameless, loudly lectured, "Subordinates, humans and orcs are different. We are different from them." He coldly crushed the other's head and shouted, "You even treat the scum below as subordinates and dole out your pity." The outsider, enraged, swung his sword and yelled, "You bastard." Okua, unafraid, turned and mocked him, "What a simpleton." To punish the one who insulted him, he prepared a punch. Thus Okua summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful blow. The outsider, seeing the familiar move, wondered confusedly, using a fist to stop this. This punch was entirely different because it carried twice the usual power. A second later, a tremendous explosion sent earth and rock flying into the air. Not satisfied, Okua roared in rage. He appended another punch, causing the ground to begin trembling. Okua, intent on utterly destroying the outsider, prepared to swing another punch. The follow-up punch erupted, and another massive explosion rang up to the blue sky. At that, the arrogant one jeered loudly, "The weak being devoured by the strong is only natural." Seeing blood on the ground, Okua said, "You cannot defeat me." No sooner had he finished than he leapt powerfully into the air. Okua clenched his hands together and drew his legs up, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. He aimed straight down at the man beneath him and struck. Minutes later, Okua attacked while cursing the opponent, "Die and become nourishment for me." But he was disappointed when the outsider still spoke. "You talk too much, only toddlers babble like that. Your chatter doesn't match that hulking frame at all." As Okua glared angrily, the man taunted back, "You say the weak should be eaten by the strong? Then let me ask you this." The outsider looked straight into his eyes and deliberately asked, "Have you ever stared at the sunset all the way to the end?" The question left Okua both astonished and puzzled, and at the same time he began to counterattack. Immediately, an enormous surge of power suddenly appeared before Okua's eyes. The outsider was using his full strength to activate this technique. This technique was called the sword method of returning to order, the Azure Cloud thunder-splitting sword art. After a moment, Okua angrily shouted at the outsider, "Impertinent." He boasted confidently, threatening, "I will swallow you whole like this." The outsider, unafraid, met his gaze. A few seconds later, day turned into night, and he struck while saying, "No mountain, bright moon." The outsider attacked very fast and very precisely. Though Okua was quicker on his feet, he safely retreated. Taken by surprise, he angrily cursed, "You bastard." Refusing to yield, the outsider continued to swing his sword backward. He slashed continuously at Okua and succeeded in wounding him. This time Okua was seriously injured and couldn't bear it. he coughed up blood. In an instant, from exhaustion, he collapsed to the ground. After fighting for a while, the outsider grew tired and stood panting for a moment. He watched his opponent lie still and thought inwardly, indeed this thing puts tremendous strain on the body. With his body battered, the outsider propped himself on his elbow and murmured to himself, but anyway. Thinking that, he thrust another blade into Okua's face, telling himself he had also eliminated the filth ravaging this western territory. While thinking, the outsider suddenly heard a noise and turned to look. He saw soldiers fighting the remaining troops and said, "The leftover forces, the disciples and others will handle them well." The outsider went to the edge of the pit and muttered to himself, "I have to clean this up." Seeing legs and arms in the pit, he was horrified. Damn, though I predicted this, I didn't expect it to be so terrible. How many people have died? A while later, the outsider showed tension after hearing Okua's voice behind him. What you see before you is not everything. By reflex, he spun and slashed at the man, who replied, "It's beyond what your body can even imagine." The outsider frowned and gritted his teeth at Okua, but the latter babbled on, deeper, much deeper. He stared at Okua, puzzled inwardly, this bastard, even with his head pierced, still. He then shared his secret with the outsider. "I have accumulated and filled it over a long time." He swung his sword again. Okua quickly retreated and said, "Because of hunger they devour one another like vermin, haven't I told you?" He bent down, looked the outsider straight in the eye and mocked, "You are nothing but common creatures." Finished, Okua brought his massive hand toward him. By coincidence, Yuri witnessed the scene. He turned around and shouted in shock, "This can't be happening." Seeing Okua seize the outsider and lift him up, Yuri cried out in alarm, "Master,